Good morning. We'll roll call in just a moment. Stand by, please.
What item, Aaron?
Oops. Almost there. Just have to get used to doing things in chambers again. And get in the right meeting here. There we go. Okay, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay. We are partially back in chambers in hybrid meeting mode, which is cool. That's a little bit of a sign of progress, though not to get too carried away. We'll still be limited to a handful of members of council on deck and a handful of staff in the room as we move gingerly through phase 2 here. But now we have the benefit of the ability to run these meetings a little more smoothly. So I'm very grateful for that. And thank you for your continued patience, and to the clerks for their continued intrepid support to make this all work. We've barely skipped a beat, actually. So I will call this executive committee meeting to order and respectfully acknowledge that we're having this meeting, albeit partially virtually, on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation. And so that treaty spirit runs through so much of what we do, and we should look to that today for, as always, for inspiration for how to work together. So with that acknowledgement, I will now roll call. Vice Chair McKean.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Walters.
Good morning.
Morning. And I see Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
And Councillor Katarina.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
And can't see everybody else on the call. Any other councillors joining us this morning?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor
Good morning,
Essinger,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Knack, Councillor Banga. Any others? Thanks for joining us, folks. Need a motion to adopt the agenda with the additions of 614, 619, 625, and a replacement report for 624 and 619. Councillor McKean.
Mr. Mayor, it'd be a pleasure to make that motion, but I got to tell you, we're getting glitching out of chambers sound-wise.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see if we can adjust the levels here. Am I intelligible?
Barely.
Well, what else is new, right? So, okay, can I ask everybody to mute who is not speaking presently? We'll just see if we can eliminate all the echo. Is that better? Or is it still glitching?
It is better.
Okay, so we'll just all try to stay muted unless we're speaking, and we'll see what we can do here. So, the motion to adopt the agenda with those additions and replacement pages is before us. Are there any questions on the agenda? I will just note that this is probably more than we can accomplish today, though I'd be very happy to be wrong about that. So we have asked for folks to hold the afternoon on Wednesday, I believe, as the overflow time. So we may wish to make changes to orders of the day at some point and perhaps even reschedule items to be time-specific then, depending on what happens with speakers. So that's one option. Another option is that the LRT reports 616 and 617 need to go up to council. I don't know if that also would apply to 618. Since those are going to council anyway and might get discussion in both places, one option would be to requisition those or send them up without a recommendation if we don't get to them. If we do get to them, that's great, but just to flag that those ones which may be meaty can be dealt with at council next week without skipping a beat on the construction season. So just to flag that we do have a bit of a pressure relief valve with respect to some of these reports. There may be others that can be postponed, but an awful lot of them are time-specific and related to time-sensitive decisions. So without further ado, since we have many guests here for these items, we'll carry on in the agenda. So I do need then if there's no amendments or other questions or suggestions around the agenda, we'll manage it as we go, it sounds like. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda with those changes.
I'm a yes. It's password day for me, Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
so,
no, I feel for you. I've been there.
yeah.
Okay, well, we'll take you verbally. Mine is definitely, something's not working for mine either, so I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried unanimously. The minutes from May 27th. Someone want to move those?
Happy to move those as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Display the vote. Carried. And protocol items. Do we have any today? Okay. Then let's select items for debate, folks. Well, that'd be the other way to shorten up the meeting, as nothing gets selected. Okay, Councillor McKean.
Mr. Mayor, I think the BIAs are 6-1 to 13.
Correct.
I will select those, not expecting to be the first one to ask questions on all of them.
Okay.
And then 619 station lands, please.
Okay, got it. So Councillor McKean has grabbed the BIAs 6-1 through 613 and Station Land 619. Other selections? Councillor Hamilton?
I can't see if we have speakers on 625, but I think we did last time, so I'd like to select that.
Yeah, we have speakers on 615, 619, 622, 624, and 625.
I will grab all of those, though I don't need to ask a question.
Noted.
on them, but for the speaker's sake.
Noted. Yeah, Councillor McKean had already
Oh.
grabbed 619, but I will put 622, 624, and 625, as well as 615. And, sorry, I'm just flipping around.
And while I'm on, I'll grab 9-3 for Councillor Knack.
So noted. Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So I'll pick the LRT ones and then we can postpone them if necessary.
Okay,
616 and 617, which I'm happy to make that motion
great.
at the right time. And then I also have a couple questions about 620 sometime later this week.
Yeah. Got it? I will grab 9-1, though if we don't get to it, we can also do that at council in a pinch. But if we do have bandwidth, it's good to see what we can do here. That's the intergov verbal. So let me just run through what has not been selected so far. The status report 4.1 and 5.1, the reschedule. 614 has not been a future request for funding for partner facilities. 618 Valley Line West contract amendment. 621 the AUMA report, that must be selected, so I'll take that. 623 the bylaw to designate the Bashore residence has not been, and 9.2 the single source agreement hasn't been. So unless somebody wants one of those, perhaps someone would be so kind as to move those handful of items that have been exempted from debate.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Please vote on those items not selected.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Unanimously. Now, we have several requests to speak, which may lead to some time-specific considerations. Has anyone got the summary of agenda changes with the requests to speak? I've got them here if it's easier for me to read them in. Or does somebody else have them?
I have them up right now.
Okay,
Can
go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
read them in. I will move that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On 6:15, Mike Cole of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Region. On 6:19, Station Lands piece, Mike Saunders, Qualico Developments Canada. 6:22, Salim Maleb and Penny Smith. And on 6:24, Raj Mami from A1 Athletic Facility Edmonton, Richard Adams, Alberta Soccer Association, Ron Barrett, my apologies for pronunciation there, from A1 Athletic Facility at Edmonton, Ed Charpentier from Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, and Daryl Droudson from Capital District Minor Football Association. And on 6:25, Roger Breau from Laurier House Residents and Families Council, Stacey McFarlane from Alberta Health Services, Mike Lynn from Alberta Health Services, and Dean Olmsted from Alberta Health Services.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm just going to add, if it's friendly, Laura Cunningham-Shepley to speak to 6:15 as well. We just had a late submission here that's been put before me.
That is friendly.
If there's no objections, then with that addition, please vote on hearing from those speakers in panels on those items.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, so given that, we may wish to make the changes to orders of the day and specifically schedule a couple of these items for Wednesday, perhaps in consultation with the speakers if we're able to do that. Because I would just note that we have the BIAs will take a good chunk of the morning. And then next up would be the offsite levies bylaw, which I think we may yet get to this morning. Even the BIAs might be an hour, hour and a half. And then, so that could be second item would be the offsite levies. Then between station lands, or pardon me, next up at 1:30 we have AUMA. We could make another item, second item, if we want specifically. But then there's still the footbridge and the A1 Center, both of which have speakers on them, but we might not get to them anyway, and because they're at the tail end of the agenda until Wednesday. So we could make some of these time specific as the second slot at 9:30, the second slot at 1:30, and the first and second slot at Wednesday.
Mr. Mayor, the agenda seems to indicate that the A1 item is time-specific for second item at 1:30.
Oh, you're right, I missed that. Thank you. So that slot's already taken as well. So we could make, here's my suggestion, at least to begin with, is that we make the offsite levies bylaw item second item at 9:30 a.m. I mean, we'd get to that by default anyway, but, well, I guess since it's next up, we don't have to say that. We just know it would be next up. But I would suggest that, and then station lands, we could do station lands next. This is messy. Apologies. Why don't we leave the question offline for a little while here and ask the speakers. I'll just put the invitation out right now. If Wednesday afternoon would work better for you, let us know, and we can make your item time specific for Wednesday afternoon at 1:30. So please let the clerks know at city.clerk@edmonton.ca or via the contact information provided to you in your speaker's registration, and let us know whether there's an opportunity to deal with your item, unless you're already time specific for one of these other slots, in which case we'll stick to that. But is that helpful, Madam Clerk, or have I just made your life more difficult?
That is helpful, and I will try and connect with you offline just to discuss some of the nuances.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Got it. All right. Well, we'll come back to the matter of time specifics, but if you're late in the agenda here at this point, I can guarantee you we're not going to get to you this morning, so we will be in touch about some options for when we can get to you. You're welcome to stay on the call and monitor, but we've got a lot of business between now and some of these items later in the agenda. So perhaps the ones that have speakers we can accommodate at 1:30 specifically on Wednesday. That's an option out there. We'll be in touch on that. Okay, let's not make any further time specifics then at this point. But we'll have more to say about that later. Councilor inquiries? Okay, not hearing any. Let's move into the first bit of business for the day, which is the reports from our 13 valued Business Improvement Area Association partners.
Good morning, committee, executive committee. Mr. Chase has some opening comments.
Great,
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good morning, committee. Today we're here with Sri Klassen, Chair of the Edmonton Business Improvement Area Council and Executive Director of the Old Strathcona BIA, who will be presenting on behalf of the BIA Council. With her are many of the executive directors from the other BIAs and a few other members of their boards of directors who are all available to answer questions. In previous years, the BIAs have all presented individually to committee, and so we're really grateful that this year they've agreed to present collectively for the second year in a row. Over the last 16 months, Edmonton's businesses have faced enormous challenges. COVID-19 has had a heavy impact on business operations, on ability to earn revenue, and increased costs due to the requirements for additional health and safety measures. A lot of the support that businesses have received over this time was the direct result of advocacy and involvement of the BIAs, who demonstrate the value of the hardworking individuals who work and support the membership in these 13 areas. As always, we're thankful for the partnership with our 13 BIAs, and we rely on the strong relationships into the future as we strive to help our local economy and businesses recover. Administration and the BIAs are partners in development of our main streets and work together to create vibrant destinations where patrons want to visit and where businesses thrive. The BIAs and the work that they do represent important and collaborative work towards implementation of City Plan and the Edmonton Economic Action Plan. At the core of our relationships with BIAs is communication and collaboration. Our relationship is focused on partnership and joint success. This is facilitated through regularly scheduled meetings and frequent touch points between the BIAs in key areas within the city, specifically the Economic Investment Services and Parks and Road Services branches. While there is a focused ongoing effort to achieve the shared strategic goals for the BIAs, administration also works to be nimble and agile to respond to emerging and changing needs. This has been critically important over the last number of months, and we worked hard together to respond to the impacts of COVID-19. And as a result of the communication and collaboration between administration and the BIAs, a number of collective actions have been undertaken, and we want to thank our BIA partners in executing this work. For example, deferral of 2020 BIA levies, a BIA tax levy rebate, waiving the 2021 BIA levies fees across all BIAs, which total 3.4 million. The temporary patio program with more than 78 temporary patios in 13 BIAs. The Edmonton Economic Recovery Grant, which provided support to 150 BIA businesses, as well as larger scale projects run by Chinatown, French Quarter, Alberta Avenue, etc. We've also worked closely with the BIAs and the University of Alberta, School of Retailing, and Business Link on Digital Main Street, and a number of street activations in areas like Route 107 downtown and the White Avenue curb lane activation. But there's much more work that we can do. None of this would be possible without the BIAs, and before turning it over to Ms. Klassen, I just want to offer thanks for everything that all 13 BIA executive directors and their boards have done. We are all here in support of Edmonton's business community, and the BIAs represent strong and critical allies in this work. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Ms. Klassen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. And just before we go to Ms. Klassen, Councillor McKean, if you could take the chair for a couple of minutes.
I have the chair.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here to listen to us today collectively. As Jeff said, I'm Cherie Klassen, the chair of the Edmonton BIA Council, and I'm also the ED of the Old Strathcona Business Association. I'm speaking here today on behalf of 13 BIAs with regards to what we need from the city going forward into 2022 and the remainder of 2021 to support our economic recovery efforts. Each ED is here today to ask or answer any specific questions about their BIA and projects in 2020 and going forward. So last November, we came to council with 4 priorities for 2021, and as so much continues to change, so too have our priorities. Collectively, as 13 BIAs, we've never worked closer and more aligned. We went from meeting quarterly to meeting every three weeks for the last year and a half. I'm confident saying we are a unified front and very focused on supporting each other to make Edmonton a better place to live, work, and play, which in turn also makes for a vibrant local economy. We've met with our new city manager, and he has asked us for a proposal on how we can work together in local economic recovery. So after this presentation today, we will have that proposal to him and his team. An overarching theme to all our strategic priorities are to find new pathways to work together with the city and to reduce barriers to reaching our goals. After all, we're all on the same team building a better city, and BIAs are really in a prime role to do just that. So one of our key priorities is creating a cleaner, more attractive, well-maintained main streets, which includes a clear infrastructure maintenance policy and process. We need standards for cleanliness, maintenance, and renewal. We shared this in November, and this is still a crucial priority for us. We know that Main Street districts are more attractive to visit when the infrastructure and public realm is clean and well-maintained, much like the curb appeal on your home. We still struggle with this, and as we work to welcome people back to our districts, our public realm isn't as welcoming as we need it to be. While we see some positive headway with renewal on our main streets in 2030, some of these maintenance issues need to be addressed now. Secondly, we need true partnerships, collaboration, and customer service mindset within the city working with BIAs. We have excellent working relationships, as Jeff said, with the local economy team and our BIA infrastructure specialist. But we need this customer-focused mindset throughout all city departments to enable us to be innovative and get to yes and how rather than no because. We understand that our BIA infrastructure specialist team is growing, which is very welcome. We require so much support from the operations department, as so much of what we do is making our spaces welcoming, walkable, accessible, and attractive. Every department in the city needs to understand the economic lens of what BIAs provide and how we are vital to the health of the city. This is so incredibly important as we come out of this pandemic and economic recession. There needs to be advocacy threaded throughout each branch, so there's a true collaboration and understanding of the value we bring to our city's economy, culture, and tourism. We are community hubs where people gather. We're so much more than just outdoor malls. Our BIAs are well positioned to execute the goals of city plan, 15-minute districts, and gathering spaces. It's who we are, but not all BIAs are alike. There's inequity across our districts, and some are barely keeping their head above water and spending all of their time on safety and security issues. How can we do economic development when people don't feel safe on our streets? We've been strong advocates on the city's permanent supportive housing strategy, and we continue to be. We need the city's support in ensuring our districts are safe for everyone. The aspirations of City Plan support this, and we're all uniquely situated on the front line of community economic development, and we bring that lens that truly understands the pulse of our Main Street districts like nobody else. In this last year, we've learned so much about what people value in their city. We've learned that people want more space to explore and enjoy their city. We know that consumer habits have likely changed forever. And we've also seen incredible support for small businesses and our destination districts. We know that when we're past the worst of this pandemic, Edmontonians will be eager to explore their city once again, and will be looking for places like our BIAs and Main Streets to do so. They'll come to celebrate, socialize, and share. This is what BIAs bring to the city, and this is what we're all so passionate about. We hope to see an added commitment by the city to help us make this happen and build back better. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, and thanks for your leadership on all of this, Cherie. You're doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Madam Clerk, I can't tell if the mayor's back.
He is not.
So to committee, my assumption is we would go through the panel of the BIAs, do their presentations, and then we would ask questions. So if there are questions of Ms. Clausen in her role with Old Strathcona Business Association or her role as a lead on the BIA Council, we could deal with it then, but I would see if there's any objections to that. So we could have all the presentations before us and then open it up to questions. Any objections to that? I believe that's what we did last time. So I'm hearing nothing. So that would then, our first speakers would be Ms. Clausen with the OSBA, and then we would go to Alberta Avenue Business Association, and then to Chinatown. So Ms. Clausen, are you wearing two hats today?
Actually, just for clarification, Councillor McKean, I believe we were told that we would just be doing one presentation and then all of the BIAs would be here to answer questions. That is what I believe we did last year.
That is even more efficient, and
Yes.
I really like that idea. So thank you very much for making my role a little easier here. So then let's open it up for questions from committee to the extensive panel we have before us today. Madam Clerk, can you open that up for us?
Yes, it should be open now.
I can start.
Apologies. Councillor Henderson is on the list and we'll work to get the public display working correctly.
Yeah. I will go to committee members first. And until we have that, Councillor Walters, were you jumping in with questions?
Correct.
Please go ahead. Please start as timer, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair McKean. Ms. Clausen, thank you for that, and through you to all of the BIA executive directors. Thank you so very much for all the amazing work that you've done, not just during the pandemic, but I think this will be my last BIA run through as a member of City Council. So I do want to say that all the work that you guys have done all these years is always blowing me away. And you're such an important part of our city's identity and success. So I just wanted to say thank you. I know, Ms. Klassen, you referred to the challenges around safety and security, and we do appreciate your very clear advocacy on our PSH efforts, particularly in our advocacy to the province to fund what we'd hope they'd fund. Well, success is not quite in our grasp yet there. I did want to give you and others a chance to talk about what other strategies or supports you need from the city within our jurisdiction to be able to manage this, what seems to be a very, unsolvable problem right now. Any other advice that you could provide us or asks you have of us in terms of how we use policing, how we use other tactics to increase safety in your areas?
I can speak to that a little bit, and then if one of my colleagues wants to jump in, I'd be welcome to let them jump in. I think last year when we saw some of the temporary shelters open, we saw a major decrease in folks on the street, a decrease in some drug use, that kind of thing. And I think we've all noticeably noticed when they close, then we see more folks on the street. So those two things seem to be really important during the pandemic. And I think that it was a good example to show going forward that more housing and supports that are 24/7, we've really been strong advocates for 24/7 support, is a major piece to what we need to keep our streets safer. But I think also sometimes just cleanliness, really simple cleanliness and maintenance so that our infrastructure isn't falling apart and that we don't have benches that have giant holes in them or covered in graffiti. Those are all things that also help make the area feel safer and more welcoming. But the deeper social issues, we recognize that they're not just policing issues. We now have in Old Strathcona, the Mustard Seed has a street outreach team. And I think we've seen tremendous success already with that in just a month. Other BIA districts across Canada do have on-call teams where they act as an intermediary between some of the shelters and social services and the police, so that businesses aren't calling the police, they're calling the street outreach team. So I think those are some examples of tangible things that could be done. And I'd be happy to have any of my colleagues speak to that as well.
Yeah, I can jump in briefly as well. We are also downtown right now running a prototype just like that. So a community safety outreach team in partnership with the neighborhood empowerment team at the city and Reach Edmonton and Boyle Street Community Services and with the North Edge BIA as well with my colleague, Laureen. So that's 60 days and the funding right now is so limited for something like that. But I very strongly believe that an outreach model like that takes some of the load off of emergency services and off of police for issues that really do just require some social supports and relationship building will hopefully start to make a difference. And it also is more empowering to our businesses to help educate them about how to have better relationships with vulnerable communities and not immediately be calling the police for dealing with some day-to-day issues. Councillor Walters, I think you're on mute.
No, I did that on purpose just to. Can you talk about the cost of that as much as you know? Like, what is that? What's that running program? That's 60 day.
Yeah, so between the 3 to 4-ish partners, the costs for this 60-day prototype were in the neighborhood of $26,000.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm out of time here very quickly, but it's an interesting concept in terms of the discussions we've had about where some of that money could come from as we look into the next few weeks. Thanks everybody for your work again.
I am going to go to the next member of committee, which is me, Ms. or Panita. We have a an item on tomorrow's agenda, which is sort of a big item. So I might not ask you a lot of questions today, but the example you just gave is further money we're spending chasing our tail on this issue instead of having enough supportive housing with proper supports in there to reduce this problem. And I think you'd agree with that. And I appreciate your recent advocacy in social media about the amount of overdose deaths we're seeing at Edmonton. So thank you. Real quick question. There's a couple of smaller things that we've been sort of talking about and piloting for years. Outdoor washrooms for one. Do you have thoughts on whether that would be a help?
Oh, absolutely. When I first started in the role in December, it was very clear that the lack of washrooms was one of the most immediately harmful impacts of the pandemic on downtown. So, you know, EPL had been a washroom well utilized, City Hall, a lot of businesses in the past had opened their washrooms to the public. And so in the absence of all of those washroom facilities, there was a lot more issues with the lack of washrooms. So city administration stepped up in a big way very quickly, and we do have a temporary outdoor washroom pilot happening right now, but it's only going to take us till October, and this lack of public washrooms issue is not going away. And to be honest, I don't think the pre-pandemic situation was really working all that well anyways. I don't think all these little Band-Aids, I don't think EPL probably appreciates being a washroom to a lot of folks as the primary use. So I would very, very strongly, and I think Cherie and all of our colleagues would agree, that the public washroom strategy that was started in 2018, seeing that come to phase 3 or phase 2 or whatever the next phase is a huge priority. We've realized these washrooms need to be staffed. That is expensive, but it's working on White Ave from my understanding. It's working on Churchill Square where we have them staffed by Boyle Street Ventures. And it's something that simply needs to be funded and much more widely available across our BIAs.
Thank you. And I'm hoping even those sorts of things we can discuss tomorrow on investment in the downtown and what it could do. So thanks, Panita. I'm not going to get all 4 of the BIAs I represent in this round, so I'll have to do another. But let me go to 124th Street in Lawam. I'm just going to ask you a simple question. What would you like council to hear from the 124th Street Business Association? Whether it's praise or concern. Please take a moment to do that.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Councillor McKean. This is 5 months on the job. I think what I would like to hear, councillors, is that this position is such a unique position and an opportunity really to build bridges between our businesses as well as cities as true partners, like to echo what Cherie said, true partners in making Edmonton a really great city to live, work, and play in. And so I'm just looking for more of that attitude of collaboration and working together. And I think that's what our businesses are looking for, is the sense of we're all in this together, that the city council and this administration really understands and hears their concerns and are willing to do whatever needs to be done to make sure that we survive this economic downturn and come out ahead at the end.
Well, my assumption is there's going to be a lot of in-city and maybe regional tourism. And would you agree that our BIAs are, in a lot of ways, key tourist destinations?
Of course. I think, we're all working hard to make it an attractive place for people to visit and spend time in. And one of the things that the BIAs take on a lot is that beautification of that area. And I know the businesses value that that part of our work that we do, and I think the support, and sometimes there's budget constraints that comes with it, but I think that's definitely going to be part of what we're looking forward to, and that's what I know, speaking for my BIA, that's what I'll be working towards in the next little while, and
Thank you, Luan. You got thrown into a challenging position at a challenging time, but representing a wonderful part of the ward I represent, but also the city. I just want to thank you for your good hard work to this point. And I'm going to stop talking and go to Councillor Henderson for his question.
I'll take the chair back, Councillor McKean. I'm back, and go to Councillor Henderson. Thank you for steering. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to ask Ms. Klassen some questions about the Old Strathcona piece of the puzzle. One of the things that was really intriguing to me, was, and there may be some benefits that came out of last year, was our quick entry into widening the sidewalk spaces, just rethinking how White Avenue worked. And I think there were probably some learnings from that. I know we've got a rethink of White Avenue coming up, because I think there's a rebuild coming up in the relatively near future. So I'm just wondering where things are at on that, and if we've done it slightly differently this year. It seems to be going okay, but probably the jury's still a bit out on that. But I'm wondering if you can talk about that a bit, because I think there's some choices and decisions coming up that we're going to have to make.
I'd be happy to chat about that. I think that's been our expanded sidewalk program has probably been the most successful thing that we did in the last year. And it's kind of fortunate that this crisis gave us the opportunity to try something that I think we've probably been advocating for years. So last year at the end of the pilot, we did survey businesses and patrons. And what we heard was a pretty overwhelming support to bring them back, at least seasonally, if not permanently. We pulled them together with a $10,000 budget last year, put out some picnic tables and some inventory, thankfully, that the city had. This year, we quadrupled that budget and tried to make a little more significant structures in place. We also, didn't have the same space to work with last year. So we were told by traffic operations that White Avenue had an increase of traffic demand on it. So we had to quickly come up with a more, creative approach. And I think it'll be interesting after we survey this summer to see how it's worked out. We've had a lot of positive feedback that the water barriers look really great because they're colorful. I think the challenge is that it's still not enough space. I know already this weekend, I heard from some businesses with the first sort of weekend of reopening, the sidewalks were packed late at night. And so, this is a really good example that as we start to reopen and people come flooding back, we're fortunate in our Main Street district that people do tend to come back rather quickly, and the sidewalks are already, very crowded as well. So my understanding with the whole renewal process is some of that renewal for White Avenue is being pushed as part of the overall infrastructure renewal to 2030. Because I think there was about 3 blocks on White Avenue that were designated for, I think, in the next 3 years. And I believe that's going to be moved to 2030 for the whole revamp of all of it together. But that's certainly something from our board's perspective. We would like to see White Avenue completely reimagined. It needs to be pedestrian first, especially as we come out of this, because we're seeing so much new development, the corner of Gateway Boulevard. With new development, that's going to be high pedestrian corridor. It's also our most dangerous intersection. So yeah, we would love to use this as a perfect example of how White Avenue needs to change.
I'm wondering too, and I don't know if it takes any of the pressure off, but we're just in the, that idea of opening up the laneway space, the back alley space, and making that more public and pedestrian. I think that has other advantages. I don't know if it'll take the pressure off the number of people walking on White. Any sense of that yet? We've got a little bit of it done, but it's probably way too early to tell, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that it comes down to, and the same could go for scooters. I hate to bring that up, but I
know, I hear you. Yeah.
People want to be on White Avenue. People want to be on our main streets. And so we need to give them the space where they want to be. I'm pretty convinced that if we had a multi-use active transportation lane right on White Avenue, we probably wouldn't have the problem that we are having with scooters. And so the same could be going for, bikes, skateboards, all of those things that people want to be on the destination street, not on the side streets. So
just, one other quick question before I run out of time, because the other interesting part of this is part of the resistance to this in the past was not wanting to give up those parking lanes. And I'm guessing that thinking amongst the merchants probably has changed, because as we found in all sorts of other places, the parking lanes aren't as important to custom as people walking and biking and whatever by. So does it feel like that understanding is now set in, or is that still going to be a tension?
I think it's always going to be a tension. We did just survey a bunch of our businesses and residents across Edmonton for our business recruitment strategy. This year, when we did our expanded patios, we made sure that there was lots of curbside pickup. So I think it's always going to be a challenge, also with patrons too, where to find parking. But I think parking wayfinding could really help us with that. And that is something that we could use assistance from the city, is just to show people where there's parking. But that's always going to be a struggle. And I think that people just need to understand, where there's some sacrifices and what the benefits are.
Great, thanks. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Councillor Knack is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of you for being here today. I'm going to start with the business improvement areas in the ward here. So I'll start with you, Alan. I think I saw you were here, correct?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how are you doing?
You?
So I just wanted to check on a few things. First, maybe more high level. And I think we somewhat talked about this last year, but I just want to explore it a little more. Obviously, there's been a lot of work over the last year, 2 years. We heard around how the city is trying to allow the business improvement areas to be a bit nimble, recognizing that the Northwest Business Industrial Area is not this retail destination, generally speaking. It's not meant to attract a lot of foot traffic. I guess I want to check in and see sort of how do you feel in terms of any response to things that you raise, the issues that you bring up. Are you seeing a similar response, even though it might be different issues? I want to make sure that you're still having the opportunity to have the things addressed that are coming up when they arise.
Yeah, I feel quite well supported. Our main issues are infrastructure, transportation, things like that. So I have a pothole patrol that we try and report potholes and get them fixed as quickly as possible. The response in our area has been very good. And they recently resurfaced and widened 184th Street a little bit. That's another big success and really helpful in moving traffic in and out of our area. So overall, the response from the city's been great. I think working with Jeff and Charles and James it's been great for us.
So that's great to hear. And yeah, 184th Street is so much smoother. It was so much more relaxing to drive on. Oh goodness, that road is terrible.
Yeah,
so
a welcome improvement.
Is recognizing that had been a fairly major project that we were interested in advancing. Have you sort of taken some time to think about what the next priority is? Is it the further widening of that road, because not the entire road hasn't been, I think, fully addressed the way we'd like, or is it something else that you would want to flag for infrastructure needs?
We did some work with infrastructure planning committee. Also, they've got 111th Avenue a little bit higher priority. It's not as bad as 184th Street was, but there are some problems along that road. So that's scheduled for resurfacing and improvement probably, I think, in the next 5 years or so. So that would be another higher priority one for us.
Yeah. Well, and glad to know we already have it on the list, and so in between now and then, it's just having that pothole patrol to keep on top of it there, so we can keep it running as well as we can until we get to the full work.
Right.
The other question I wanted to ask a little bit on is with regards to transit, and I know we made some adjustments when the on-demand started to help fill in a couple of gaps there, particularly for one of the businesses that was previously had direct transit. But I want to just get a sense of how you're finding and appreciating that not everyone might be fully back to work in the same way we had that we would want at this point, but any initial thoughts that you're hearing from your members around the transit service, around different options to help make sure that those who aren't driving to work in the area are supported with a proper public transit system.
Yeah, you're right. It's a little early to tell. Their workforce isn't up to full capacity right now, so as a result, the transit isn't being used as much as it could be or would be if they're back to full production. But it is being used, and from what they're saying is they're happy with, again, the response from the city and ETS. So I think it's working.
Good. Okay.
The words I used with them were "no news is good news," so I haven't heard any complaints. So I
Fair
believe
enough.
it's satisfactory for them.
I like hearing that. One thing I'd be interested in to keep an eye on is, because I know only a part of the area is served with the on-demand system and the rest have the fixed route. I'd be curious what the response is from the two different user groups, because I actually wonder if in an industrial area where the shifts aren't always at the same time of day, if the on-demand might be a more beneficial system overall for an area like that to be a bit more responsive, or if the fixed route is better, but just something we might want to keep an eye on as we go forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay. I'm out of time, but I definitely have to come back around to talk to Mr. James.
Thank you. Councillor McKean is next on the second round. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm actually thinking of a subsequent motion, given that O'Damon will still have 4 BIAs, and whether or not we might look at redistribution of somehow of representation on council. But I might ask administration for their thoughts. But first off, the wonderful North Edge and emerging North Edge Business Association, Lorene Villarabo, I think you're on the call.
I'm here, yes, hi.
Thanks. Well, I wanted to ask you, I asked Luam a question, which was basically, what do you want council to know? And I know that your work on uplifting the Main Street, 107th Avenue, is a real goal of yours. And I visited Habisha Market recently and the work she's done out front to make it lovely. So your thoughts?
Well, we're working really hard on the sidewalk cafes, and you probably noticed from our area, we've got quite a few more than what we've had in past. So that's very progressive. And now we're focusing on 107th Ave. I guess my concern, I would want council to know that we are doing some revitalization funding, retrofitting of the streetscaping along 107 Ave. But I am concerned that we've missed the opportunity to try and create a more intimate street along 109th, that thoroughfare passing north through downtown into our area. And those connections back and forth are really critical. I'd like to see some look at that space just to see if we can't make that more of an enlivened space, to reimagine it, try to narrow it, make it more intimate. So that's a piece. The funds that we have under revitalization are not significant. And I know that we have very few funds, but there is also some things we might look at there.
You've looked at places like Stony Plain Road and Alberta Avenue with some envy and wonder if 107th Avenue couldn't get that sort of treatment. Is that correct?
Well, 107th Avenue in scope is, we don't really have the ability within the revitalization. It's not in scope to actually look at the width of the sidewalks or the street configuration at all. And I'm just concerned that that area really does need some public infrastructure investment to stimulate private investment. So yeah, that is definitely part of the request, is to look at that. Also, the other thing that comes up is infill redevelopment supports and incentives. I see the area trying to grow, but it's quite costly to redevelop it with infill in our area. And as the councillors well know, we have many spaces where that infill can take place, but I'm concerned that developers are telling me that the infill costs are significant. I'm wondering if council might not look at that.
Yeah, that's a really good position. Let's you and I talk about that further offline, please. I want to get to Wen, Chinatown. Wen, are you on the call?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked before, and that is just, I know you've had social disorder issues in Chinatown for forever, maybe. And I know that, I think you know what our plans are around supportive housing. We have 5 projects opening in early 2022, but just tell me what it's been like in the area and what you want council to hear.
I started this work in this office last year, less than 2 years ago. And in the last year and also this year, our board also still believe security is our #1 priority. So Chinatown is unique. We have too much social disorder. And for this year, we started as a security, even without enough budget. We started our private security from April to cover all the way to October. On top of that, we believe the beautification is another second priority. We applied and was approved a grant, 25K. And how? But we believe it's not enough. The reason why we didn't apply all the way to 75K because that's a matching requirement. For this year, CCC will help us a lot. We had a meeting with the city manager, Andrea, and the peace officer, Troy. They help a lot. We have too many encampments in this area. Usually, it takes 2, 3, even 4 weeks to remove those encampments. It's our experience. They come back right away. Let's say if they do, if the city removed in the morning, they come back the following day, even the afternoon. So this we even cannot catch up. This our according to our statistics, before pandemic we had around 150 businesses, but now according to our estimate, because we don't have the exact number yet, around 100 120 businesses. So on top of security and purification, I believe there's low economic recovery is another luxury for this year. We are planning to redesign a Chinatown website. We hope we can, with the help of city, we can attract more businesses in Chinatown.
Thank you very much. I'm way out of time. Mr. Mayor, I'll probably do another round.
Sorry.
No problem. As you noted, you have several BIAs. So, Councillor Henderson is next. Actually, sorry, Councillor Katarina is still in the first round. I'll go to him next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, thanks to all the BIAs for their work over the many years in that. I wanted to give an opportunity or ask a question of the 3 BIAs that I represent, and that's Beverly, Fort Road, and Alberta Avenue. And maybe, I don't know who wants to go first, but the #1 priority right now, given the circumstances that we're under, certainly economic recovery is top of mind, but what is happening in your area that's maybe stalling that you absolutely would put front of mind that you need help with going forward. So I'm going to give Jay a call out first. Jay Bald, you're new to Alberta Avenue. Welcome. I think it's been a couple of weeks maybe on that. So I'll give you an opportunity to give me your take on what you've seen in the short period of time that you've been there.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. You're right, I am 45 days into the job, and I've gone from, dipping my toe into the water to jumping in the deep end and really starting to identify some things that need to be worked on. I would say that, keeping on the theme of Councillor McKean's question, what do we want council to know, is that, overall, this district is very supportive of the bridge and supportive housing units that have been set up in our region. We are very appreciative of the public washrooms that have been set up along our avenue as well. There is need for more, as well as funding for 2 people at each public washroom, and they are very well used. I would say our greatest need right now you know, coming into the job, I understood it to be, you know, the long-term planning and business attraction and retention. However, that requires a lot more relationship building and a lot more work to be done along the avenue with all the vacant properties and vacant spaces. But right now, the biggest priority is relief and recovery of the businesses along the avenue. And how we're working on that right now is really driving our Eats on 118 campaign. So for your knowledge, our summer is going to be very, very strong on driving people to the avenue to just experience all these diverse restaurants. And in fact, last week, as you know, the new concert series at Northlands at the racetrack, I believe it's called Together Again. We met with the organizers last week to ensure that our restaurants will be part of that concert experience in some way, shape, or form. So what we've done is we've changed our whole mindset from our Eats on 118 campaign, from campaigns and promotions to direct in the weeds relief and recovery efforts, everything that we possibly can do to drive people to the avenue. So that's really the number one priority right now that we're working on. And again, 45 days into it, there'll be other elements that will pop up. But thank you for the question.
So would you, obviously, Ms. Klassen, I think for me, was really pointed cleanliness, safety and security is going to be the main reason why people are attracted to certain areas. So, but I want to give Deanna a chance to make her case for what they need on Fort Road and also Beverly. So, Deanna.
Hi, Mr. Caterina. Wow, we've survived a tsunami, or are getting to survive a tsunami. We're doing well, actually. We've lost a lot of businesses, just like other business districts. It's the ones that had longevity that pain you. They were all at the north end. We kind of survived a bit. We've got roadway going on, as you know, the Yellowhead and 66th Street, which is causing a bit of a problem, but we worked that through. We've only got 2 lanes, one southbound, one northbound.
Sorry, Deanna, can I stop you there? The expansion of the balance of the truck route from Yellowhead to 66 that had been delayed for a number of years until appropriate time. I believe that's going to help you once that's completed. I know it's annoying right now because of the lane closures for the work being done under the bridge and that sort of thing. But with Kathleen Andrews' garage there, the influx of employees, on and on, that's a benefit, should be a benefit to Fort Road.
Definitely. We've got a theme for our web page that says all roads lead to Fort Road. And if you look where Fort Road is, no matter what direction you're coming from, you're going to be on Fort Road. This is long-term pain, but I'll tell you something, it will benefit a lot of people. We lost a few businesses on the north side. The expropriated, like Hughes, there was a number of people that had been there for many years, but we can't make the progress without it. So we're dealing with it. I do have the project manager's contact, and if we have any problems, I definitely contact them. We have something that I don't know if everybody's aware of yet, but the old Canadian Tire store, Alberta Health Services are going in there. And it'll be opened up in 2022. That's a large facility. I think they're now up at Northtown Mall, and they're delighted to be on Fort Road because of its accessibility from the LRT to whatever. And they'll have a lot of professional services out of there. It's my understanding in May, I think it was May 27th, that Treaty 8 is going forward, or I don't know if they got all their funding, but they're going forward with their project at Station Point. When that's happening, I don't know. I haven't heard the final thing. I had talked to Walter Tashenko, and they had to get 3 levels of funding for that.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. We're okay. We're surviving. We haven't died yet. I do want to thank the city for helping us out with our levy. I do wish to thank you because with 80,000, That's what we've been working on for 9 years. We've actually made it.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Essinger on the first round.
Thank you very much. And my first question will be to Ms. Hayward. And she is new to Crossroads. She came in the midst of the pandemic. So I guess I'd like to just ask what you see going forward is your greatest opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger, for that question. And yes, I have taken on the role as of January of this year, and I've only been here during a pandemic, but we have been working very hard to advocate for our members and get the Westmount Mall back on board and re-engaging with the Westmount Mall members. We've seen some success, but still face many challenges with so many vacancies right now. We need to kind of turn our efforts into economic recovery and business recruitment and retention for our area. I think that needs to be one of our main focuses as a BIA. I am very grateful for the leadership of the City of Edmonton, for our partnership, for grants, and the commitment to working with businesses. And I'm also very grateful to the commitment from Jeff's team, Charles and James. They've been tremendous help as my time as an ED so far with the Crossroads BIA, along with the Edmonton BIA Council, who works fantastic together. Sharia is a fantastic chair. She does a great job at really keeping everybody together. And of course, the Alberta BIA Alliance for helping me learn my new role. I am looking forward to getting to know our members and really focusing on business recruitment. Obviously, some of the main concerns we see within Crossroads are still infrastructure repairs that we've been working on, trying to create a more vibrant district so we can promote more business and help those that are still just hanging on throughout this pandemic.
Thank you very much. And I know you've worked really hard to reach out to the community, and many of them have commented. So thank you very much for your hard work so far. I look forward to that. My next question is from Ms. Sasserville. I guess, Ali, I just want to know two questions. What are you most proud of in the last year, and what's keeping you up at night?
Well, the pandemic keeps me up at night, probably like everybody else, and worrying about some of our really small businesses. But, one of the things that I know we all get together and we talk about the challenges, but, we have had some good things happen, and like many other BIAs. I mean, we have 2 new medical buildings coming on side, and the Jean Zwazdesky Center is nearing completion. So we have had some positive things take place in our BIA. But again, the social issues are definitely, continue to plague BIAs, and more effort from all parties, the province, the feds, not just our city, because our city's doing good work, but we need everyone at the table to move these kinds of agendas along and get the supports that we need. And I actually, I heard one of our councillors earlier mention the ward of Oakhaven. And, one of the other things that I think it was Councillor McKean who mentioned it, but our ward will have 4 BIAs moving forward. And that is a lot. It's a huge undertaking, as you know, because Bev works tirelessly with our BIA, and we chat quite a bit. And I can't imagine how much work that will be for one counselor to have 4 different BIAs, and none of them really any easier than the other, to be honest. So that's something that I'm a little concerned about moving forward. Yeah, but overall things are, it's a pandemic, and I think we're all doing what we can.
Thank you very much. And I'm very saddened that KDA is no longer being the ward that I've represented. But we'll work strongly with Jamie. I guess I wanted to have an opportunity to talk about, you tried something new during a pandemic, your holiday parade. Maybe you could just talk about that, because it was incredibly successful in the midst of a pandemic.
It was actually quite funny. We thought we would do something local for the neighborhoods that surround us and have a literally one city block long holiday parade. And we invited businesses from our area, and they did some creative work, you know, with hashtags. And if you saw this, you know, enter this code and get a discount and, you know, stuff like that. But we did it. We threw it together on a very, I want to say, shoestring budget. And at the end of the day, it turned out to be such a huge event, so well supported that we had complaints about the lineups and, you know, the traffic jam that it created between us and I think all the way down to 111th. And it was, I mean, it was great, but that was definitely some challenges. And we are getting some calls now to make this an annual event. So who knows what will happen.
Thank you very much and congratulations. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Henderson on the second round.
Yeah, I'm just checking to look and see. I'm not seeing anybody from the French Quarter on, but I'm guessing someone's here. Is there somebody on from French Quarter? It wasn't my imagination. Well, then I can't ask any questions, I guess. All right, I'll ask them offline from them sometime in the future. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just wanted to chat a little bit with Mr. Janes as well. So welcome and congratulations, by the way, on the new branding. I've, although it's been out for a while now, it's looks wonderful. You're there. I just send a comment into the ether. Well, the branding.
Yes.
Oh, there you
yes,
go.
I am. Thank you. I was just shocked by the positivity. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
So I think my big question for you is going to be, as we get ready for the single largest infrastructure project in our city's history, I want to get an idea of how you're feeling about it, how your members are feeling about it in terms of the relationship with the project team, with our construction company that's been awarded the contract, and if you get a sense that we're going to be as proactive as possible. I recognize we will never be 100% perfect on something like this, but that the right systems are in place now or beginning to form up now so that when the heavy work starts, we're not going to be caught off guard.
Yeah, Councillor Knack, you will probably know my predecessor in a previous incarnation of the board on Stony Plain Road Business Association opposed the LRT. And there's been a significant, I think, paradigm shift in our organization and directly then many of our businesses as well. And we see this as a great opportunity for new development and a real idea of transforming Stony Plain Road from like an artery to a main street. As we say sometimes, drive to rather than drive through. So, that's really important. I think since I've arrived, I've done a fair bit of work working with the West Valley LRT line people, and it's been great. Having a contractor in place is also excellent. I think I want to share a little bit of a story with you. When we met with Stantec and people from operations and roadways and things earlier in the year, I came to them with a bit of a conundrum because as we're looking at neighborhood renewal, and we have 4 neighborhoods, actually almost 6 neighborhoods, coming forward with renewal that really intersect with Stony Plain Road. And one of my deep concerns is how much construction fatigue can a BIA handle? And kudos to that team because they went back and addressed some concerns that we had in our back alleyways immediately and brought them up to an operating standard so that over the next few years, we will be able to utilize those areas a lot more as we're looking at wayfinding and having a low level LRT that runs down the middle of the street. It's really important that we're able to have wayfinding for parking, have people navigate when they can turn and not turn. So a huge thank you to James Robinson and Daniel's team for what they did around that. You know, there will be things, certainly the West Valley LRT group has been consulting with community leagues and neighbors all the way through. It's a significant development. And as you know, Councillor Knack, we have waiting for that LRT project to be completed. Then we have significant redevelopment happening in the area, a lot of transit-oriented development. And I think my last count was we're looking at over 20,000 new residential units coming into Stony Plain Road and that area. So how we manage that population explosion and how the city looks at that is incredibly valuable. I think how we manage growth as a city, we have the city plan as a great roadmap for that type of thing. I have some concerns about the district plan and how that will look, and how we will build main streets to attract those 15-minute communities. And I think Stony Plain Road is, I might be a little bit biased, but really well positioned to take that on and to have Stony Plain Road return to its original economic corridor, but even explode way more.
That's awesome. I agree with you, and I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina on the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to give Wes an opportunity to maybe outline what the biggest challenge still exists in Beverly. It's come a long, long way in the last decade, certainly, and many positives. Redevelopment of Abbotsfield Mall, the new naming, an attraction to a lot of business. But what's still a challenge for you guys in Beverly? Wes, are you there?
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Wes. Did you hear my...
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the question, Councilor Caterina, and it's a pleasure to speak to everybody this morning. I've been sitting here waiting patiently for my turn to talk. And I want to talk more about the positive sides of things that are going on in Beverly. Yeah, we have definite challenges, and it's hard to pinpoint one significant thing that's a challenge out here, but we've been going through a major rebranding for Beverly. This is all based on a CARES grant that we received in the end of 2019, and because of COVID, it was delayed for a year. So it's now going to come to an end at the end of September. So a lot of changes here. There is definite economic growth. I can look at the value of building permits out here, and they have grown significantly year over year. The branding is basically two parts. So we've got a great digital new website with social media. And then the second part, we're going to be changing all of the street branding, all the street pageantry. So we're looking forward to that. That should be done by the end of the summer. Yes, Riverview Crossing, the ownership group has done a fabulous job of turning that whole shopping center into what they envision a community hub. And it's going to be a long work in progress, but it's definitely going to help this area along. So for the most part, things are very, very positive here. Yes, we're having our challenges with social issues and so on, but we're definitely in favor of the supportive housing, and we work with the individuals that come in and are involved in the area with that. And so in terms of challenges, again, there's many little challenges. We could use better partnerships from operations. This is one of the things that the BIA Council had stated, but I want to give some people a shout out. Our economic team has done a fabulous job helping me along, helping us along, and especially the new infrastructure specialist, James Robinson, who's been working with us tirelessly trying to get our rebranding in place. So overall, yeah, we have our challenges, but things are moving along here economically. There's development happening. Our building permit numbers are up, and we look forward to more and greater things.
Councillor Caterina, anything further?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that the BIAs are so critical to the economic recovery and just to the city in general. And I think this pandemic has showed us that there are things that we take for granted, maybe that we shouldn't be. And I think sort of in-house tourism is going to be extremely important to get to know our city again. The challenge that we've all had staying home, and now your BIAs are the destination locations for stay-at-home tourism and that sort of thing. And the amount of work that's gone into it by all of you has been incredible and will continue on. And just to acknowledge that being in a BIA, you are left with an extra levy that others do not maybe understand, that you're actually paying additional monies to us for that help. So I've always kept that in mind. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wondered if Mr. Corbould is still on the call in the room. I wanted to give him an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns that were raised, in particular around social disorder encampments and public washrooms.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McKean. Really, I'll be quite succinct to say, we continue to work it every day. I do believe we're listening to all the BIAs, and we have done things like, one points of contact, particularly for those who have a particular issue within their BIAs. This is not, a problem that's going to go away tomorrow. We all know that, but without the longer term solutions that we also continue to lobby for and work on. But I hope that the BIAs will find us to be responsive in terms of addressing their concerns on a day-to-day basis, as we've been trying to do.
And would you agree that some of this will improve with the lifting of COVID restrictions, more just sort of natural surveillance on the streets?
I strongly believe that a lot of this will improve with more people downtown, which is one of the reasons we've certainly been pushing hard for our revitalization of downtown efforts, including the cleaning of streets, which was mentioned, and some of the other initiatives. But we need retail back downtown. We need the businesses to be successful back downtown. We need mostly people downtown. And I think that will improve. I don't think it'll solve the social disorder issues entirely, but it will be very helpful to have lots of Edmontonians back downtown enjoying their space and watching and seeing.
Well, and tell me if you think I'm wrong. We've had additional bridge housing coming on or about to come on, and then the 5 supportive housing units opening early 2022. That will have to help take the edge off some of the social disorder and other issues. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's all these things together. It's the collective of all these things that will help, and that will be a big piece of the solution as well. As I mentioned before, we still need to continue to work on preventing the pathways into poverty as well. And then, as I've also discussed before, from a COVID perspective, I think we're going to have to turn our attention, once a lot of people who are doing well do come downtown, we'll have to turn our attention to the longer term mental health issues that will inevitably accompany well beyond the physical COVID recovery.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I have sent a potential motion to Ms. Gibson, and to you, and it really is to just, in a sense, analyze and look at if there was any other way to redistribute BIAs to individual councillor representatives. If I was reminded that O'Damon, which is the altered Ward 6, could actually have 5 BIAs with the redrawing of the boundaries. And if you, and Little Italy, though not officially a BIA, walks and talks like one often. So, you know, let's call it 5.5. And I think there are some city council members who do not have anywhere near that. And I don't say this to, well, maybe I'm going to help the next councillor for this area, but also just to get more equitable representation for the BIAs on council. So I don't know if Ms. Gibbs could put that up. There it is. And yeah, Q1 2022 to bring back a bit of an analysis or options to do this. So I'm making that motion.
Can we hold off just a moment on that? We'll make that the subsequent. Since we've got 13 other reports, I think I'll come back to you for this in a moment. Actually, I want to flex as chair and move receipt of information of the 13 reports. And then I'll come back to you for the subsequent, if that's okay, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, certainly. And the reason I wanted to do this, I haven't asked any questions this morning because I think the ward councillors who work more closely with the individual BIAs clearly demonstrated today that they are tuned in to the macro issues of the challenges Main Street is facing, all of our main streets are facing. Those voices of small business that we have heard from and that we have come to love and respect in different parts of the city, where those mom and pop shops and that unique blend in each one of these districts really adds to the quality of life of the whole city, and especially the neighborhoods that people can walk to. I mean, these are the 15-minute districts that already exist in our city, and they are assets to be resourced and amplified, as opposed to, you know, I'm so glad we rebranded them a few years ago from business revitalization zones. The vitalization is there, and it is in the work of the executive directors who we've heard from today, the volunteer boards who come together. And remember, it is at the initiative of the businesses that money is collected to do this, to pool resources, to make positive impact. And that was especially challenging the last few years because of the pandemic, with the situations business had faced. And so it was a very easy call for City Council to thank all of our partners in the BIAs for their extraordinary efforts during this really challenging time by assuming the fees for this year. That's not something we're going to be able to do regularly. Our resources are extremely tapped. We're starting to hit the limits of what we can do. So just wanted to be realistic that, you know, we want your members and businesses to be open for business as soon as it is safe to do so, so that they can thrive and pay all of their bills and bring people back to work and get these streets hopping in a way that, you know, hopefully that pent-up demand for street life, I mean, we're already seeing it on the patios, I think will be huge as vaccination ramps up really quickly here. So hopefully we're almost through the worst of this, fingers crossed, but you've been such incredible partners, not just through this pandemic, but in all of my time on council and getting to work with a couple of BIAs around Old Strathcona back when I was a ward councillor. And so I just wanted to say on my own behalf, since this is the last touch point with the BIAs before a number of us evaporate, including me, how grateful I am for the partnership and the effort and the resilience, and just hang in there. I think we're almost through this, and the best is yet to come. So so best of luck, and I'll always be cheering for you. And I just wanted to offer that gratitude from this seat while I'm still in it for a little while longer. So I'll leave it there. Go to Councillor McKean, I think. Did you want to add something?
No, I'm on for my subsequent.
Oh, on for the subsequent. Anybody else wishing to speak to the receipt of information? Not seeing any. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillors Walters and Cartmel. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That is carried. Thank you very much. You can hang around for the subsequent if you're interested, but you know, we respect you all have lots on your plate. But again, gratitude to each of you. Each of you are city builders, and we're glad to work with you. Councillor McKeon on the subsequent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. I hope you can put that up again. So my motion is that administration provide a report to committee outlining options to bring more equity to the distribution of business improvement areas to individual council members. Not sure about the language actually, but really it's just, as I said earlier, these BIAs, you know, as you just said, Mr. Mayor, do such fantastic work and so critical to the culture, not just the business culture, but the overall feel and flavor that make Edmonton unique. And we play a role, you know, we should be there to help when they need contacts with council, and sometimes they need contacts for us to reach into administration and ask some questions on their behalf. And like I said, if O'Damon, the new ward, is going to have 5 plus Little Italy, that versus maybe some councillors having 1 or even none, I wonder if there might be another way to look at the representation on council. They're split up by geographic area. I get that, it's very important, but even O'Damon is bordered by a ward on 124th Street being the cutoff. So maybe there's one easy fix that 124th could be shifted to the other ward council or shared in some way. So I'll leave it there. I just think it's something that would help the next councillor for O'Damon for sure. But we've heard others, Councillor Katarina having 3, others probably have that many, and there might be a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKeon. I think administration, maybe just, I guess, some guidance or advice to administration. There may be some canvassing of the new council and the new mayor. There may be some different ways to do this. It occurs to me that there might be, you know, I mean, there's 13 BIAs and there's 13 members of council, and so maybe there are initiatives or a chance to champion one or really embed and divide them up. Because I know, you know, for example, certain councillors in more suburban areas of the city who have no BIAs, but feel linked to and interested in the success of our small business community would like to find a way to get involved. So maybe there's some kind of buddy system or opt-in for folks to say, you know what, I don't have a BIA, but I want to be connected to that Main Street life and I want to be connected to those issues. So I'd like to sub in to help councillors who have more than one manage that load and maintain those relationships in a partnership. So I'm just flagging that as one suggestion, and that might be political rather than administrative. But an administrative report flags it as a transition consideration and would allow for some of those discussions to unfold. But that's just one suggestion that comes to mind that might be helpful to broaden out engagement in these BIA issues with members of council who don't necessarily have those features in their wards, which might be beneficial, I think, all around in terms of business friendliness and connection to, you know, we do, as we say, swear our oath to the whole city, not just to the ward we come from. So getting active in other areas and initiatives, I think, has been very helpful to our culture. And I think finding some different ways to do that with our small business community is actually a really interesting prospect. So I'm glad you brought the motion forward, Councillor McKeon, and you know, the council of the day can iterate this, but I think there's something there. So good suggestion. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just a quick observation that Ward Métis is the other one that's going to, because French Quarter will go to Ward Métis, which means that'll be 4 BIAs in that ward. So between O'Dayman and Métis, they will have 9 of the
Hey,
13.
Ray. I'm just
So-
on the, I'm with mayor and council right now.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's okay, they muted.
oh, okay.
So
Carry on.
anyway, just an observation that ironically, this is probably going to get more concentrated, not less, in 2 wards. That will leave most people with 1 or none in terms of council. So thanks.
Good point. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and I really appreciate Councillor McKean bringing this forward. But his suggestion that perhaps there's a way to buddy up with the different wards, because 2 of the BIAs are right on the borders of my future ward, whoever take that place, if not I, it might be an opportunity to maybe co-partner some of those. So hopefully we're looking at a broad range of possibilities, that's all.
Good flag. Yeah, there are a number of those border conditions where it may be self-evident how to handle that as the boundaries change, and new councillors may have connections and knowledge from in some of those areas too from past work. So I think it'll emerge, but that's a good flag too. Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, I think Councillor Esslinger said what I was thinking, that we have worked together, Councillor Esslinger and myself, with Alberta Avenue, as we are both responsible for a portion of it. They do cross boundaries. Fort Road is the same, where there's 2 wards that it intersects, and working with Councillor Paquette on that. So having that additional help or additional counselor involved in these, I think has worked well for the ones that I've been involved with co-counselors responsible as well. So a good idea to take a look at it, obviously, and see where we can add more voices, more counselors supporting these BIAs, and I think for the ones that maybe haven't been involved in the BIA, or it's pretty rewarding. I would put that out there, that there's a really good challenge for all councillors to have that understanding of what BIAs do, and again, as I said before, the additional monies that they pay in their levies, and maybe that sort of clears up what our responsibility as a city and as a council is to all the BIAs when they're asking for help. So I like the motion, and hopefully some good suggestions come back.
Thank you. Any further thoughts on this? Closing thoughts, Councillor McKean?
Yeah, just really quickly, I know, for example, that a number of my colleagues have rapport and relationship with people in Chinatown. And Councillor Cartmel recently has been helping in the background on downtown initiatives, which I really appreciate. And so I do think they're not as clear cut as geography sometimes. And I hope there's another way to look at this. I just want the BIAs to be represented. Well, they're so critically important to the future of the city. And, if you've got 5 or 5.5, you're probably just not going to give it the kind of attention that you would if you had, as you said, one per councillor, or sharing those duties. I think it'd be a really beneficial to the BIAs and the council members, who would get to know parts of the city that maybe they're sort of not aligned to right now. And so I think it could be very positive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote.
It's spiraling on me, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. All right, so next up would be the offsite levies bylaw. Maybe just before we get into that, I'll flag that we've had a few more scheduled discussions about the potential conflict now with items having been added Wednesday afternoon to community services. We thought that was found time, but since community services is also starting later, the 9:30, the morning slot may work for some of these items as well. So I'm just going to ask you to hold 9:30 in your calendars on Wednesday for continuation, and let us know offline if that's going to be an issue, but that may work for us. We may be able to make some time-specific decisions later in this meeting today, and gobble up that morning time that seems to be free right now and deconflict with community services. So just a heads up on that. Please ponder that. We won't make decisions just yet. I see that may be an issue for at least one member of council already, so we'll keep working. Okay, in the meantime, let's get the presentation on 6:15, the offsite levies bylaw.
Good morning, committee. I'm Stephanie McCabe. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy, and I'm joined today by several members of the Planning and Environment Services Branch and our presenter, Lindsay Butterfield, the Director of Urban Growth and Open Space. Today, administration is presenting a bylaw report to adopt the City of Edmonton's facility offsite levies bylaw 19340. The purpose of this bylaw is to allow for the collection of development levies to construct new fire halls in developing areas of Edmonton. Administration is recommending support of this bylaw, and it is ready for 3 readings. We have a brief presentation outlining the purpose, strategic alignment, and engagement on this bylaw to date. I will now turn it to Lindsay Butterfield to deliver the presentation. Lindsay?
Thank you, Stephanie. City administration and our industry partners each play a really important role in financing the infrastructure and services required and expected by Edmontonians to enable a high quality of life and a healthy city. Next slide, please. Adopting new tools to finance the city's growth is an important component of the city plan's growth management framework, which integrates policy and infrastructure planning with financing development in priority growth areas. In addition, the Reimagine report recommends ways to respond to the current economic challenges and ensure the city's ongoing financial viability, including increasing cost recovery levels and the increased use of cost distribution and sharing tools. Offsite levies are one type of tool at the city's disposal that may be used to defray the costs associated with infrastructure and support growth. An offsite levy can be charged for capital costs of specific infrastructure as listed in the Municipal Government Act. The infrastructure must have an identified benefiting area, and the method used to calculate the rate must be transparent. The levy we are presenting today aligns with the Municipal Government Act. We will be charging a fee at the time of subdivision for future fire stations, representing a shift in cost from ratepayers to those who most directly benefit from the fire station facilities. Next slide. The city plan has set city building goals for Edmonton and identifies levers of change to achieve those, including partnerships and policy. Although the city's revenue will continue to include traditional sources such as taxation and grants from other orders of government, new funding sources are required to keep tax rates within publicly acceptable levels and maintain affordability while supporting an excellent quality of life. Once the bylaw is approved and implemented, offsite levies will help to support the city's financial viability by increasing the use of cost distribution and sharing tools. Next slide. Following analysis and consultation with industry, administration is recommending that bylaw 19340 be used to collect development levies for the construction of fire halls in developing areas of Edmonton. Fire halls are well suited for offsite levies in this phase since their catchment areas are well defined, they serve an important emergency service and safety role in communities, and they reduce the cost of new housing construction for homes within the fire response catchment area. In terms of future growth areas, fire stations will be identified as refinement of growth projections and planning is completed. The addition of new future fire stations will be included through stakeholder engagement and council approval. From a policy perspective, the collection of offsite levies aligns very well with the recently adopted fiscal policy on revenue generation, that's policy C624, which provides a governing framework for allocating service and infrastructure costs across the community. It provides a guide on fiscal decisions with the fundamental question of who pays for what, in what amount, and why. This results in an equitable distribution of costs according to the accrual of benefits to the community. Facilities constructed with funds collected from levies will incorporate direction from city policies related to city facilities, some of which will impact the offsite levy rate. Next slide. The costs included in calculating the offsite levy rate include the cost of land, design, construction, and furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which include one fire truck for each facility. Design and construction costs also include those associated with meeting the city's policies, such as the percent for art, climate resilience, and building energy standards, and so on. These costs are based on the city's design standards and guidelines, and therefore are part of the capital cost and included in the construction budget. Based on our analysis, the city will recover about 40 to 45% of the total construction cost for the fire stations once all land in communities is developed. The remaining share of the costs, so approximately 55 to 60%, will need to be paid for by the city through other sources such as grants, tax levy on a pay-as-you-go basis, or through tax-supported debt. The average offsite levy rate is estimated to be approximately $17,500 per hectare, and that rate will vary depending on the size of the catchment area and the cost of the fire hall for each specific fire station. Next slide. Administration has built a positive working relationship with our industry partners in city building, which has paved the way for an environment of open and transparent engagement on this offsite levy bylaw. Administration and industry engaged in facilitated and meaningful discussions on a broad range of topic areas related to development and implementation of offsite levies, including things like the methodology used, calculations, the scope of the bylaw, and the logistics of collecting fees. Consensus was not achieved on the approach to each area of discussion, and there were clear points of diverging opinion between administration and industry. For example, some industry representatives do not think the costs associated with city policies such as public art or environmental building standards or facility equipment should be financed through levies. However, administration's position is that these elements and their costs are grounded in city policy, standards, and requirements for the facility, and as such should be reflected in the cost and the offsite levy rate. Next slide. Should council adopt the bylaw 19340 as written, it will come into effect on January 1st, 2022. For next steps, administration will continue the work of engaging with our industry stakeholders in the governance framework for the bylaw, advancing technical elements needed to support ongoing implementation, including revenue and expenditure tracking and analysis, as well as developing and updating processes to collect the offsite levies. Next slide. Thank you very much, and we're happy to have any discussion or answer questions as required.
Thank you, Ms. Butterfield and Ms. McCabe. We have two speakers registered on this one. We have Mr. Cole and then Ms. Cunningham-Shepley. Mr. Cole, welcome from UDI. Go ahead.
Hi there. Quick sound check. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of Executive Committee. I'm Mike Cole, representing UDI Edmonton Region, who, as noted in Edmonton's report, is a key stakeholder with respect to offsite levies. We provided a letter in advance of the meeting here today, which I'll quickly reference, and then will be available for questions. As city builders, we believe that growth should pay for growth. Fundamentally, smart growth is growth that pays for itself, and we support the inclusion of fire halls as an offsite levy. This concept is generally aligned with all other forms of major infrastructure that developers fund, and as it directly benefits and provides a core service to residents of that community. We believe the bylaw is generally reasonable. However, as noted in admin's report, we did not come to an agreement on all items. Although we believe it's generally reasonable, we support the bylaw with 2 recommended modifications. The first is the definition of the construction cost of the facility. Provision of a fire hall directly relates to the safety of new community residents. Accordingly, we believe that this cost as a levy is reasonable. City policy costs above and beyond this level of service, which is related to safety, are broader city-wide related goals. And from a fairness and equity perspective, as well as the risk of double taxation, these costs should not be borne by specific residents of a new community, but rather be borne by the city as a whole. As an example, climate resilience is a city goal, and therefore the benefiting basin is the entire city and not just a specific community where a net zero building might be built in. For these reasons, our recommendation is to amend the definition of construction cost in the bylaw as requested in our letter. Secondly, appurtenances, which is not only a difficult word to say, but it's an extremely broad term defined in the bylaw. And that term can significantly increase the risk and due to both the unknown amounts and the cost of the levy. While some of these costs are directly related to the capital costs of a new building, some are arguably not, such as furniture, fixtures, kitchen supplies, fitness equipment, and fire trucks. And they also set a precedent that again carries significant unknown risks and costs. We also believe that the city is collecting tax revenue from new residents in the community for the ongoing operations and maintenance of services, including fire services. So it's in our view that the scope of this definition should be limited to specifically remove from that bylaw part 4 of the definition. We believe all other costs included in this definition are reasonable. Lastly, we believe the standards included in the report are critical to successful implementation of the bylaw. Although the standards are provided for information here today, we believe that it's critical to ensure that admin have flexibility to continue to work with industry and adjust it as it makes sense in line with the guiding principles in attachment 3. In doing so, we will help to ensure the effectiveness of the policy as measured by advancing infrastructure and services to residents in a fair, equitable, cost-effective, and transparent manner. We look forward to continuing to work with staff on the governance components of the new levies, as well as the standards themselves. Lastly, we'd like to express our appreciation for the work on this very complex file. Staff have done an excellent job at engaging with a broad stakeholder group, and we believe that we can work together to achieve our common goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. And thanks for industry engagement all the way along on this. Next is Laura Cunningham-Shepley.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Iveson and Council. Today, the EFCL is requesting that we be included in the future exploration of levies and other tools that are included in the city's growth management approach. We are interested in finding innovative ways to help fund neighborhood amenities in new and existing neighborhoods. This will be where much of Edmonton's future growth will happen. As we look to densifying our neighborhoods, people will not and already do not have the same detached house yard that they have had in past years. As the city and the EFCL finalize the next 10-year tripartite agreement from 2022 to 2031, which clarifies our relationship around supporting neighborhood recreation using local infrastructure, we recognize that access to public spaces has never been more important for Edmontonians. From outdoor recreation amenities that are being well used to the spike in requests that leagues have received in the past week for their use of their space, we know that these amenities are essential to Edmontonians. The EFCL and its member leagues have a unique relationship with the City of Edmonton and contribute to the vibrant social and recreation fabric of our neighborhoods. This summer, we are seeing leagues and city builders come up with innovative ways to use the amending agreement for some commercial use, to engage more Edmontonians locally. As an example, leagues have begun to host farmers markets with local neighbors bringing and selling their products. As identified in the fiscal policy for revenue generation, the city recognizes that service and infrastructure costs must be shared in some way amongst the tax base and benefiting parties, and equitably distribute these costs accordingly. Section 2.3 and 2.4 of this policy also identify the recognition that infrastructure assets at time benefit a wide or narrow geographical area, and so these levies will vary. Although the League infrastructure and amenities do not belong to the city, they are located on city land, and they go through extensive review and approval process with the city, as well as extensive neighborhood engagement in order to be constructed or renovated. As the EFCL looks to review the existing infrastructure of the 126 halls across the city this summer, we anticipate that the findings will show an ongoing need for attention to aging infrastructure in a time when government funding has shifted. We know that currently leagues that have been working on major renovations or rebuilds are facing numerous hurdles for funding, with grants being scaled back, fundraising efforts challenged by volunteers who often have so much already on their plates. Recently, the Ritchie Community League wrote to the City of Edmonton to request either a redevelopment levy or off-site levy be applied to those who choose to build new infill housing in Ritchie as a way to partly fund their new hall. They know that these new neighbors will benefit from the walkable local amenities and want to explore a new approach with the city. Again, we are requesting that the EFCL be included in the future exploration of levies and other tools that are included in the city's growth management approach. We see benefit to the EFCL and its member leagues as city builders to be at the table in these vital conversations on how we can all work together to address our shared goal of building great neighborhoods that people want to live and play in, where they have access to public spaces that are safe, updated, and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for our speakers? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here today. I'll try to be quick and only take one round. So first of all, to Ms. Cunningham-Shepley, I guess my question for you is, has there been substantive changes in the way that community leagues are supported and funded, over time? Are we encountering issues around maintenance of infrastructure and renewal of infrastructure that we haven't encountered before, or are we encountering the same things, but past funding supports just aren't there? Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I think exactly that funding resources that were previously there before have changed. Specifically, we know our CLIP grant was cut back in the fall. The CFEP grant from the province has been reduced significantly as well this year. Leagues have not been able to access casino revenue for the last almost 16 months now. So we know that leagues are in a very difficult space in terms of being able to access funds for these builds. So I think, just overall, the EFCL is interested in exploring new opportunities with the city on how to generate revenue.
Those are relatively short term, at least theoretically anyway. Those are outcomes of the pandemic and the restrictions and those kinds of things. If we were to see a return more or less to normal, do we need something like an off-site levy approach, which is a much more permanent long-term solution to what might be a relatively short-term problem? Does that align, do you think?
I'm not convinced it's a short-term problem, Councillor Cartmel, and I do think this summer we're going to have a better glimpse of the state of our amenities. We don't right now have a good sense of, even the cost to repair the leagues to the standards that we want our halls to be at. And so I think at the end of this summer, we're going to have a better sense of those costs. We know that we want Edmontonians to use these halls more than they have been in the past. We want these places to be more vibrant. We need them to be to a higher standard than maybe we've held them to before.
And one of those would be perhaps to be provocative about it, is a bit more commercial activity in some of those halls to maybe leverage those rooftops more hours of the day and more days of the week. Is that fair to say?
I think that's one approach, absolutely. And I think we've seen leagues already capitalizing on that approach to just explore new ways, for sure.
Thank you. And then to Mr. Cole, maybe just picking up on that thread for a little bit, I guess, and this might catch you a little bit sideways, Mr. Cole, but does UDI have a view at all in terms of, and to say it in a provocative way, land that is municipal reserve land, that's licensed land, that's segregated when developments are first created, that then might be used for some commercial pursuits in order to support those leagues and see those leagues thrive and survive? Do you have any particular thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question. Our engagement, specifically in offsite levies, hasn't really looked at that line of question, and so I would say we don't have a view from industry broadly on that one through the engagement, nor have we specifically engaged on that question. I think it's a great question, something worthwhile looking into to get some more industry stakeholder feedback for sure. One thing we did do as part of the stakeholder meetings is look at different opportunities from an overall facilities perspective. The broader offsite levy carries with it fire halls, wet rec centers, and libraries, all great community amenities that we all want in our communities. And one of the overriding goals is to advance that. Some of our discussions talked about we have a surplus of commercial space on the market right now. Is there an opportunity there? So we've really touched on some of those questions, not specific to your question, but there's so many opportunities that I'd love to keep exploring with this working committee.
That was one of the, thank you, Mr. Cole. That was one of the questions that I have for you specifically was any discussions around existing commercial space, again, particularly coming on the heels of the pandemic. There may be less consumption in the commercial world for some of that space. Has there been discussions about repurposing, about perhaps adding the fire hall to the end of the neighborhood strip mall, perhaps adding the community hall to the neighborhood strip mall? Has that been explored or even brought up in your discussions?
It was brought up, Councillor, more specific to the conversation about libraries. We didn't really explore that opportunity specific to fire halls. Libraries in the preliminary conversations made a little more sense around that. But again, with the commercial space and opportunity to find ways to advance infrastructure and finance it in the most efficient and effective way, I think there's opportunities to take a look at
that. Thank you. I may have another round. Thank you for your responses, both of you.
Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, Mr. Cole, I was struck by one of the things you said, and it raised a question that I was going to ask administration, because, I'm noticing that we're proposing still to pick up 60-65% of the cost of a fire hall, which seems to me automatically deals with the question of larger city benefit versus local benefit. And I don't know how we arrived at that number. That was one of my questions, but that whether or not things like sustainability should be in or out, it seems to me is automatically dealt with the 65% we're picking up. And I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that, because you're still not even paying half of the cost of these things.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. It's probably a question best for admin. I believe under the intention of the new bylaw, any new facilities and the construction costs contemplated, including those appurtenances, I'm going to embarrass myself by trying to repeat that word, but are to be funded by the development industry in full. So I'm not sure if that number also includes operations and maintenance costs, or perhaps a blend of older facilities, maybe out of scope. But I'm sorry, Councillor, I can't answer that question.
Yeah,
I believe the intention
I want to
was
give you a chance to answer it, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what's being presented here, because I thought that we were not that the costs were still being split between the city and the levy. So maybe I'm misunderstanding that. And I'm not sure the rationale for that, quite frankly, which is I was going to ask of administration. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond. Okay, I'll ask that of admin. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go back to Councillor Cartmel for the second round? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Really just one more question. Mr. Cole, has there been any discussion about the development and or the building industry actually building facilities? So rather than contributing to construction of a fire hall, I guess is the conversation today, but actually building it on behalf of the city and transferring it as a built asset, like much like we do with roads and sewers and the rest?
Yeah, great question. Through our committee discussions, and the committee has been meeting on this for quite some time, and like I said, it's a very complex file, and those sorts of questions have been discussed, but not with a lot of breadth, I would say. So it's certainly an opportunity, and it's a question that we've raised at committee, knowing that with the passage of time here, the goal was to get a bylaw presented to council, something that we could also move forward with and continue to refine the process, the work in the levy itself.
Do you have any apprehension moving forward on this bylaw from that perspective? You've raised the two, the operating equipment, if I can say it that way, and the building standards. But because that conversation is not yet closed, either in contributed infrastructure that exists or that which would be built, do you have any apprehension with proceeding with this bylaw from that perspective?
Councillor, I believe that most of the pertinent details on the bylaw are within the standard itself in terms of how this bylaw will be applied, and that ongoing collaboration with city and the development industry. So I think it's important that those standards don't remain static, that they remain flexible, and that admin has that flexibility to, this is a new tool, and we're going to learn together on this. So that flexibility to be guided by the principles of the tool itself, I think, is the most critical part.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses today.
Thank you. Any other questions for our panelists this morning? Not seeing any. Thank you both for those comments. We'll now do questions of city administration. Trying to remember who had selected this one. Councillor Hamilton, you'd selected it.
Yes, but I don't have questions, so I think Councillor Cartmell may have some questions. If
Okay.
you'd like to go ahead of me.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. I was just clicking on. I guess to Mr. Cole's questions, first of all, is there potential to refine a few of the elements in the bylaw? So, contributed infrastructure by way of operating infrastructure. I believe the truck was listed, but I'm wondering about more of the more standard FF&E. And sort of from this perspective, I can see the the potential for, because you really can't have a fire hall without a fire truck. But there's a lot of that other type of stuff that you fill in. If you turn the building over and shake it, everything that falls out is FF&E. The fire trucks might be pretty particular and pretty expensive, but the other stuff is stuff that we have in all 800 buildings that we own and operate. So I guess I'm wondering if there's some refinement that might be made there on that question, first of all.
Councillor Cartmell, if it was the will of committee to refine the bylaw in that area, administration could do that in terms of to clarify that one component of it. Ms. Butterfield, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope, I think you're correct. If that's the will of the committee to refer to council a slightly different version of the bylaw, we can definitely make that change.
Okay, thank you. I guess second question then around the building standards and trying to meet climate change goals and more energy efficient buildings, and in that way, kind of picking up on what Councillor Henderson was speaking to, ultimately, regardless of who builds the building, it becomes a city-owned asset, fair to say. Yeah, and we operate it and maintain it going forward.
That's correct.
So if we were to essentially, if a building was built without meeting those standards from the outset, the city is faced with then upgrading what becomes a city-owned asset to meet those standards. Is that kind of the thinking we have?
That's correct. And also the thinking was that there's just a number of policies approved with the 1.5 report that went forward, and for administration to advance a bylaw that wasn't in alignment with our climate resilience policy C627 and the emissions neutral building standard, it would not meet a number of other policy standards that have just recently been approved by council.
Right.
However, if it was the will of committee to change the bylaw in that respect, in terms of who pays for that component, administration could also make those changes to the bylaw.
I'm not as sure as that one myself, to be frank, so I'll listen to what others may have to say. However, on the 1% for art, I wonder a little bit about that. Particularly when we're talking about contributing basins, you know, if this bylaw goes forward, then we're looking at offsite levies in particular neighborhoods that don't necessarily tie and align to the fire station in that neighborhood. We're going to have a priority piece. Am I right on that? Am I not?
Ms. Butterfield?
I'm going to refer that question to Rhonda Tui, who's here and who's leading the Percent for Art policy revision.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cartmel, I'm not quite clear on your question, but generally the art, we are decoupling the art from the specific facility, but generally the art would be in that area. That would be the intent. So I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yeah, and I'm not articulating it very well, so that's my fault. Essentially what we're doing is we're creating new basins that are going to contribute off-site levies, and those off-site levies are going to go and pay part of the cost of a series of fire halls. But it's not necessarily, you know, if I live in Heritage Valley and I start paying an off-site levy, it's not the fire hall in Heritage Valley that's necessary.
It is.
Next. Oh, it is?
It is in the basin, yes. Only those who benefit from the fire hall would be contributing. So it is within the basin.
All right, thank you. So that's helpful. And so then if we maintain the 1% for art, then that follows that the art would be in that basin as well.
Perhaps not right adjacent to the fire hall, but in the basin is the principle.
Right, okay. I have other questions about the art policy, but I'll save those for another day. Thank you. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that a little bit, because I think the test here seems to me what's local benefit versus what's citywide benefit, correct?
That's correct.
And I, arguably, if the fire hall doesn't get built, I mean, because we're also beginning to talk about a carbon budget. So any fire hall that's built that doesn't meet those standards will be a drag on a citywide carbon budget, right? But all the benefit will be local. I mean, if there's no fire hall, there's no drag on that budget, correct?
That's correct.
So, and I think probably the same is true for the things that go inside that. There are things that we can't, the fire hall's not functional without, there's no point in building a fire hall if it doesn't have, at least one engine, that doesn't have, that if there's nowhere to sit, if it's not functional. And the rest of the city is, it only makes a difference to that one neighborhood, whether or not. That's the point of this. I'm not trying to be protective about this, but if the principle is local benefit, all of the local benefit of everything that goes into that fire hall is also local, correct?
That is the idea, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, so expecting the rest of the city to pay for something that has local benefit is what we're trying to get ourselves away from here.
Yeah, but I also don't think, Councillor Henderson, that it's exactly that black and white, and that's why we
fair
brought
enough.
the committee for your discussion, is that we've got a number of policies, the climate resilience space with our carbon budget coming up, and so for administration to advance this, but for it not to align with our policies would put us, I think, in a very challenging position.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah,
I think it is gray in terms of that interpretation, and it's not exactly black and white in that interpretation, and that's why we called it out in the report that it's still an area that administration and industry weren't able to get on the same page on. So we wanted to highlight that for you through this.
It's just interesting to me if the same rules apply to the carbon budget that apply to our fiscal budget, our financial budget, then I think it becomes clearer because the benefit is all going to the local area on the fiscal budget, which is why, and the benefit and the expense of carbon is all tied to that facility as well. So I just want to clarify a little bit more because I was a bit confused, and it actually does raise a question about that 65%, 45%, but that's because we have areas that are already subdivided where we cannot, so is there a fairness issue that we need to deal with there? I'm wondering about that, and especially if we're not bringing this in until the end of next year, it would be in everybody's interest to madly subdivide before it comes in. And I'm wondering how we're going to deal with that question.
Well, the challenge is that we can only collect at the time of subdivision. So you got to pick a line in the sand and an implementation date and work towards that. And that's where we've landed with industry and administration's recommendation to council.
Okay. All right. So there's, so there's no way around that because it is. And so the portions that we would be picking up is in neighborhoods where they're partly subdivided already.
Ms. Butterfield, could you add some more context to the question?
Absolutely correct. That is the primary reason why the city is still picking up a significant portion of the costs. And the other reason, which we've talked about at executive committee previously, is because we don't want to apply the levy to industrial areas. So we want to maintain some competitiveness with our industrial land.
And they may overlap in catchment areas then.
Correct. So the portion that is industrial would be picked up by the municipal share.
That's clearer, but so in my suggesting that it had to do with local versus citywide benefit, that's not what's at play there. What's at play is that we will have areas that are already partly under subdivision that we will have to deal with. Does this change? And I think probably ARA is the same. Will this change the kind of order that we do fire halls? Is there any danger where some money, city money's in, or where we have to come up with budget that is going to skew that order? That there'll be greater pressure from areas where it's 100% to the levy to get there first? Have we thought how we'll deal with that question?
Ms. Butterfield, have we worked with finance on that?
Yeah, we've worked with finance. We've also worked, we do have staff on the call here from fire services. And that's something that will have to be taken into consideration as budgets are put forward, because ultimately the go ahead to construct a fire hall will still be part of the budget process.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Cartmel for a second round? Go ahead, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just a few more questions then. We're talking specifically about fire halls today, but I wonder if we had if city administration has any perspective on the possibility of repurposing existing infrastructure to be used for a fire hall as opposed to building a new structure. Speaking about carbon budgets and energy efficiency, it's better to have all roofs occupied than build a new roof today where there's a roof that's not occupied already. Thoughts?
Understood, Councillor Cartmel, and I do know we explored many different options through the engagement process. Ms. Butterfield, was this explored for fire halls?
It wasn't explored for fire halls specifically. I believe we asked the questions, and maybe somebody from fire could step in, but there are really specific building requirements for fire stations specifically. I don't know if there's anything to add. I'll look to Brian or Joe who are on the call.
Go ahead, Chief Zeptali, you can weigh in on that one, Chief.
Yeah, I think like the levy itself would not preclude us from using an alternative approach, such as a lease, provided it meets our programming requirements. And we know a lot of that is based on distance and time and the catchment area. So provided we're meeting those and we can meet our programming, those are opportunities that we can explore.
I suppose there may be some code upgrade concerns there as well, like fire halls are post-disaster versus commercial properties.
Yeah, Councillor Cartmel, with Adam Lachlan here.
Yeah.
You have to look at it on a case-by-case basis on the basis of the facility, the condition it's in, the ability to retrofit, So really tough to answer at this level of policy discussion.
Yeah, fair enough, Mr. Lachlan. I guess the question is, this doesn't necessarily, to Chief Satilny's comment, it doesn't necessarily preclude looking at those options if those options are offered.
That's correct. It doesn't preclude it, just tough to answer it at this level of policy.
Right, fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, just lost my train of thought here. Bear with me for a moment. I'll flip to the Community League question while my other question returns to me. Have we thought about what this looks like? And I guess, you know, for me, the first question would be what is being proposed perhaps by EFCL is not necessarily a consistent, constant, and predictable revenue stream. Any comments on that from that perspective?
Councillor Cartmel, offsite levies for fire halls is really one phase of a multi-phased component of work, which is called our growth management framework. And through growth management framework, we're going to need to figure out what the next bodies of work are. We don't know what they are now, but agreed with the concept that EFCL brought up today in terms of we're going to need to figure it out and infill, because we do know there are going to be infrastructure requirements and infill, and we're expecting, you know, as city plan is implemented, that the vast majority of our growth will be in re-intensifying neighborhoods. So that is a large body of work that we look forward to working with EFCL and many other city building partners on over the coming years.
Does that require a motion to have that consultation work take place?
It doesn't require a motion on my part. We absolutely will commit to be working with EFCL and many others through that body of work.
Very good. Thank you then. So my final question is this. We have an affordability question right now, and I know that it, you know, takes a fair bit of time to bring these things to council, but more recently we've seen affordability pressures both with the stress test on mortgage qualifications and with material costs for housing. So the offsite levy does add that cost, and it's not necessary. I get why. I support it conceptually. But at the same time, should we not be trying to minimize as much as possible what that added cost is to that person trying to qualify for a mortgage on a home? So that speaks a little bit perhaps to building standards. It might speak to the 1% for art. Thoughts on that?
Councillor Cartmel, it's a really complex question for sure, and you're right, there is increasing costs for new home construction in Edmonton. The industry has been really feeling the pinch. You know, pinch is probably not the right word, but there's been a lot of increasing and uncertainty with material supplied, as well as a lot of demand right now. But we do know that we've got a number of policies that council has recently approved that if you don't necessarily pay for it right now, that you're going to pay for increased operating costs into the future. On the energy side, as an example, increased costs with increased greenhouse gas emissions, especially with carbon pricing coming in. So we do believe that we've worked with industry side by side through the development of this bylaw, and from what I can tell, they support the bylaw that's before committee and council for your consideration, in that it'll get fire halls that are much needed in neighborhoods, and it'll get us a good funding source to help with the construction of those fire halls that are needed in developing neighborhoods. So of course, this is a challenging thing to do at this time, to bring forward a bylaw that administration recommends that's an increased cost on industry at this time. But we do believe from a city building perspective and a long-term sustainability perspective for our neighborhoods in Edmonton that this is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Sorry, I had missed a little bit of the discussion. However, I am back, and I just wanted to ask first from Chief Tilney, and then from the administration also, in regards to offsite levies. When we're talking about fire halls, are we, since you know, when a fire call comes in, then fire engines from all over the place, they respond to this scene there. In this case, either capital or operational, are we talking about um, having more kind of territorial issues with the fire hall and the equipment?
Thank you, Councillor Banga. I think this, the offsite levy, providing us with a station that meets our programming and time targets, as well as a pumper in each station, which is the standard across the city. When we're trying to assemble a full first alarm, we'll start to pull in resources from other stations. And so the initial phase of this, the fire station may only have one pump in it, but we may need to move a ladder rescue there to, depending on deployment and risk and how call volume evolves in the area, we may add that later down the road to meet the demands of a much larger area to assemble our full first alarm force.
Okay, so in your mind, you think, is it least efficient way of doing things? First, you with what you have in that area, and then you move on to the next phase, I suppose.
Good question, Councillor Banga. I think this is the most efficient way. One of the parts to this is identifying the timeline so that the fire station can be built and complement the build outs of the area. And you know, what we would not want to do is not have a station there and then have the developers have to pay extra costs to fortify and protect buildings that fall outside the 10-minute response zone with better fireproofing. And so this does allow the timing to be more critical. And as with the Reimagine work, we're looking at better standards for or improving our standards around when a fire station is built.
Okay. The question for the administration is again, I think it probably is going to be easier to calculate the capital costs, but are we talking about operational costs too in the offsite levies? Like, how do we know if one fire station does not have enough equipment, and then it borrows from other neighboring stations most of the time or all the time? How would we address that?
Councillor Banga, I know we addressed this through the review of the bylaw. Ms. Butterfield, can you add the details?
Yeah, so there are a couple things here. One is that through the MGA, we're not able to charge operating costs through the offsite levy. So that's the first thing. In terms of the sort of network approach to safety, health and safety that fire services employs, we wanted to make sure that each fire station was operational on its own, and those were the items in the capital costs. Now, yes, there are often times where one station helps out another station for emergency events, as the chief explained, but those weren't incorporated into cost nor made up any additional cost.
Okay, and were you concerned in the efficiency of the system altogether with when all the equipment and all the fire equipment and also the areas are separated into little portions or you could say territories?
Yeah, so again, one of the reasons why offsite levies make so much sense for fire stations is because they do have specific catchment areas related to response times. And so our concern was really about what is the capital cost that makes each station functional and able to be operated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. We've got time specifics at 1:30. Do we want to tidy this item up now? It does go up to council. So we could, if we're ready to make that recommendation, if there's further debate or amendments, there's an opportunity to do that at council. But I'll just check now to see if anyone's willing to put the motion on the floor.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Is there any debate today? Again, we'll get another crack at it if we need. Councillor Hamilton, did you want to jump in?
I don't have anything to say, but I think Councillor Cartmel does.
Councillor Cartmel?
I'm sorry, I should be using the system. Only to say, Mayor Iveson, I just want to check in and confirm. I think what I heard you say that refinements or amendments could be offered when this goes up to council as well.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And that would give some time to write them offline rather than refer it back to. So if there are to be some amendments, they can be entertained there. But understanding that that's the case, if we're prepared to send it up to council with a recommendation today, that's what's before us. And I hear that you may offer some amendments, so noted. But in the interest of time, if we're able to send it up today, if there's no further debate, we'll get discussion at council, I'm quite sure. So seeing no one else on the board, please vote.
Apologies, Councillor Walters. I can see you're in the right place, but your vote has not come through.
I've attempted multiple times, but verbally, yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. All right, when we come back at 1:30, we will start with the AUMA President's update verbal report, followed by the A1 funding strategies for A1 second item at 1:30. So we'll see you in 90 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back. Call us back to order and start with a roll call. Councillor Vice Chair McKean.
I am here.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And any other members of council joining us? Councillor Katarina, I can see on the board.
Good
Councillor
afternoon,
Zadig.
Mayor.
I'm here too, Zadig.
Good
So am I.
afternoon. Councillor Banga.
Councillor Henderson also.
Councillor Henderson. I see Councillor Knack as well. Councillor Essinger as well. That's just
Here
about
as
everybody.
well, wearing a slightly different hat.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, welcome everyone.
Good afternoon, Don.
Oh, Councillor Paquette. Wow, that's
sorry.
almost a full
Mr.
house.
Mayor.
We're still working on the continuation options, so we'll come back to that later. Since we have guests here, we'll launch right into it here. So, Mr. Morishita, are you there?
I am, Your Worship, thank you.
Mr. President, Your Worship, which do you prefer?
Yeah, Barry is good.
Oh, nice to see you, Barry. Welcome, and we're glad to have you and your colleagues. This is maybe a little more convenient than how we've done this in the past with the panel, but nonetheless, we're grateful to have you all here with us. Do you mind introducing your delegation?
I will do that, thank you. So with me today is Mayor Kathy Heron, City of St. Albert, Vice President of Cities up to 500,000. We have Councillor Peter Demong from the City of Calgary. He's a Vice President of Cities up over 500,000. And we have Councillor Andrew Knack from, of course, your fair city, who's the Vice President of Cities over 500,000. As well, staff with us today, we have Dan Rood, the CEO of AUMA and AMSC, Nicole Martel, who is our Executive Officer of Policy and Advocacy. We have Rachel DeVos, our Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy. We also have Chai Wei Chung, who's our Director of Policy and Advocacy, and Jeff Henwood, who's our Director of Government Relations. So if you want, I can get right to our presentation, I think. I assume it's up. I can't see that, but.
Yep, it's coming up now, and welcome to all of your delegation. Go ahead.
All right, so we'll go to the next slide. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for the collaboration and consistent communications that we have from AUMA to the City of Edmonton through your members and of course through yourself. Councillor Knack represents the city on AUMA's board and executive committee. He serves also as the chair of the Infrastructure and Energy Committee, and he's participated in our Economic Development and Resiliency Recovery Task Force. Councillor Banga serves as on our board and is vice chair of the Audit and Finance Committee. And we also value the contributions of Councillor Katarina on our Municipal Governance Committee and Director of Environmental Strategies, Mark Brostrom, who's on our Sustainability and Environment Committee. So, of course, with all the regular contacts we have with yourself and the day-to-day interactions of both our staffs, we've collaborated quite well on a wide variety of topics that support our community. Next. So with the help of my executive committee, I'm going to touch on some priority work, and we look forward to your questions and discussions. So they are on the slide in front of you, and we'll have members go through that. So to our next slide, which I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Heron from St. Albert. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. Yes, it is a little bit easier to do this virtually because last year you all remember I got locked in the parkade. So this is a little easier today. So they've tasked me with talking about a few things. The first off being fiscal framework. So the need for a fiscal framework continues to be one of our AUMA's highest priority projects. At our fall convention, the City of Edmonton sponsored a resolution directing AUMA to advocate to the province to reshape municipal finance for a new time to provide municipalities with the tools and measures to meet their budgetary needs. The resolution aligns with many other resolutions that we have on the books and will require a well thought out business case with proposed solutions that the province can look at, as we really don't expect that they will put much of their resources into this request until we put something on the table. As such, we have expanded our research project with the University of Calgary's School of Public Policy to include financial tools as it relates to our future of municipal government research project. That project is now in its very early stages of work, and we look forward to using the results of that work to get the province on board with transforming municipal finances. In the short term, we have more work to do on the local government fiscal framework. The province's decision to delay LGFF for 2 years and reduce the baseline by yet another 60% is very disappointing. If the baseline remains at 722 million, we are extremely concerned about the future state of municipal infrastructure, as this is well below the historical average of MSI and will force real change in most likely service levels. A few weeks after the province released its budget, members passed a motion at our spring municipal leaders caucus asking AUMA to advocate for the removal of the 50% limitation in the annual growth factor, the increase obviously to the baseline funding, and to implement the LGFF in 2023. We have shared that position with Minister McIver and have asked that the baseline funding be set at historical MSI levels, or at a minimum the previous amount of 860 million. Comments by Minister McIver and Minister Taves at Municipal Leaders Caucus suggest there is a willingness to look at the 50% limitation that we would encourage you to support us in seeking that removal, because that constraint removing that will let us keep pace with provincial revenues. Through all this, the province has used municipalities as a target, suggesting that we are flush with reserves and are overtaxing property owners. To counter this narrative, AUMA will be launching a municipal financial health working group this summer. The working group will be responsible to help develop communications to educate provincial and federal stakeholders about the state of municipal finances. It will also be tasked with developing a set of metrics to compare the financial health of municipalities and help inform our work on designing the LGFF allocation formula for non-charter municipalities. An invitation will be sent to Edmonton City Manager inviting you to sit on this working group. I'll also note actually that the City of Edmonton's recent report on government capital investment in Alberta is excellent and provides a much needed perspective on the municipal infrastructure investment made by the province. So thank you for that. AUMA administration is following up with the city administration to explore opportunities to amplify the important facts included in that report. So moving on to the next slide. Another big topic is, of course, red tape reduction. So turning to this municipal legislation, with the release of their regulatory amendments on May 27th, Municipal Affairs has concluded its red tape reduction review of parts of the MGA on planning and growth management boards. These are section 17 and 17.1. The ministry has stated, however, that they may consider additional amendments to the offsite levies regulation based on further advocacy by Build Alberta. Build is asking what it believes will hold municipalities to a greater degree of accountability around how offsite levies are calculated and spent, such as more disclosure and reporting, as well as mandatory audits. Build has backed down from pushing for an amendment to the MGA that removes the ability to charge levies for police stations, fire halls, libraries, and recreation centers. AUMA has made the case both to Build and the province that further regulatory changes to offsite levies are not required. And even Build acknowledges that the vast majority of municipalities who use offsite levies follow a robust process that includes close engagement with developers. Edmonton is often used as a positive example. There are just a few circumstances where developers feel that the money they contribute is not held or used accountably. It's AUMA's belief that the way to address this is through education and capacity building, not more regulations that wrap everyone in more red tape. Municipal Affairs is currently engaging stakeholders on 5 governance topics addressed in parts 1 through 8 of the MGA. These are cross-lot servicing, code of conduct for elected officials, intermunicipal business licenses, viability reviews, specifically the enforcement of minister directives, and the scope of petitions. The last day to provide written submissions on these topics is June 15th, unless there's an extension that's granted. Most of the stakeholders involved in the sessions on code of conduct were asking for a more fulsome review process on this topic and more time to seek input from councils or association members given the political nature of that issue. Municipal Affairs is working towards making amendments to the governance part of the MGA during the fall 2021 session of the Ledge. The red tape reduction on parts on assessment and taxation, which are 9 and 10, will take place in 2022. Following the completion of the assessment model review in the fall of 2020, implementation of temporary tax relief measures for the oil and gas sector, Municipal Affairs indicated that they would be developing a more comprehensive review for assessment of regulated properties and releasing this plan in the first half of 21. The release of this plan has been delayed and is currently unclear how or if it will align with the red tape reduction reviews of Part 9 and 10 of the MGA. AUMA's administration values their collaboration with the City of Edmonton's Intergovernmental Affairs Office to compare notes and coordinate our input on all things MGA. So thanks. And the next slide. This is about our pledge. So during the Municipal Leaders Caucus in April, AUMA sought input from members on a pledge for candidates to uphold the principles of local democracy. Those principles being keeping local elections local, maintaining the independence of nonpartisanship, demonstration of transparency, and engaging in respectful behavior. Based on feedback received, we finalized the pledge, which we released at the end of May through our website and on social media. As an association representing local leaders throughout Alberta, AUME has a responsibility to promote constructive political discourse about the many challenges Alberta communities currently face. The association feels quite strongly that local democracy must be protected. AUME developed a pledge as a voluntary commitment candidates can make to voters to uphold key democratic principles. The pledge promotes a positive, solution-oriented culture at the local level, free from undue partisan or financial influences. It is also intended to help voters make informed decisions about who will best represent them at the local level. Each candidate can decide whether they wish to take the pledge and commit to these principles, but ultimately, it's up to voters to hold candidates accountable. Neither AUMA nor municipalities have any role in enforcing the pledge at all. So those are my three big talking topics. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Peter from Calgary to take it over.
Well, thank you, Mayor Herron. I appreciate that. As everybody here probably is aware, AUMA has been participating in the ongoing Police Act review and has developed several written submissions for the review through our Small and Safe and Healthy Communities committees. Copies of all of our written submissions can be found on our online policing hub. Because the majority of our members are policed by the RCMP, our submissions have focused primarily on RCMP funding and governance, and in particular the need for communities policed through the Provincial Police Service Agreement to have a greater say in setting local police priorities. Justice and Solicitor General has indicated that a report on the Police Act review will go to Cabinet in spring 2021, with any legislative amendments to be tabled in the fall of 2021. So we are anticipating more work on this file once the amendments are tabled. The other key issue for AUMA around policing has been the potential establishment of an independent provincial police service to replace the RCMP, which has a recommendation that came out of the Fair Deal Panel report released last year. If we could move the slide. Thank you. The province's response to the report indicated further analysis and work was required before this recommendation could be implemented, and PricewaterhouseCoopers was hired to conduct a feasibility study, and this study was scheduled to be complete by April 30th, 2021. AUMA hosted a President Summit on Policing earlier this year, and one of two online sessions was dedicated to discussing this topic. At the end of the session, attendees were surveyed about their thoughts on establishing an independent provincial police service. The survey results indicated a high level of support for retaining the RCMP as Alberta's provincial police service. Although attendees indicated that they favor improvements to RCMP governance and service levels, the majority disagreed that an independent provincial police service would be better meet their community's need than the current policing model with respect to service levels, local governance and oversight, and operating costs. We have formally requested that the PricewaterhouseCoopers study be made publicly available once it's complete. When he appeared at the summit, the minister committed to releasing the study, but in his response to our written request, he indicated that the study will be submitted to Cabinet first and remain confidential while it is being reviewed. Then Cabinet will determine whether or not to proceed with establishing an independent provincial police service. He did not recommit to releasing the report publicly in writing, so we do not know if this will happen. The AUMA board has chosen to hold off on announcing a policy position until we know whether or not the province is going to move forward with an independent provincial police service. We are currently working on an advocacy strategy that the province should announce that they are going ahead, and we will share information on this strategy with members through the digest. Moving on to one of my favorite topics, EPR. Alberta Environment and Parks launched an engagement on the EPR framework. EPR Household Hazardous Waste and EPR Packaging and Paper programs in mid-March 2021. The deadline to submit submissions was on May 17, 2021. AUMA has heard 3 high-level feedbacks from our members on AEP's EPR discussion paper. 1, municipalities must be part of the decision-making. Local governments operate major collection sites for many recycling programs. To successfully transition municipalities, we must have a say in how the transition process is designed and implemented, have adequate time to decide, and not feel forced to choose. The transition process needs to be mutually beneficial and understood by producers and municipalities. 2, Alberta should harmonize where possible. AUMA has been meeting with many business and industry stakeholders, and there is agreement that provincial governments should harmonize regulations and requirements wherever possible. We advocate that Alberta takes the lead by starting this dialogue with British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, either through existing structures such as the New West Partnership or at ministerial level discussion. 3, the province must fund the EPR transition for hazardous and special products. AUMA is concerned about who will pay for the recycling and destruction of household hazardous waste while the province is working on a permanent EPR program for HSP. Our understanding is that the current HHW grant will be reduced this year, but the new EPR program will not start until 2022 or later. Due to Alberta Infrastructure cutting back on its funding, municipalities are expected to contribute more to the destruction of HHW, making recycling of HHW unaffordable for many municipalities. AEP cannot share the draft legislation and regulations with stakeholders, but it might share the intent and content of the legal framework with stakeholders. AUMA will continue to follow the development and update our members. Next, the Clean Energy Improvement Program, or CEIP, is a new initiative in Alberta that you and Edmonton knows quite well. Edmonton will be the first large city to pilot the program. CEIP allows property owners to finance energy efficiency and or renewable energy improvements through their property taxes. What makes CEIP unique is that the financing is tied to the property, not the property owner. The AUMA assumed leadership over the CEIP program on October 1st, 2020, after Energy Efficiency Alberta was dissolved. The AMSC was formally designated as the Provincial Program Administrator in February 2021. Our staff have been working closely with City Administration to prepare the program for launch. Our thanks to Barbara Daly, Mark Brostrom, and Christina Hodgson. We are pleased that members of our team had the opportunity to work with the city to secure almost $10 million from the FCM to pilot this program, 2-year pilot program. AUMA's CEIP team has been working diligently to prepare a master program agreement that clearly outlines AMSC's and the city's responsibilities to deliver the program, and how the city and AMSC will work together to achieve a successful pilot. Once the city passes the CEIP bylaw, AMSC will update myceip.ca to outline Edmonton's program details. We intend to begin onboarding local contractors in the end of July, prior to launching the program to residential property owners in August or September in the City of Edmonton, subject to bylaw adoption planned for mid-August 2021. We have also started developing the SEEP commercial stream and expect commercial application intake to begin in spring 2022. Interest for SEEP across the province continues to grow. There are 9 other municipalities at varying stages of development in SEEP, with 10 more expressing an initial interest in participating in the program. 6 municipalities, Town of Devon, Town of Rocky Mountain House, Town of Canmore, City of Leduc, Town of Okotoks, and City of St. Albert have passed SEEP bylaws. As part of the province's climate policy review, the AMSC has identified potential opportunities to further streamline and clarify the regulation. We look forward to this initiative being among the suite of tools to assist municipalities like Edmonton in their energy transition. Next, I'll turn things over to Andrew. Please refer any questions on SEEP to Barry or Dan.
Excellent. Yeah, why not? Let's refer all questions to Barry. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I wish like we were in person because it feels weird just talking from the exact same screen that I've been doing on all of our other meetings. So I don't get to be like sitting at the counter with everyone there. But I'm going to talk about a few items. First up, affordable housing and homelessness. Last year, AUMA members passed a resolution sponsored by the City of Edmonton that calls on the Government of Alberta to invest immediately in the development of new affordable housing, invest immediately in cost-effective health and support services for homeless people with complex needs, introduce mandatory operational guidelines for all emergency shelters. And the response from the Minister of Seniors and Housing stated that the province will continue to work with the federal government to access funding for affordable housing under the Canada-Alberta bilateral agreement, but also signaled that the province is taking action now to get spending under control. Notably, the response did not address the request to introduce mandatory operation guidelines for all emergency shelters, so we have sent the resolution to the Minister of Community and Social Services directly. The AUMA board has categorized the initial response as intent not met, and further action will be required. The province is currently developing a strategic affordable housing plan, and AUMA is participating on the technical housing advisory team for this initiative. Although the team members are subject to a non-disclosure agreement, AUMA administration is working with the Safe and Healthy Communities Committee to pass along key municipal recommendations and considerations to inform the development of the strategic plan. We've also shared Edmonton's resolution with the Technical Housing Advisory Team, and once the plan is formally released, AUMA will engage in further advocacy as needed. Next is the resolution around transit funding. Last year, members also passed a resolution sponsored by the City of Edmonton that called on the provincial government to reinstate permanent long-term transit funding to Alberta's municipalities. The response from the Minister of Transportation did not comment on reinstating funding, but reiterated the provincial government's support for transit through capital projects such as Edmonton and Calgary's LRT projects, investing in Canada Infrastructure Program transit funding, and Green Trip. The AUMA board categorized the response as intent not met. Further action will be taken. AUMA has been working with FCM to get more details on the permanent transit funding announced as part of the federal budget and how this could support the resolution. The Board of Directors recently sent a letter to the Minister of Transportation endorsing an innovative transit software project while also reiterating AUMA's support for public transit funding. We are also developing a submission to the National Infrastructure Assessment using the permanent transit funding resolution as one of our positions to support the importance of transit funding for municipalities. Next slide. With regard to the resolution against Quebec Bill 21, AUMA sent a letter to the Premier of Quebec in December 2020 and released a statement on social media. This met the intent of the resolution. The government of Quebec has not responded to AUMA. In April 2021, the Quebec Superior Court ruled to exempt English schools from the secularism law, which bans teachers from wearing religious symbols. The province plans to appeal the decision. AUMA also continues to provide information and resources through our Welcoming Inclusive Communities initiative to support municipalities in combating racism and discrimination. Edmonton was instrumental in helping AUMA helping us establish the group there, Welcoming Inclusive Communities, over 10 years ago. And AUMA values the city's ongoing involvement. And that's it for me. I'm going to turn it back to Barry, who is on mute.
Thanks, Andrew. Our next slide's talking about truth and reconciliation. I want to first thank you very much for the considerable input we received from city staff on a new guide that we're planning on releasing regarding the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to actions. The guide is particularly important considering the mass grave that was recently found, and we have an additional thanks to your Indigenous relations teams for providing us guidance on our statement on that issue. Unfortunately, the grave is a tragic but not too surprising reminder for all of us that we need to come to terms with the legacy left by the residential school system and support the calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, including those related to missing children, burial information, and commemoration. AUMA is also following the advice of the TRC's call to action number 57 by providing education to municipal elected leaders and employees about the history of Indigenous peoples, including the history and legacy of the residential school system. In partnership with RMA and with the support of Municipal Affairs, we will be launching webinar-based education sessions tailored to municipal officials soon. We know this is not enough, and the AUMA will continue to seek ways to build relationships and work towards reconciliation over the coming years. Next slide, please. So I really don't think I can overemphasize how excited we are at the prospect of hosting our 2021 convention in Edmonton and in person. It's been far too long. We always appreciate the opportunity to work with the city to host municipal leaders from across Alberta. And without the support of our host municipalities, events like the convention just aren't possible. Now, our convention lead has reached out to your intergovernmental and protocol teams to start the collaboration process. And of course, this will be an election year, so there'll be plenty of new municipal leaders to expose to great hospitality and network in the city of Edmonton. So lastly, I want to just say how much we value the strong working relationship we have with the city. And on a very personal note, this is where I hijacked the slide presentation. This is specifically to Mayor Iveson. I want to congratulate you on the positive impact you had on municipal discourse in your time on council and your time as mayor. I know in my period of time as president of AUMA, I've certainly appreciated the council and the opportunity to talk to you about issues and supporting each other through some very contentious times here in the province. I want to especially thank you for your leadership on the real community building files. Things like Indigenous relations, the preventative social policies, the things we see on our streets, particularly most notably lately, the homelessness issue, as well as the municipal leadership shown by you and the city of Edmonton on racism and discrimination, where you've been loud voices in a sometimes too quiet governance model in this province and this country when it comes to those things. And as this will be my last time to meet with you and your council as the president of AUMA, as my time here is coming to an end, I want to thank you again personally how much it's meant to me to be able to work with you, Mayor Iveson, and your council, the representatives that have sat with me, particularly at the executive level, have been second to none. And I will always appreciate this 4 years as an amazing part of my journey. And I've learned a lot and I'm pretty excited about it. So at this time, I want to wish you well. If you're going for re-election, good luck. If you're moving on to something else, I wish you the best of luck in that endeavor. I know you've served well and you continue to serve, and our voices need to continue to ring long after we are elected as municipal politicians. So thank you very much for that indulgence. And with that, I would turn it back to your worship and welcome any comments or questions that you or your council members have.
Well, thank you, your worship, Mr. President Barry, for those kind words and the great summary of the work that AUMA has been up to. And you would understand the challenge that comes with being mayor and a leader in a multi-member municipal organization, and that takes a lot. So my hat's off to you too for your leadership, and thank you for having that dual responsibility. And thank you to each of the folks in the panel who've presented for the excellent work that you've done. It really does take a team to pull things like this off, and AUMA is a really important team that the city's proud to be on. So so thank you to each of you for making that work for us, including Councillor Knack and Councillor Banga as our representatives, particularly. So now that the mutual admiration portion of the event is concluded, are there questions for our AUMA representatives? I'm looking at who selected. I selected it. I guess really I guess one question I have actually is, what's the uptake been like on the pledge so far?
It's been pretty good. It hasn't been, gangbusters, but it's been steady. I think it's been, and Councillor Knack has done a really good job in getting people on social media, and we've tried to retweet and amplify it as much as possible. It's really good, though, that one of our members who announced their intention of running for mayor mentioned the pledge. I've seen a lot of it in campaign announcements, which is good. And I've seen a lot of regular citizens appreciate just the simplicity of it, the fact that it shouldn't have to be said but needs to be said. So, I think it's a steady, constant change. We can't let up on this well past the election, but so far so good.
Well, I think you folks did a great job spelling out why we need this, and it is sad that we need it in this day and age. But the why and the how was well put on Jesperson the other week. So well done and great initiative. And since I'm not running, I can fully endorse the pledge. I think that it'd be a little challenging for, I won't put any members of council on the spot here today. That would be campaigning, but I can say I would encourage each and every person thinking of running for council or mayor or school board trustee for that matter to sign up for the pledge, because I think it's really critically important that this election be about civic issues and not get distracted by these clickbait referendum questions and some of the other agendas that are swooping in when it's the future of our communities and the quality of people we're trying to select to lead them that is really the most important question before Albertans come this October. So I just wanted to say hats off on that initiative and thank you for pushing it. We shouldn't need it, but in a way now we need it more than ever. So that's feedback, not a question, and I've got no further questions, but I see some folks on the board now. Councillor Walters from the committee is next, then Councillor Henderson and Councillor Banga. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you to Barry and to everybody else who was here today for your steady, excellent leadership representing municipalities at your level. So just a moment of gratitude is all I wanted to offer. Thank you. And Barry, congratulations on being really a hardworking and effective president for the last few years. It's been great to work with you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, sorry, Barry, I'm going to make you work a little bit harder though. I'm wondering if you guys have had a chance to talk around the steep pay stuff about the implications of the new federal 0% loan piece. And I'll just say, maybe to frame it a little bit, we did have, obviously Green Municipal Fund, we've had a bit of a conversation. We're not sure where it's going to settle yet. And I know the money that we got for City of Edmonton, actually, strictly speaking, came from GMF, but came through the core program. It preceded the Community Efficiency Financing Program, which is where most of this is coming from. But obviously having 0% money out there that overlaps was, I think, part of what PACE is something that needs to be worked through. And I'm just wondering if you guys have had any discussion or conversation about that, or any thinking or any thoughts on it.
So Councillor Anderson, we have initially talked about it, but I'm going to turn to staff if we've heard any more specifics about that, those conversations with FCM. Dan, do you have anything on that?
No, this is one we're researching. So it just kind of was announced a short little while ago. So we're working and researching this and seeing if it can leverage our program or if it's our SEEP program or the SEEP program, or whether it's something that kind of works in conjunction with it. So don't have an answer yet, Councillor Henderson. We are working on this one, and probably within the next couple of weeks we'll have a much better understanding.
No, I didn't expect an answer because I know I just wanted to make sure that you guys were part of that discussion and conversation going forward and have sight on that. I mean, obviously the danger is that it gets complicated and this all gets slowed down again, which I don't think anybody wants to see happen. But it would be I would, without giving details, because I don't think there are any yet, I would really recommend staying in close contact with GMF. Because stuff is fairly fluid right now in terms of a response that's also designed not to slow it down. And I think the feds don't want to slow it down either. But there's some work that's going to have to be done quickly on this. So thanks. I just wanted to do it as a heads up and just to see if you guys did have any thoughts to add to my knowledge on it. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Barry, thank you for working with us on AUMA for the last, I can recall 4 years, and I don't know how long you've been there, but anyhow, it's always great to work with you and hear you, and you will be missed. Anyway, I'm also going to ask you a question. When we have one of those resolutions and we say intent not met and further action will be taken, what further action do we mean?
So typically what happens then is our advocacy team takes that initial response, they develop a few strategies to move forward on. Those usually come to the board or executive to act on. So they might include, and they certainly aren't limited to, like a public campaign of some sort. It could be more specific minister meetings. It could be developing a kind of a multi-stakeholder approach to getting some answers. You know, one of the things that's happened in the last little while is just the sheer volume of some of these changes and non-answers that we're getting. And so it takes a lot of effort, but certainly on those issues where we're not getting straight answers, we're requesting further clarification. And if in no clarification, we've made it really clear to the ministers involved that our memberships demand that we speak about these issues and that we try to get resolution. And if that requires more of a public campaign at some point, we're willing to do that as well. Okay, and my last question is Quebec's Bill 21. Further actions, what are we planning on as AUMA to work on? Now, to my point, Dan, maybe you can correct me too on this one. I don't think we've had the time to actually go through what any next steps would be on Bill 21. I know we've had the review that you just saw here where we didn't hear anything from the province of Quebec, but I don't think we've had a chance to discuss next steps on this one, if I don't recall.
That's correct. That's correct, Barry.
Well,
so Mo, those will come up at our next meeting on an agenda here in the future. Yeah, I could have asked them there too. Anyway, thanks a lot, and to yourself, to other presenters, and my fellow from the southern city of Calgary, and anyway, all the staff. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you very much, Councillor Banga. Just one more question. If you folks have a sense, I mean, we've seen draft language now around the equalization question. Are you aware of any other questions that are likely to come to us? You know, how long is the ballot going to be this fall? Do you have any sense of that, or has the government shared anything that you're able to share with us now?
We've heard some comments around still on policing. We don't know because we haven't seen the report. And I believe there'll be a Senate election, it sounds like. So Jeff, maybe, have you heard anything on that one? Go ahead.
Yeah, so definitely the Senate election. It sounds like there'll be a question on ending daylight saving time. And then potentially one or two more, which would be provincial police force and provincial pension plan. I think the provincial police force is much more likely to be on the fall ballot than the pension plan. They've indicated those decisions will be made by the end of this month. So really, we're kind of 2 weeks out here for when we'll know that for sure. Nicole and I were raised to Skin with Municipal Affairs on Friday afternoon. So hopefully we get some clarity on that soon. They know our position that the fewer the better, and none would be ideal, but it certainly sounds there'll be at least the two questions and potentially up to four, plus the Senate.
Thanks. Any other questions for our panelists from AUMA? Someone want to move receipt of information of the report?
Move it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Please vote.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right, let's do a little bit of agenda management. Next up, we do have a second time specific, which is the A1 item. Then we'd be back to the LRT items, which can go up to council. Then we'd be at station lands. Then we'd be at the closure of vehicular access 622 and 93. That, I'm told, can be postponed to the next meeting, which only has 7 items on it. So we may wish to do that now so that we can let the speakers go, because we are not going to get to them for a long while otherwise. The next item after that would be the program and service review. Sorry, I skipped over that. That can also be postponed for a couple of weeks. Then we would get to the footbridge, which I think we need to deal with because we've already postponed that one once, so I'd actually suggest we need to move that up. And then Intergov, which if we have time, we can deal with it, but that can also be postponed 2 weeks. So we do have a little more flexibility than we thought. Thank you to administration for figuring out what we could move off. And so we may or may not need overflow time if we take that strategy. Though most folks are available Wednesday morning, and I've checked with one counselor who's not necessarily able to join us right at the beginning, but may be able to rejoin us about which items they would be most interested in. So we've got options here. So I'm going to suggest that we perhaps at this point make the footbridge item third item at 1:30 here, so that we can get that one cleared up and out of the way. So we'll still carry on with second item, which is A1. Then we do footbridge, and then we'll regroup, take stock where we're at in order. Next up after that would be, I think, station lands. So could I get a motion to make the footbridge third item at 1:30?
So moved.
Thank you. I think I got Councillor Hamilton for that. I assume that folks will be okay with that. Is there any objection? Okay, so let's just let the speakers on that know. And I understand the 3 folks from AHS have now adjusted and are just to answer questions only. So it may be quick, and then we'll just keep on trucking. And then by the time we get to it, we may postpone some of these other items too. So I guess we could do that right now, actually, just to release some speakers. Why don't we, at minimum, postpone the 622 and 93 to the next meeting? So we can release those speakers and then try to work with them on a set time 2 weeks from now rather than an ambiguous time sometime this week, maybe.
I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. So that would be to postpone 622 and 93 to the next executive committee meeting, and we'll flag for ARC that we're going to look for time specific for that ideally. So, but we won't try to set that today because we haven't seen the rest of the agenda. So,
do you want to throw 620 in that, and then
Yeah, if you're okay with that, we can push that one off now too.
I'm in.
Okay, so we'll add 6:20 if that's friendly to the postponements for the next meeting.
That is friendly.
Okay, I'm not hearing any objections to that. Then, do you want a formal vote or can I take unanimous consent on postponement? You want to vote?
We always prefer a vote, but it's up to you.
If you
Mr.
prefer a
Chair.
vote, let's vote on postponement of those items. So I know we have a few speakers on those vehicular access items, and we will work with you to find a time. So thanks for your patience with us. It's a very packed agenda, so.
And Mr. Mayor, our office will reach out to any registered speakers that are impacted
Wonderful.
and follow up with them.
Thank you. You guys do such an excellent job at that.
And
Display-
I'm just missing Councillor Cartmel. Apologies. And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, so that buys us a bit of breathing room on the agenda. Okay, well, let's keep going. Let's have the presentation on funding strategies for A1 indoor soccer facility, item 624. Then we'll hear from speakers.
Good afternoon, members of Executive Committee. Before you today is a report, the funding strategies for the A1 indoor soccer facility in response to a motion that was passed on February 8th of 2021. This report provides an overview of the proposed A1 athletic project, which is a privately owned and operated indoor athletic facility with outdoor fields in the Gorman area. The proponent is requesting the city fund a portion of the project costs, such as servicing and roadway improvements, and is requesting $5 to $7 million from the city. Private sector facilities like this, if widely accessible to the public, have potential to improve the quality of life of Edmontonians by providing communities with access to new and increased recreation opportunities, and the addition of highly demanded indoor turf would address the current inadequacy for this particular amenity. Ms. Petrin is now going to walk you through some of the benefits and risks associated with this proposal.
Thank you. While there are benefits to this proposal, there are a number of risks associated with the request. The site is not identified as a priority for activation in the city plan, as it is not located in a priority node or along a primary or secondary node. The business plan shared with administration does not represent the level of detail typically found or provided for funding to be allocated to a partner. And this would also set a precedence for the development community and other potential partnerships. The funding options, however, are private funding and financing, which is the most common method for private facilities, including the design and construction of required off-site servicing under the provision of a servicing agreement, local improvement financing of the off-site servicing, or a grant or contribution by the city. The motion specifically mentions permanent area contributions and arterial roadway assessments, which are explained in attachment 3 of the report. However, to note, these are not sources of funding to front-end the costs of infrastructure. These are only provide a mechanism for allocating and sharing of the costs proportionately amongst all the developments that benefit from the infrastructure. Any developer or developers who front-end the costs and or pay more than their proportionate share are then subsequently entitled to recover from the others that benefit. Partnership opportunities are important and should be explored. However, decisions on partnerships for recreation infrastructure should be made in consideration of all options for building out the necessary facilities, as there are other proponents who have expressed interest in developing an indoor turf facility in partnership with the city. Historically, proposals such as the A1 athletic facility would be directed to submit a business case to the Community Facility Partner Grant Program. This program was eliminated in 2020 as part of the 2021 operating budget adjustments. Administration is currently undertaking a comprehensive partnership program review that will provide further direction on how to respond to these types of funding requests. If council wishes to enter into an agreement with A1 athletic facility, administration would recommend that a binding agreement, which is subject to proper zoning, is used to outline specific public access, benefits, performance metrics, audit provisions, creation of an interest in land, and other measures. Standard due diligence is completed prior to entering into an agreement, such as ensuring the proponents are in good standing with the city, review of a business case and operating pro forma, construction cost estimates, as well as proof of a third-party funding source sufficient to cover the build-out and commissioning of the project. And lastly, that council directs the funding source, an amount, and a defined scope to which the funding would be applicable. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you have after the speakers.
Thank you. Now, we do have 5 speakers. I'm just going to orient folks to how this is going to work a little bit. We're going to hear from you each one at a time and in sequence, one after another. And then once we've done that, please stay where you are, as there may well be questions for you from members of the committee and members of council. I would just ask that you keep your microphone on mute unless you're speaking to us or directly answering a question, just to cut down on the echo. And also ask you all to refrain from using the chat function, just because it can create issues of decorum or fairness and also interfere technically with the live stream. So I'm just going to run through the list here quickly to make sure we've got a good sound check with you. Raj Mami from A1 Athletic Facility Edmonton. I see you there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome. Then I have Richard Adams from Alberta Soccer Association.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. I have Ron Bourret from A1 Athletic Facility Edmonton. Is Ron there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Then I have Ed Charpentier from Edmonton Minor Soccer Association.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Daryl Drodson from Capital District Minor Football Association.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. So please all mute yourselves again, except for Mr. Mami, because the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Oh, I should ask if each of you can keep a clock or some kind of countdown device. You set your phone, keep an eye on the time. We run a timer in the room here too, but it just helps you budget your time if you can do that for yourselves as well. So that's our encouragement. I'll gently nudge you as we're getting to the 5 minutes. So Mr. Mami, go ahead.
Hello, councillors and mayor. Thank you for this time. As many of you are aware, my name is Raj Mami, and I'm representing a group who is looking to build an integrated athletic and sports facility in Northeast Edmonton. The project for the A1 athletic facility aligns well with the goals of Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan. This multi-purpose space fills a void for North Edmonton in terms of indoor and outdoor recreation and elevates the city of Edmonton's youth development and sports camp exposure. Today, I also want to acknowledge my daughter Darian, who is a MacEwan women's basketball player, and it's her birthday. This is a great day. Happy birthday, Darian. As discussed previously, we have reached out to numerous stakeholders in the city of Edmonton, including members of community, sports teams, youth organizations, and all 33 community leagues in Northeast Edmonton with unanimous support for our project. It is my understanding that many of these organizations have reached out to you directly as well. There have been expression of interest from these stakeholders to fill the A1AF fields to capacity, especially in the winter months, aligning with the city plan, referencing us as a winter city with numerous policies set in the nature of that context. Currently, we have funding in place to build this facility and would like to break ground now. We are currently dealing with zoning and we feel that is near completion with a public hearing scheduled. Our challenge is getting utilities and upgraded road infrastructure to this site. We have worked with administration and provided a costly amendment to the design which they have agreed works. I was raised by a single mom, working multiple jobs to keep food on the table and the lights on. She taught me many valuable lessons about hard work, perseverance, and communication. There's one lesson that always comes to my mind when trying to build or bring the A1 athletic facility from a dream to reality. My mother always told me to stay away from politics and not speak of religion. It's ironic because here I am sitting in front of city council, praying to God to help me through this. But in all seriousness, our group and our families care about the city of Edmonton, our youth and our community. Building a recreation center for the city of Edmonton can cost upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. This type of partnership brings many of the advantages to the community at a fraction of the cost to the city of Edmonton. Further, this facility would be a contributor to the property tax base and spark development in the area, expediting the rate of new families building and moving to Northeast Edmonton. I'm asking you to support a facility that will attract over 500,000 visitors per year and create over 60 jobs for the Edmonton area. Our business plan has also considered a strategy around diversity and inclusion, ensuring that persons with disabilities, visible minorities, Indigenous groups, and others all have access to the A1AF facility. My ask today is that Executive Committee view this project outside of constructed wards, outside of political agendas, and with the lens of what is best for the city of Edmonton, our youth, and our communities. This type of partnership is exactly the type of innovative approach that elected officials have been pushing administration to examine, and we have an opportunity to lead the way to encourage development that is aligned with Connect Edmonton, the city plan, and is needed to continue building a world-class city to live, work, and play. To close, I want to share a story with you from last week. I was meeting with a coach from one of the soccer associations, and in the Edmonton area, the individual and I chatted about the A1AF as kids practice soccer and overheard our conversation. We talked about zoning approvals, costs, utilities, timelines, field times in Edmonton. After our discussion, the coach asked some of his players what they thought about the project. Though a few nodded and were supportive, the one answer that really stuck with me was, I don't know much about any of these things. I just want to play. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mummy. Stand by, as there may be some questions for you. You can mute yourself again till we've heard from all the other speakers. Mr. Adams is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and City of Edmonton staff. As Executive Director of Alberta Soccer, facility development continues to be one of the biggest hurdles that we need to overcome as a summer sport that needs to operate year-round in order to provide opportunities to our players. The A1 Athletic Facility in Edmonton, having 2 full fields that can accommodate partial size fields, is something that we need in this province as we watch soccer expand around the country. These type of facilities are being supported through most provinces from coast to coast. The location itself, we believe, would work really well from an Alberta Soccer perspective in terms of providing access to not only Edmonton residents, but the ability to host multiple provincial championships, coaching courses, referee development courses, and other development programs that should bring hundreds, if not thousands, of people into the city through multiple weekends throughout every single month of the year. In particular, when we look at these kind of facilities and the development need, we've watched as COVID has hit across the country and hit amateur sport in a very unique way with the amount of shutdown. As an example, Alberta Soccer's reserve fund has been hit to the tune of $650,000 over the past 18 months. And so the kind of funds that we typically would try to use to support this kind of facility development are now gone. And we need to focus, obviously, on individual athletes and players, getting players back on the field. So having a facility like the A1 Athletic Facility being funded by the private sector, but supporting the nonprofits that will benefit from its build is something that we definitely support. And we'll provide whatever we can in terms of commitment to fill that facility with provincial bodies. To give you an idea of the number of Edmontonians represented from a soccer perspective.
And then you're gonna let me know when I'm on, eh?
Mr. Bro? Mr. Bro, if you could mute, or we can mute Mr. Bro. Okay. Apologies for that interruption, Mr. Adams. Carry on.
That's okay. We all get used to that in these times. In Edmonton right now, between our 3 major soccer associations that register directly with Alberta Soccer, we have over 30,000 players and 5,000 coaches, referees, and volunteers. And if you surround out to the municipalities that benefit, obviously, from everything the city of Edmonton does, we would reach 50,000 plus individuals that would be involved with our organization. That's not counting soccer players in schools, soccer programs like Free Footy that can benefit from these types of facilities. It's easily the most popular sport in our province, surpassing hockey or anything else like it does across the country. So from our perspective, we would love to find ways to support this facility, find ways to support this project, and certainly would love to hear from council as to what's needed from a soccer association and community side to make sure we can get this facility built. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bourret?
Good afternoon, dear Mayor and council members. And I'd just like to clarify, I don't work exactly for A1. I'm just partnering with them. I work for an agency called the Losica Foundation, and we support adults with developmental disabilities. So Raj has reached out to us a number of months ago looking for a partner to provide opportunity for employment for adults with disabilities. And so our agency has, it supports about 120 individuals, many of those who are actively looking for employment. And this was a wonderful opportunity that doesn't come along very often that we were interested in right away. And it was just very, very appealing. And we worked out some details with Raj and the team from A1 to come up with a number of positions, part-time or full-time, to provide to some of our individuals, just in a variety of capacities. That could be just through guest services or through maintenance, clerical type duties, food services. I mean, the scope of it is quite extensive, just due to the extensive nature of the proposal and the number of jobs it's going to generate. So our agency has agreed to partner with A1, and we will be providing the training for the individuals, the job coaching that's required, any sort of follow-up that's needed, and just the assisting in the day-to-day issues that might come up. So again, it was just a wonderful opportunity. And we have individuals, our head office is in St. Albert, but we provide services to both the St. Albert and Edmonton areas. We have a number of group homes in Edmonton as well as St. Albert. And our individuals right now are desperately looking for these type of opportunities as they've been affected by COVID and the lack of opportunity available. So this was just again a wonderful opportunity that we feel will benefit the community in a number of ways and provide valued employment to our individuals that we support. So that was everything.
Thank you, sir. Next is Ed Charpentier.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Ed Charpentier, and I'm representing the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, around 20,000 members on a good year. And I also I'm a coach. I coach 2 teams. I coach my kids. I lived in the North Side for many, many years, and I'm also a principal in the North Side. So I have a lot of hats, and I see a lot of kids. And what I want to talk about is just the access to facilities, especially here in the North Side. There aren't that many for kids. It's interesting that we watch a lot of kids in some of the facilities, and sometimes the attendees and the people who work there are spending their whole time sending kids away who haven't paid to get in. And those were one of the things when I talked to Raj and his group and talked about some of the things that we could add to that facility if it does get built, because we've been trying for a number of years to try to find someone to build something like this, is to add something at around 3 to 4 o'clock or 3 to 4:30 time slot where it's open, where it's free, where kids can go in and play and enjoy their time right after school, especially in the winter. It's really tough to get kids out there and exercising, and we know how important that is for mental health and physical health. And I think something like this, and with the partnership that we would have with this group, would be something that would go a long way to help kids participate in sport. There's a need. There's a need for facilities. There's a need, and especially in the North Side. I've lived here most of my life, and you can see that kids are struggling. Some kids are living with 8, 9 family members in a small apartment. They need places to go. And so we really would appreciate the city's support in this and hopefully make this a reality. The domes would be booked. Edmonton Minor Soccer Association would be booking times. There would be, the kids wouldn't have to, cross the city to play on turf fields. They would be able to play here. We would be supporting many kids that can't afford to play. Speaking with Raj, we talked about putting together a hardship fund for kids who aren't able to afford to play like they do with Jumpstart and Kids Sport. There's been a lot of talk about, maybe there's a lot of facilities out there, but in the wintertime, we need these. We need these facilities, and we don't have enough. The gyms, we don't know what the gyms are going to look like with the joint use agreement. This past year, no gyms were available. So even though we played in those first couple of months, there was nowhere to practice. And so I think it would be a really good step forward for the city, for the north side for sure, and for the kids in the city to be able to have a facility like this in this side and not have to travel so far all the time. And it's not just for soccer. I think when I looked at the plans, there's opportunities for all sorts of activities to be played. And every time we try to do something like this, and we've tried it many times as Edmonton Minor Soccer, whether it's building outdoor soccer fields or complexes, which we've done, in partnership with the city for the indoor facilities that we have. There's tons of obstacles to get these things done, and everybody works really hard. And hopefully we can get this one done. I think it's a great plan. When I looked at the plan, I mean, it's unbelievable. And if it can be done in the price that they said, even better, because that means the cost of the field rentals are down, and then we don't have to charge as much for kids, and we can do a lot more. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your thoughtful submissions, your efforts to date on this one. I will just double check who had selected this originally. Was Councillor Hamilton? Did you have questions for the panelists?
Mr. Mayor, apologies. I believe there might be one more speaker on this item.
Is there? Did we have? Oh, right.
Daryl.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry. I'm really sorry, Mr. Drodson. I got ahead of myself there. So we'll hear from you first, and then we'll go to questions. I'm really sorry.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank yourself, the city council members, and the staff for allowing us this opportunity to come in and speak. I'm representing a couple of different organizations today. I just want to, talk a little bit. I'm representing minor football, in the city of Edmonton and surrounding area. But most people, when they think of minor football, they think of 12-a-side football with equipment, generally boys being played. We also look after another organization, which is the Greater Edmonton Flag Football Association, which focuses on non-contact football. We also have begun a female contact football division. So right now we're looking at football overall as being a sport that can accommodate a lot of growth. Okay, right now, if you look in the city of Edmonton, we ran our non-contact organization. We've only had 1 year of existence, and we were able to come up with over 500 participants in that first season. But the biggest limiting factor in our growth right now tends to be facilities. If you look at on the contact side, in the city of Edmonton, even on outdoor facilities, this fall we're looking at one really football facility for, high school football, minor football in the fall. So if you look at, if I put together the number of teams that we're running we're looking at in the city of Edmonton, 57 teams at the minor football level, and with one stadium right now, Millwood's artificial turf being the only real facility that can handle football. But to jump back to the A1 facility, I think there's a tremendous competition for any of the turf facilities right now, especially indoor in the winter. We're looking at trying to begin an indoor flag program to run through the first 3 months of the year through January, February, and March. And again, we're very limited to find a facility that it can actually accommodate that. So I think right now it would be a tremendous benefit for the city, to have something on that side of the city, the north end, outside of the soccer center. Our membership, when I brought this forward towards them, they were in great support of it. And we talked about the potential of there being some taxpayer money involved in the actual upgrades, and our membership supported that. So I think, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. We strongly support this facility. We, understand the need for it. I think anyone with children right now, I have 2 boys, and just the experience of everything that's gone on over the last 18 months basically does outline the need for, the sports, the physical activity as it relates to mental health and just well-being of our city in general. So I want to thank you all for your time, and hopefully we can get this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for our panelists now. Councillor Hamilton?
No questions from me, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go to, I've got Councillor Banga and then Councillor Zadig. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Charpentier. I couldn't leave you without a question. I know you for too long. Question for you is, a few years back there was a stress on indoor soccer, that boarded type I'm talking about, and now the trend seems to be turning towards non-boarded soccer. Could you tell me why is that so?
It's really philosophy, just philosophical. There is some debate on the winter game with the boarded, that it's like a crutch for some of the player development. So we still have a large portion of our teams that do play boarded soccer. It keeps the ball in play. It's quicker. It's faster. The non-boarded, for like, let's say 7-on-7 or 9-on-9 in the turf, it's mimicking the outdoor game a little bit more. So then coaches and teams are better adapted to play that when they get to the outdoor as well. So that's why there's been a bit of a shift towards that. But we still have like 90% of our programs are playing, I would say about 70% of our programs are still playing boarded. But it's not just games that would go into that facility. It would be the practices, right? The space to have these gatherings, to be able to not just play once a week, but to play, play once a week, practice a couple times a week. Right now, we don't have those facilities.
Okay. Now that you mentioned space in there, you get more space. Could you be able to tell me, you've been to Scottish Dome in there. That place is divided into 4 or 6 or 8 smaller portions, basically to create the same effect. Do you think that is effective? I mean, obviously, this facility is going to be probably used in some kind of capacity in that way.
Oh, absolutely. Getting the kids out there, touching the ball, being able to play on turf, and being able to split up a facility like that into those many quadrants, it allows for the cost to come down when you're renting a facility, right? And yeah, we use Scottish, but you know, those of us who live on the north, we're driving, you know, in the winter, you know, 50 minutes to an hour to get there, you know, because that's what we have to do in order to get the, you know, some field time to play these games or to even have these practices. But yeah, you know, the splitting up of the field, it's a great way to reduce the costs, and you can do so many things in those spaces. So.
Well, thanks. I thought you were one of the Southside guys, but I'll still take your statement on face value.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mammy, again, you may have probably answered this question many times already. So what's your budget for the whole project?
The budget is around $32 million, including land, is what we've projected.
And what kind of support, either in dollars or in infrastructure you're looking from the city?
Well, we had a quote done up by Thompson Construction, and all we're looking for is nothing on site. So anything on our land will be done by us and our group. Everything off site, we had to make an amendment to the design of the neighborhood, and all we're asking for is the sewer to be brought up 34th Street and left to the property line, and we'll tap onto that. The EPCOR water that will tap around the entire parcel is a $3 million cost that we will absorb as well. There's a payback from EPCOR on that. And then the road upgrade is what would be required. So the cost that was drawn up by Thompson was $5 to $7 million. Now, as I told a few people in administration, that can be adjusted. The ask can go down if there were some concessions made that only the sewer was brought up, and for now, until the neighborhood develops, we can upgrade the road to the urban or the hybrid road later, if that is an option. And that would save a $4 million cost on the road upgrade. Because all administration is asking for is the 34th Street portion to be upgraded. So that's where we came up with the $5 to $7 million. So it can change. It can be $3 million, and let's leave the road and do it later. And we still build.
Okay, thanks a lot. My time's up.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek?
Thank you very much. I think everyone made fairly compelling cases as to why this facility would be an asset to the city, but I'll ask some questions to Mr. Mahmi, specifically because you're asking for some assistance from the city. So first of all, when are you ready to start construction with this project? And there's no zoning, I should note, and you don't have the correct zoning, but when would you be ready to start?
Well, the zoning public hearing is set for August 17th, I believe. In speaking with administration, we can concurrently work on our development permit and building, which we will do after this executive and hopefully council hears this. And we'll start digging. As soon as zoning happens and development gives us the green light, start moving.
Thanks. And some of the issues are around other development that is potentially happening in the area or not happening. Have you spoken with any of your surrounding landowners that have intentions of developing?
The two major developers in that area, one is Hopewell and the other is College Woods. I spoke with Hopewell and Mr. Friesen, and he was very excited that we're considering or in the talks to open an athletic facility. He knows the amount of individuals that we've brought to that area. He's also excited that the city has a future transit plan to come into that area. And his words to me was, if this facility is a go, he would take it to his board in Calgary, and that would speed up the process with Hopewell. As well, I spoke to a Dr. Bala at College Woods, and he is very, very excited to hear that we're putting an athletic facility in that area. And he also mentioned that who wouldn't want to live near an athletic facility? Let's put up our houses. They just need to work out the storm pond issue between them, because they share a storm pond between their two parcels. So yes, I spoke with both of them.
Okay, so it sounds like your project might spur on some local development there. But with I think you started thinking about this development prior to COVID. Now that we have this pandemic, we're in the throes of it still. Has that changed your thinking at all, or your concept?
Well, it helped us a lot with the design and the initial legwork that was required. Unfortunately, COVID has hurt a lot of people, businesses especially, and the city stepped up enormously in helping out all these businesses. I think the underlying, the thing that's missing is behind all these businesses is children. Parents are losing their jobs. The kids are seeing this. The kids have been stuck in their home for a year and a half. And it goes back to that meeting with the soccer coach the other day. These kids want to get out and play. There isn't facilities available to them, especially in the north side. That's what this really touches or hits me, is this COVID is hurting our children and mental health, and we all know what being an athlete does to you in your overall growth and development. These are our future leaders. These are our future mayors, councillors, lawyers, doctors that have been sitting in their house and they just want to play. And that's why I'm asking.
Okay, no, thanks for that information. So just to be clear on what you're asking for from the city, are you asking for any tax breaks or anything else in order to operate this facility, or is it just that infrastructure?
Just that infrastructure, Councillor Zadek. We're saying that we will generate to the revenue. We'll pay our taxes on that amount of space. And as well, College and Hopewell will open up. That's 4,500 to 5,000 units to be built in that area based on the NSP. That's 8 to 10,000 new residents in that area that will contribute to that tax base. So it's not, can we afford to pay the $5 to $7 million? It's, can we not?
Okay, well, let me jump in with one last question, and time's running low, but I think it's important that you would address this. The city, in their presentation, indicated that your business plan was not as robust as they would anticipate. Perhaps you didn't submit the full thing, or perhaps, I don't want to speculate. Just can you address your business plan and provide some assurance to the city that it's maybe stronger than what you presented?
Yeah, that wasn't a business plan that was given to the city. That was just a overall slide presentation that was given to Recreation, Roger Jevney and his team. And I believe that they forwarded that over to Stephanie McCabe and her team. That was just a highlight of what we're doing and why it's a good idea. It doesn't have any numbers in it. So yeah, I would agree that it's not a business scope or business plan by any means, for it doesn't have any numbers to show any real values. It just highlights the great idea. And yes, we will provide that. We have a full business plan in place, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette is next. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you everyone for coming out. I think everyone can get behind the spirit of this. I think that the goals and the aspirations are attainable, and everyone can clearly see the benefits that community and youth and the development of soccer culture or football culture in Edmonton would benefit all from this facility. But it's really you're at the executive committee where the numbers kind of are crunched, where everyone puts on their practical hats and says, okay, good idea. How do we get it done? And without the numbers, that makes it a little bit tough. So I'm just wondering why administration wasn't provided for those things so that they can provide it to executive committee so they can make a better informed decision.
Sorry, who was the question directed?
This is to Mr. Mammy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, the numbers were never,
You're the business face of the operation, right?
sorry. Nobody asked me for numbers and our reports, and it was just when the motion was made in February, I believe by yourself, it went to administration and they had went to recreation and facilities there, Roger Jevney's team. The only report that I was asked for and provided was to Roger's team. So nobody reached out and asked me for a full business financial breakdown.
Okay, so we'll be asking that of administration why that didn't occur, but so because otherwise it's kind of hard to give I think, a complete report without those numbers. So now we've heard that folks are aware that there could be a tax implication here. And to be frank, we're kind of running on vapors because of the pandemic and the economic situation and reality right now in Alberta. So it's not like we have a lot of free money sitting around. We just don't. So I'm just wondering, have you had these conversations with the community about where the money comes from? Because ultimately, it would probably have to come from taxes, and we kind of locked in a 0% tax for this year. So I'm just wondering if you have any ideas about that.
I spoke with, a few of the individuals that are interested in our facility with Alberta Soccer and all the other organizations. And yes, I mentioned that this would be a use of taxpayer money. And I do believe that they've written letters to everybody in council of their support, that they feel that this is a good use of taxpayer money. And all I can do is reach out to them and let everybody know that this is our ask. Does it make sense? Do you agree or not? And it's been overwhelmingly huge support, including the 33 community leagues in that area that are crying for facilities. I believe they've also sent a letter. So I think everybody's made council aware that, yes, they know that this is taxpayer money and that they should use it.
Yeah, I think the demand is very clear. Again, I think the real issue here now is how do you determine the numbers and how do you make it work? And I'm not on committee, so I'll leave it at that for now. And thank you very much for coming in and to everyone for coming in and speaking to us today.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any other questions for our speakers? Maybe Mr. Mammy, I'll just ask the question a little bit differently, which is in our budget cycle, we're a little bit challenged at this point in the year to make a financial commitment. But if we are able to continue to iterate the agreements and the scope and essentially keep the opportunity to work together in the air until the next budget cycle, which would be this November, roughly, what would the impact of that be? Are you able to work with the city in that fiscal and budgetary process reality?
Two things. Yes, we'd be willing to work. There's a time issue. Alberta Soccer and the football associations, they want to book their winter hours now. We were thinking that if we can get going, we can get the 2 domes out with the temporary trailers set up so that we can accommodate them and their programs over this winter, and then build the facility clubhouse, so to speak, down the road. As well, this is this council decision. And I really want it to be, we wanted as a group for this council to have the opportunity to decide on fulfilling what they voted on a few years back, being the city plan. And that's why it's in front of this council. That now would be in front of a new council, however that would look. And we're starting from ground zero, where I think that we've really highlighted the pros. We're okay with the cons and how we can go ahead and fix this. So, Mayor, we would work with administration and the city to still build, because the city needs this overall. And even if we go into the spring of next year, is the city going to put us in a position where we have to start from the very beginning? That's why it makes it a little bit tough. We'd really like this council to have their hands in on this and build this facility and for all our youth to enjoy. I hope I answered that correctly for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think many of us are very interested in that outcome. The challenge is that, for all intents and purposes, we ran out of discretionary flexibility last week, and that means our flexibility at this stage is much more limited. We don't have. I mean, we're down to the financial stabilization reserve, which, if we drew this much from it, even just on a temporary basis, would put us into the red zone on our ratios because of the pressure we've been under with COVID. And I mean, I think you understand that. I think you've seen many organizations that are struggling. The city of Edmonton is now in that position where fiscally we're more and more constrained till there's a full-on budget for council to buy itself some more room, which unfortunately doesn't happen for a few more months. But that's I guess that's more context. But I guess mindful of that. You're still interested in working with us to find a way to move forward in pieces or whatever it takes to keep this moving.
This is an Edmonton facility, and that's what it's going to be. It's for our community in this city. Therefore, our group is very interested in working with the city of Edmonton and all our associations located within to bring economic development and growth within this city.
Thank you. I see no further questions at this time, so we'll thank the panelists again, and you can mute yourselves now, but you can stay on the call here to monitor the next stage. What comes next will be questions of administration on this. Councillor Hamilton, again, you'd selected this. Did you want to defer?
I defer. Thank you.
Okay. I've got Councillor Walters, then Councillor Zadek.
Thanks. So Ms. McCabe or Ms. Petrin, if we were to do, well, maybe I'll ask this in two parts. Firstly, if we were to do essentially what the mayor just outlined, which was, work with the proponent to get a more precise business case, funding sources for those offsite chunks, maybe just some advice on that, sort of heading to the next budget process, and then I'll ask about a second scenario.
Councillor Walters, if that was the desire of committee and council for us to continue to work with the proponent, I would suggest a few things. First, if committee could direct us, if they would like us to continue to work on the funding for the servicing, or if it was funding for the building itself. Either case sets a precedent for council in terms of what would be funded for a privately owned facility. The second is that we would work with the proponent on a more detailed business case, similar to what we would do with other proposals like this that we receive. And that would be in Mr. Smythe's shop, and perhaps Rob could add some more details to that if you'd like. And then the third would be to figure out what a funding source would be for this, and perhaps Ms. Pearson could add some details about a potential funding source.
Great, sure, Ms. Pearson.
Thanks. Currently, as you heard from at council last week, we don't have a lot of funding sources right now, with the FSR being very, very close to the bottom limit. There would be the choice of council and the will of council if they wanted to change their limit in the financial stabilization reserve. That said, I did highlight last week, we don't have funding for COVID next year, and we do have some impacts. So I'm just being very cautious
No, I understand.
about the precedent there. But other than that, we do not have a funding source for this. And I echo Ms. McCabe's comments on precedents.
In terms of us contributing to a fully private recreation facility.
Correct. And so the business case should actually, through Mr. Smythe, there's a lot of information presented by the proponents here around public access that would be of interest to see in such a business case.
Yeah, certainly. And we would, there's no, I can't see a way that we would fund this today without, and your recommendation would that we not fund this today without any of that business case work done. So whether there was a mix up in terms of communication back and forth between the proponent and administration, I'm sure others will ask about that, but without the business case, it would be challenging for us from a good governance perspective to make a financial decision in the near future. Okay, I think I'll just listen to others for now, but thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor, I think we're all into non-committee members. Maybe I'll pop in quickly here. Ms. Pearson, I didn't quite catch what you said a minute ago in response to Councillor Walter's question. We could change the policy around FSR to change the, you're not suggesting we should vary the...
I'm not suggesting that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't let you finish your question. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I wasn't sure if I understood you correctly that we could either dip deliberately into the red zone or we could change the policy to move the red zone line down by this amount. But you would not recommend that, I don't think.
I would not recommend either, but both, frankly, are options for council should they wish to do so. However, I would not recommend it, particularly with next year coming. And frankly, that's where I do start to worry about credit ratings and other things for the city when we know we have some pressures next year as well.
Yeah, I mean,
and so they're both options, Mr. Mayor. I just can't recommend them.
So S&P said, Standards & Poor's said, we've managed this really well up to this point. We would not want to trade that away. As for any project, no matter how noteworthy, you start to dip below your minimum reserve balance. That's the sort of thing that sets off alarm bells at your bond rating agencies and such.
Correct. I mean, I think maybe for COVID we could get some dispensation, but this is you could always exempt for yourself from your policy. It's just those are the risks that would have to be evaluated.
Well, exempting yourself from your policies also gets noticed by your CD House and
your CD House, your S&P, your funders, all of those people.
Yeah, and that last 130?
110.
110 that's there, because we've had to deplete it because of COVID considerably.
Yeah.
That last 110 is for the next disaster beyond COVID that we haven't seen yet.
Correction, there is 113.9 there, but it's 110.4 is the minimum. So we are very, very close, and we are not finished COVID this year.
Now, there was another report that we didn't select, so it's already been approved, but just referring to it on the Community Facility Partnership Grant, that would have, in principle, to the extent that this is a community facility partnership opportunity, one would think that could have been a funding source for it, except that the structure of the ownership of this being, including a for-profit component, or being a mix at least, would have not been eligible under the old community facility partnership grant. Have I got that right?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if it would not. I would ask Ms. Padbury if it would not have been, but it certainly would not have been framed for this amount. There would have been an expectation of some partnership money coming forward for these amounts as well. So certainly not for the amount being requested, and perhaps not for what is being requested. But Ms. Padbury, do you have any further commentary?
That's correct. I'm not sure it would be eligible for what is being, because you're doing the off-site piece is the ask. And typically when using that program, we would have seen matches in funding, and I'm not sure, there may be someone from Citizen Services who might want to add to that.
Yeah, you're right. You're correct, Stacey. Certainly the unique element of this project is the request for funding for the roadways and utilities. All of our experience with that program the mayor's referring to was city contribution to the actual building itself. So this is unique in that regard. And I do believe that private entities were eligible for funding through that program. It was rare, but it was allowed under the policy.
If there was demonstrated community use, which I think is the intent here, but notwithstanding, even when it was fully funded, it would have had to have been a multi-year contribution pre-allocated from the fund, like we've done in a couple of other instances. So it would have been even outside or a stretch for that fund in quantum, to say nothing of eligibility. Fair to say?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so that, I mean, it's moot because it's gone, but I thought it was still an important kind of set of reference questions. But then also, I think the level set is that even that program is gone. And in part of the sort of wreckage of COVID and our fiscal situation. So is there, the other funding source, I suppose, realistically, if we're down to competing priorities, would be, are there things in the appropriated financial stabilization reserve that we could walk away from that could be reallocated to this, either to come back to those later or to set them aside if this is indeed a higher priority in the short term? You may not be able to answer that. That may be a political question, but would that be an eligible funding source if there was something there that was deemed no longer a priority?
That is an option. I could not answer the question. That is a political question because all of the appropriations were approved by council.
Yeah, it'd require reconsideration. Okay, I'm over time, but thank you for the answers to those questions. I've got Councillor Zadick, then Councillor Paquette, then Councillor Banga, then Councillor Henderson. Councillor Zadick.
Thank you. I'll first ask a question about the site suitability and then get into some financials. It was indicated that it's not a priority location, but we heard of how folks are driving pretty far to get to the soccer dome, the Scottish one on the south side of Edmonton. I've heard a lot of reference to this being a rec center, but it's actually quite a unique facility serving a specialized need. So just, can we shed some clarity on why the city is saying it's not a priority location?
Mr.
Mr.
Jeffney.
Can you weigh in on that one, Roger?
I think, from a soccer need and a sports field need, the location fits. I think the reference was more to other areas of the city that may have higher investment priorities, just given where they're identified in the city plan.
Okay.
This isn't squarely within one of the nodes that have been identified.
Okay, I understand. Now, to the business plan, so I reviewed the documents as well, and I was hoping for some more quantifiable data. But we're hearing that potentially there was misinterpretation, but I do also know, because I've spoken with administration independently on this as well, and I believe that was requested, the level of detail that you would find appropriate for consideration like this. But either way, we're hearing from the speaker and the proponent that he could provide more information, and perhaps there was a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding. Can administration just provide some perspective on these two stories?
Yeah, Councillor, I can start. We certainly did indicate that we would need additional information, that what was provided in that PowerPoint that was titled the business plan wasn't sufficient. Mr. Mammy did advise that he has done that work, but we haven't seen a copy of that yet. So we would certainly work together to review that detail at the appropriate time.
Okay, and is there any estimate for time if that was submitted, by an end of week? I'm just hypothetically, then does it take administration 12 weeks to look at it, or it can be expedited, or what would be the normal flow of business for this without any kind of special favors?
I think we need to look at it in context with all the other pieces of this proposal. The business case itself wouldn't take that long to review. Assuming that was all the information was contained that we would need to make that assessment, but it would need to be tied in with the other pieces of the work for sure.
Okay. And when I first heard about this project, I thought the ask was going to be around $2 to $3, maybe $3 to $4 million, but then it came out at 5 to 7, and I think that's a pretty high number. And given our desire to keep taxes where they're at and all the other pressures that have been identified, just wondering though if the amount that was requested, because it sounds like with potential engineering solutions and other approaches to the offsite infrastructure, that number could be lower. I know this is hypothetical, so I don't expect the answer from administration to be anything other than hypothetical as well. But was the $5 to $7 million ask something that kind of pushed administration into more hesitation on this proposal? And if it was around sort of 2 to 3 million, if that's what was required for the offsite infrastructure, how does that relieve some of the pressure on the situation? And if it was a smaller amount, sorry, a lot of questions all built into this. If it was a smaller amount, are there other financial strategies that we might not have considered that would be available to us?
Given the current financial situation of the city and the processes that we have in place for other asks like this from partner organizations, we typically would always require a business case with more detail and analysis to it, Councillor Zadek, even if it was only $2 to $3 million. So we haven't had the opportunity to work with the proponent in terms to verify those costs and the level of detail associated with the costs. Would there be another funding source? I'd have to ask Ms. Pearson. If it was only $2 to $3 million, would you have a different funding source that you could have recommended?
Ms. McCabe, thanks for the question. No, we have provided council with an outline of all the funding available last week. So the only thing left is the FSR. And so there's not another funding source based on that. It is based on the business case.
If I could just add, Councillor, that, it's not that we're hesitant. Like this idea makes sense. It's not totally aligned with the recreation plan, but we're thinking outside the box and trying to think differently. And something like this was quite innovative, which is why we've actually tried to look at it, and we've looked at alternate designs for it and how it could be done. It simply comes down to a point of where we are from a financial perspective. That is certainly some hesitancy, but I think it's a hesitancy that's shared by Edmontonians and all of council in terms of where we are financially. And of course, the only other hesitancy would be the precedent-setting factor, but that's something we can work through given where we are and given how many people could use this and how it can align with the recreation plans of the future for the city. So it's not that we're hesitant on the idea. I think everybody, like has been said by several councillors, the idea makes sense. It really is becoming a funding and a precedent issue. Precedent issue you can always work around. The funding issue is more difficult. So just wanted to clarify if that was okay.
I think that was helpful. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, administration, for your answers so far. I'm just a little bit curious, like in this, and maybe we haven't explored it enough, but in the model that's proposed, my understanding is that the city gets made whole anyway. It's just that this is something that we're not normally engaged in.
I don't think so, Councillor Paquette. I mean, clearly this is a request for us to fund the services to an organization, which is essentially the precedent issue. Now, eventually over time, sure, they're going to pay taxes and lots of taxes, but so would the person who doesn't get their services taken to their location as well. So it is a bit different in that we would be spending money on getting services to a private entity. But as was mentioned, there are reasons behind that.
Okay, but when new development comes in, they don't pay a portion into that extension?
Not in this case. The idea is that the city would fund the infrastructure that a developer usually pays for. Usually it's growth pays for growth. From the discussion even in offsite levies this morning at committee, that is the way that it works. And Ms. Petrin could perhaps walk through more of the details about how this would work.
Essentially, just to reiterate what Ms. McCabe said, that the developer pays for generally and constructs any off-site services that are required to serve their development. So this would normally have been constructed by the developer to extend the services from where they currently are up north on 34th Street to this site.
Right, and they don't recover costs from new development that comes in from other developers?
Costs are shared for arterial roadways and water and sanitary and storm infrastructure.
Right.
So not for the road, but for the sanitary, there would be the proportionate share of the infrastructure would be shared amongst other benefiting developers in the area.
Yeah.
So you will get
Oh, go ahead.
some recovery.
Okay, so, and the proponent said they'd be willing to forego road, from what I heard. Okay, so obviously we're kind of constrained, and unless council goes in and changes a budget that we already worked incredibly hard on and improved, we're kind of stuck here fiscally for this cycle right now. However, and this may not be the ideal case for the proponent, but there is the potential to continue this work, to continue working with the proponent until such time as some budget dollars do open up. Because otherwise, I don't see how we can do this. We just frankly don't have the money unless we fundamentally change decisions that have already been made. Do I have that right?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, what I'm hearing though is that council or committee, and I'm not assuming anything, but it seems that the mood is maybe to explore this further because it is intriguing. And so I'm just for the sake of clarity for everyone, just putting on the table, administration would be willing to continue having this discussion with the proponent and looking for ways to make it work.
Yeah,
Councillor
absolutely,
Paquette.
Councillor Paquette. Sorry, I'll just step in and because we do see the innovation here, and it's not how we've done things in the past, and it's something we're continually willing to explore, Councillor Paquette. So absolutely.
Yeah, and so while we'd love to move fast on everything, because this is new and because we are constrained, I think it makes sense that we move forward with the time and space to do the due diligence. And it may not be at the speed that everyone likes, but that may be the only solution from what I'm hearing. I have that, I just want to make sure I've got this clear. So.
I believe you do.
I think we have made that clear, so I'll just stop talking. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. So, as the proponent stated that he did have all the information about the business case, but never was asked to produce it. Could somebody tell me who should be initiating that, and if so, at what point in time we need that information?
Councilor, we can certainly circle back with the proponent and have that detailed discussion and do that work over the next short while. But the key part, I believe, in terms of from a timing perspective, is that council would then see potential options when the CFO brings back our SCBA in the fall to see where or SOBA as well. So when there's an opportunity this fall to, as council looks forward to on the budget for next year, this could be in, all of the different priorities that are coming to council for potential consideration. So that would give us basically from now until September, October to work that through.
Okay, and there was also a suggestion by the proponent that while the zoning is still coming, application is still coming before us in August, I suppose, and can they start working on the development permit, obtaining information, et cetera, now, or it has to wait till then?
Absolutely not, Councillor Banga. We're actively working with the proponent right now. Ms. Petrin, if you want to add some more detail to that.
Yes, we are working with the applicant and have talked about having concurrent processes for the development permit and the building permit process while the rezoning application is under review.
Okay, and so are we working on a business case on the sort of like staged, I guess, proposal, do some now, do some later, this kind of stuff?
Councillor Banga, if administration continues to work with the applicant, we would require the applicant to submit a business case, and they then would work with Roger Jebney and Rob Smythe on the review of that business case as per their regular processes associated with partner opportunities. Mr. Jebney or Mr. Smythe?
Nope, that's right, Mr. McCabe. We would certainly work with the proponent once they submitted that information and make sure that all the different sections that are involved will be coordinated and helping out.
Okay, so what is the report asking from this committee today? To do what?
The report before you today is the proponents looking for certainty from council to be able to get funding for $5 to $7 million. And administration has outlined in the report that there's some risks. Obviously, there's some benefits associated with this. It's very innovative for a partner organization to come forward and operate a facility, but administration typically looks for access for the public to that facility, among other things, when we receive these types of requests. So if this report was received today, we will continue to work with the proponent on more detailed associated with that and return to future councils if there was enough detail for administration to recommend to a future council that this would be something that we would recommend for funding. At this point, we don't have adequate information to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Now I've got two more folks on the board here, and then I suspect there'll be some debate after that. So I'm going to suggest we take our break and then carry on with this at 3:45, unless folks want to power through. There was some talk of requisition too, but council's agenda next week is even rougher than this committee's agenda. So I'd suggest if we can get somewhere on this, we should do our best to see if we can do that after the break. So why don't we, not hearing any suggestions for other course of action, let's pause for 15 minutes, come back 3:45, see where we're at. Good afternoon and welcome back. Call us back to order and roll call quickly. Councillor McKean.
That was really quick, but I am here.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Here.
Welcome. And Councillor Walters.
I'm here.
And then I can see Councillor Banga and Councillor Henderson so far on the board. Anybody else still with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am here.
Councillor Knack, thank you.
Same Zadok.
Councillor Zadok. All right, well, that's plenty to get going again. Next up was Councillor Henderson with questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones, I hope. The old, which we don't have that old program anymore, but the policy significantly predated that program that we tended to do. It varied between 25% and a third for matching. And I have no idea how, understand on total project, I understand it gets a little bit more complicated because there's offsite things here as well. But in the total project, do we know how this would line up in terms of our contribution versus other contributions?
Because I'm not sure that what's all in the $32 million number that Mr. Mammy presented today, but you're right. The former program did allow for 33% of funding.
Yeah.
So that the current request would be in line with the
So it is in
parameters.
line. I just thought it was worth checking that. Because our policy of a third substantially predates that policy. I mean, we codified it when we had some money to put it out, but I think that was our standard practice before, is my memory. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. That's where we landed on that number. For a while, it was 25%, and then council changed it back to 33.
Yeah, and the 25% was under the theory that you put in 25% of your own, and then you go to all three orders of government, was my memory. And the reality of lining up all three orders of government proved to be a too high a bar for most groups. My other question, though, because we keep on bumping into this, is where we don't own the property. The problem is it has to come out of the operating budget, not the capital budget, right? And I don't think that problem's likely to go away.
That is correct, Councillor. This would be an operating budget request.
Yeah, but we don't have huge room in our capital budget, but there's a tiny little bit there. I just wanted to explore, just as a kind of Hail Mary kind of idea, the road ultimately would be contributed back to us, correct?
Yes, it would, Ms. Petron.
So it's a kind of odd situation, but that actually could be capitalized.
So the 34th Street improvement, it's an existing road right of way now. It's a rural standard. And so we would just be looking at doing a hybrid standard.
Understood, but this is more a budget question. That piece of the puzzle, because we will end up owning it, could theoretically, I mean, I realize this is a kind of wild thought, but could theoretically be booked as a capital expense for us and not an operating expense, right?
It's not a road that we would normally the city would be responsible for constructing.
I hear you, but it would be a contributed asset to us once it was constructed.
It would be, Councillor. I could ask Ms. Padbury to look at that in more detail, but we'd actually, frankly, we're talking about the road, but again, the ask is not specific. Am I right, Ms. McCabe?
Yeah.
So we don't even know what we're funding to know if it's capital or not. So
Yeah, gotcha.
at this particular moment.
And the pipes would be capital, but they'd be contributed to EPCOR, not to us, so they wouldn't fall into
Correct.
that category. Yeah, I just thought I'd throw it out there. I don't think it solves anything, but we do have a little bit of room to move on the capital side, and I'm not sure the operating side's going to get any easier in the future. So that's why I was wondering if there's, and if we owned part of this, if we truly were a partner in this and had some ownership position, we could look at the capital budget, I presume.
We could assess some things, Councillor, and the capital budget, what's there a lot is the federal money. And
Yeah.
so there are some restrictions on what you can use that for, Councillor.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking as much about the future as the present, that I suspect the capital budget will always be easier than the operating budget, which is why we originally put that other fund aside in the hopes that we could answer that question. Great, thanks. Those are my own questions.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So let me start with this then. Our typical process on land development is that the first developer in is investing in the first investments, I guess, and then recoups from other developers as they come along and as they attach to that pipe or to that road or to that facility. I have that right?
That's correct.
And that's where the complication has been on this. But I guess I'm wondering if we're not overly focused on the utilities and the city infrastructure side of things. I mean, if we go back up to the 30,000 foot level, we have a proponent here that's trying to build a facility. He's got capital costs that he has to incur to build the building, and he's got further investments he has to make that he would stand to recoup. What if we focused instead on the potential partnership or a potential partnership or conversation around investment of the facility and leave the proponent room to make the investments in the utilities and in the roadway? Have we had that conversation?
So we've had some really initial conversations with the proponent on that, but he's been focused on the servicing to the site.
It's not unprecedented for the city to partner with other partners to provide recreation facilities, particularly. True?
No, it's not. We have done it in the past.
And there is some facilities, I'm thinking actually of Fort Edmonton Park, ironically enough, that is within Mr. Jebney's portfolio, that we've had partnerships, grant partnerships, investment partnerships in the facilities, and have not confused what we invest in a capital improvement with the servicing of that improvement. Do I have that right? Thinking of the YMCA, for instance, and other sort of operating partners.
That's right, Councillor. And as you outlined, more typically we would invest in the building or the recreation infrastructure, not the site servicing. But that was our more traditional model.
So not to presume anything, but if we could find a way to assist in the investment of the facility, leave the proponent room to invest in the services in an upfront way, the proponent may benefit from our assistance on the initial capital outlay for the facility, and may also have the opportunity to collect some of the investment on the services down the road, should other developers along this route attach to it or connect to it. Maybe?
Potentially. It's definitely something we'd be happy to work with the proponent on.
Very good. Okay, so then on that basis, I have a motion that I'd like to make. I've shared that with the clerk, and I'll put that on the floor at this point.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'll read that in. And so my motion is as follows: that the June 14th, 2021 Urban Planning and Economic Report UPE 00401 be referred to administration to work with the proponent and further analyze the A1 Indoor Athletic Facility Business Plan, and if appropriate, a binding agreement regarding access, performance metrics, etc., and return to committee with additional information, including identification of potential funding sources for the facility prior to the 2021 fall supplemental budget adjustment.
Thank you. So that's on the floor before us. Questions on that motion?
I'll maybe just briefly introduce them.
Yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry. Go ahead. Yes, please.
Just building on the questions that I just asked, this essentially shifts our thoughts from assisting the proponent in the servicing of to assisting the proponent, if we can find a way, on the investment in the facility, and allow that proponent then to shift some of his dollars back to the servicing aspects and keep the lines cleaner, and allow us to stay within our typical and usual policies and procedures when we talk about land development and partnering and supporting. I think I have that mostly correct. If administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the basis of my motion. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Paquette is up first.
Yeah, thank you. No questions, because I think it's crystal clear. I just want to thank Councillor Cartmel for bringing this forward. And I hope that this gets the support of Executive Committee. And I think this is really a pathway that can work for everyone. So thank you for that.
Councillor McKean?
Yeah, it's not as clear to me as it is to Councillor Paquette, apparently. But I think, Councillor Cartmel, your suggestion is we have gone this route before, whether it was with our indoor soccer centers, which are operated by a community group, and even the YMCA. The one thing that I wonder if it'll make it tricky, was the aspiration for this to be a private for-profit facility. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McKean. I think that's where administration's input on things like access and equity and performance metrics will come into play. That they'll make sure that if ultimately this is a privately owned facility, that it will look and act and walk like a somewhat typical city facility that allows those accesses and the like.
Right, and I just wonder, yeah, I don't want to overly complicate this, but there might be a way for even the organization that's proposing this to look at nonprofit status. Like, I don't know what their goals are. I really don't. Maybe I should have asked that, but I wonder if that's something that administration might also look at. Ms. McCabe, can I ask you that? Am I overcomplicating this, or would it decomplicate it if this was a community organization, a nonprofit like the YMCA or the soccer associations that run our indoor soccer facilities?
Councillor McKean, we haven't had any conversations with the proponent about that. If that was the desire of committee, we would, take a motion to that effect if that was indeed the case of something you wanted to look at. But I think the motion as it stands now with the appropriate binding agreement regarding access means we will have a conversation with the proponent about what access looks like.
Yeah, I was trying to remove barriers, not add them really. I just wondered if their status might make it easier to work on this if they were a nonprofit. But, I think that's a question if you're willing to raise with the proponent and see if it might work, but it might have no advantage. But I raised that, and now I will depart. Thank you very much.
Councillor, it's Roger Given here. I can add that the policy does allow us to enter into these kind of partnerships with a for-profit entity, with the assurances that we have an agreement that would provide for the long-term public access. So we can have the conversation, but it wouldn't preclude us from going forward with a for-profit partner.
That's great. Thanks, Roger. You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a couple additional questions. I mean, I appreciate that the intent here is very much to move it from the unconventional into at least the closer to conventional to deal with the precedent issue. And I think that's very artful. If there is the other question I wanted to ask was whether there was, a policy gap around that other potential precedent that's worth trying to figure out how to fill, or if that's like a precedent can mean one of two things. One, we've never done this before, but it's interesting and we should figure it out. Or it can mean we're really leery about opening the door to this because if we get asked to do this all the time, and I'm thinking about front ending and the risk that would mean to us. So I'm assuming it's the latter, but I just wanted to test whether there'd be value in doing policy work around the very limited areas where we might do that, or whether we just are, or if this is a preferable alternative to say, no, let's stay away from that entirely and let's see if we can get this back into, the shape of the right kind of peg to go through the normal kind of holes and procedures and mechanisms that we have here. So from a policy perspective, I'm assuming this works better, but I'd love some comments on that.
Mr. Mayor, from a policy perspective, this definitely works better in terms of it gets out of the idea of front-ending infrastructure being paid for by the city. And I've heard a number of times from the development community that the ARA bylaw and our PAC, our contributed assets in Greenfield, that system works really well. And in fact, it's one of the best systems in Canada, the idea that the developer front ends. And the only area where we do have a challenge with that is in industrial development. And that is where we do have a policy to help guide that, to help with that challenge. So I don't think there is a policy gap here. What we've heard in our work on offsite levies to date is that these systems work really well and that they are, that they achieve what they're intended to achieve.
That's really helpful. That closes the loop on that for me. So I appreciate Councillor Cartmel's motion. I'll be happy to support it. I think this does keep it alive and brings it back in a way where we can hopefully find a way well, future council can find a way. And I appreciated very much Mr. Mami's invitation and exhortation for this council to be the ones to do this. And I think, one, if we had the resources today, this would be a very strong candidate. And two, if we have the policy questions answered, it would be way easier to move forward. So this will at least satisfy the second part around policy and process. And then also buy some time, frankly, to get to the next budget cycle and see if there's some flexibility at that time. I guess I did have one other question, actually, that occurred to me just as I was speaking there. I've got a few more minutes here. So, Ms. Pearson, I can't remember the details now. It seems a very long time ago when we got the MSP dollars from the government of Alberta and we had to define 5 categories of infrastructure that we could use them for. And I imagine that's fully allocated at this point. But would this be eligible if we had stimulus dollars like that were available?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, this would not be eligible because we don't own the facility. It's not ours.
Okay,
As simplistically.
that's what I figured, but I just wanted to double check. I'm just trying to look at all the different options here, so even stimulus dollars. But same would apply for gas tax, even with the bump there. We can't use it for this because it's not ours.
That is correct.
It's got to be a grant of own source, unrestricted dollars from us, which is the scarcest thing we have in a good year, and there's none of that around because of the circumstance we're in. But we can't go to other orders of government and reprofile their grant dollars into a third party thing. None of those agreements allow for that.
Thank you. Yes, and Ms. McCabe can attest to this too. We did look at those options when we came forward with this report. And it is not our facility. And so it does limit what we can use from other orders of government.
Yeah, I just wondered about MSP specifically because there was a lot more, well, there was a lot of flexibility except for the additional red tape associated with that program, but we did get to a good place on it eventually.
That is correct. Yeah, and most of that ended up with our own, well, it all ended up with our own, but a lot in housing as well. So I don't know if we could look at redirecting, but no, we can't. This doesn't qualify. Sorry, I don't want to muddy that.
Yeah, and that's an important priority that wouldn't trump this at this point. So thank you for that. I'm out of time. Any other folks wishing to ask any clarifying questions or speak? Going once, going twice. Councillor Cartmell to close.
Thank you. Just very quickly, real appreciation to Ms. McCabe and the rest of the administration team here for keeping this alive, trying to find solutions to get us to something. It's a real unfortunate circumstance of timing that we're in here about a really good idea. It's coming at a time when we are just absolutely tapped for financial resources. So kudos and thanks to the whole team. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on the referral motion.
I'm a yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Good discussion. Thank you. Next up, third item, time specific for 1:30 at 4:10 is the updated funding strategy for 170th Street footbridge. Presentation on that one?
No presentation, Mr. Mayor. Some opening comments from Ms. Ladouceur.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the project that is in front of you today is driven by the need to restore a safe, grade separated east-west pedestrian connection across the busy 170th Street Northwest Arterial Roadway for adjacent communities and businesses while minimizing impacts to traffic flow along this busy street. Since 2018, when the pedestrian bridge was demolished due to its poor condition, many adjacent residents have been highly vocal and advocated for the reconstruction of the new pedestrian bridge. Many of these residents experience accessibility challenges and rely on the previous footbridge to safely access the stores and services at West Edmonton Mall. Recent discussions with Alberta Health Services have presented a collaboration opportunity on an approach encompassing the interests of multiple city projects. And in light of this approach, the previously contemplated funding strategy for the 170th Street pedestrian bridge has been adjusted. The revised funding strategy and request for approval that is in front of you today is based on a joint funding by the City of Edmonton and West Edmonton Mall, with West Edmonton Mall's portion of the funding contributed by means of a local improvement bylaw. So we thank you and we'll be pleased to answer questions after the speakers.
Thank you. So I have first up Roger Bro. Welcome. Nice to see you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. My name is Roger Bro. Mr. Mayor, you may remember me. I
From
used
the
to
library
be
board.
a trustee on the Edmonton Public Library
Of course.
when you were there.
Of course. Nice to see you again, Roger.
Yeah, same here. I want to tell you a story before I start on this. I used to live in near North Glenora, and I crossed the street regularly to Westmount Mall on the corner of 138th to cross the 111th Ave. And of course, I'm confined to a scooter, and I got hit by a car. I was broadsided. Now, I had a green light. I was broadsided, hit, ended up in the hospital. It was a traumatic experience for me, and it was a traumatic experience for the the driver. Now, I didn't want any of that to happen to us, okay? Because we regularly use that pedestrian bridge to get to the mall, and I want you to know that I moved to this region of the city to be close to the mall and to use the bridge. That's why I moved here. And a lot of other people did too. But now, without consultation, the city and West Edmonton Mall removed the bridge, and now we're stuck without it. So here's what I have. I want you to know that as well. The dispute on the reconstruction of that bridge was always between the City of Edmonton and West Edmonton Mall, because West Edmonton Mall owned that bridge. Now, in my opinion, dragging Capital Care into these discussions will only delay the project much, much longer. Now, in my place, I faced the sidewalk that pedestrians used to cross the bridge. Here's what I observed. 1,000 people used it daily. Over 300 of them were high school students from Jasper Place High School and St. Francis Xavier High School, two of the largest high schools in Alberta. And they used it to get to the mall. Now they are forced to cross at the 170th Street at 87th Avenue. And it's just a matter of time for me, that's what I'm thinking, before one of these kids gets severely killed or maimed, okay? The other people that used that bridge were Asian people that regularly shopped at TNT, and also mothers and strollers and cyclists. All I want to say is this, ladies and gentlemen. We want the mall, we want that bridge replaced soon as we can. We've waited 3 long years now, and we hope that this committee takes the necessary action to see that this project is completed today. That's it. Any questions?
Well, thank you, Mr. Bro, for your patience as we had to reschedule this, but that is crystal clear. I do have Councillor Knack as the ward councillor with a question for you. Councillor, actually, hold on. Strictly speaking, we've also got Stacey McFarlane, Mike Lynn, and Dean Olmsted from Alberta Health Services. I understand they're all here to answer questions only. I'll just double check with them one more time to see if any of them had any comments.
It's Dean Olmsted. No, I think we can stay by for any questions you may have.
Great. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Olmsted, and colleagues. Okay. So, Councillor Knack with questions for the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good to hear from you, Roger. How are you doing today?
Very good. How you doing there? Andrew?
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to make sure you knew and you saw the latest report. So if executive committee approves the recommendation in this report, this goes up to city council for approval right after. So that this in fact does keep it moving exactly as you talked about. So I just want to make sure you knew that.
I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me.
Good, good. Yeah, that's, I mean, obviously we still got to wait to see if committee will put that forward and then council will do that, but I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. I just wanted to make sure you had that information and I wanted to thank you. I know you went and collected, I think, signatures of, it was over 500 well, it
was over about 600-700 people. I got petitions.
And that includes many living in your building, many living in the buildings and homes around, and
correct,
and people who rely on that critical
yes,
piece of infrastructure.
It also included high school students.
That's right. Yes. One final question, just to maybe reinforce this. While I hope there isn't a need to convince others, I do want to make sure maybe everyone's aware the temporary crossing is not really a viable option for those in scooters or wheelchairs or walkers, correct? The one that we had.
We're using it now, but it's still we're still crossing 170th Street, which is a major thoroughfare.
Yeah,
it's dangerous.
Well,
you know, I know there's a lot of
my-
people here, Andrew, that used to go to the mall all the time that just refrain from going altogether now.
Yeah,
They're
and
just not
part of
going.
my concern was that because there's an alley that connects to that crossing right now, it wasn't regularly cleared of snow or anything. So what I had heard, and maybe just to confirm, is that there were people, like you just said, that weren't able to make that trip because the alley wasn't cleared. So
correct.
Yeah, and obviously just trying to avoid clearing crossing a major arterial road. Okay, that's it for me. I just wanted to make sure you had that information. And
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too now.
Councillor McKean.
Mr. Bro, I just want to ask you quickly, would you have been the one perched inside the sliding doors of Laurier House, Linwood, when I came to visit my mom and you told me I had to sign?
You're the guy. Yes, you are. Yes, you know Laurier House. That's right. I'd forgotten about that, Scott. Yeah. That's
And
right. Your mom used to live here.
She did, yeah, until she died last summer. But
yeah,
I said then, and I wanted you to know now that I couldn't sign your petition, but it doesn't mean that I'm against what you're trying to do. And I really
I'm aware of that. I understand.
appreciate your advocacy very much, Roger. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
You can all see why serving with Mr. Bro on the library board was a delight for me, and it's very nice to see you again, sir. And thank you for your...
Same here, Don, and I want to keep in touch with you after you're gone, because I don't know what you're going to do, but I still want to support you. I like you.
Well, we'll chat offline, Roger. How about that? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that offline. Absolutely.
I see no further questions, which means our friends from AHS are off the hook, and no doubt they have many, many things on their plate these days. So we thank them for being here to answer questions, but there are none for them. Are there questions for administration on this? Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick questions. The one, and I think I understand it, but I just want to make sure it's clear. The change from when we were going to discuss this a few weeks ago to now gave us a little more time to chat with our friends from Alberta Health Services and make sure we're working together on not just that, but there's some land discussions related to LRT. There's a lot of different moving parts, and so now it was being able to come together and sort of coordinate all of those at the same time. So that's one of the biggest changes that we're dealing with now.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And obviously the fact that they were questions only suggests that things have been moving in the right direction. You've been able to work through some of the different things that they were originally going to raise, and we're feeling comfortable with the new proposal that's in here, which is similar to the old one, but includes some of the other conversations that have to happen.
That's correct. And thanks to AHS for working with us to figure out a holistic solution.
Okay, great. Really, the only other question I think I want to ask just relates to this process. So assuming this goes to council and is approved by council, the plan is the bridge is still meant to be, I think I understand it's supposed to be like prefabricated, so it's built off site and then brought in. Is that still the plan for this bridge?
That is correct, Councillor Knack.
Perfect. And that allows this to be done more quickly than if we were building it all on site with less impact to the traffic on 170th Street, because essentially you're bringing in a completed project versus trying to do it all at the same time on the site.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the big advantage and that we want to consider as we're managing traffic in that area. And so as much as possible, we will reduce the amount of impact to the traffic.
Correct. Bridge will be located a little further to the south, not all the way to 87th Avenue, but a little further south from the current point, which does allow us to have a more gradual incline and to then not have as big of an arc of the bridge, which should create far greater accessibility. Is that still the plan?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's based off the feedback we've been hearing from residents in spots like Laurier House, where Roger's from, and many of the other residents who are using mobility aids and frankly need that to be able to safely get to the mall and enjoy their services and use their, shop at their stores. That's correct, right?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
That's what we heard from engagement. I just want to make sure that's what I had been hearing. I want to make sure that's what you've been hearing. And okay, I think that is it. So I will, if somebody's going to put it on the floor at some point, I might speak to it when the time comes. Thank you.
Sure, I'll go to Councillor McKean. Perhaps he'd be prepared to do that unless Councillor Hamilton had selected this originally. Councillor Hamilton, did you have questions on it?
Not for this speaker. Actually, no, I don't. I'm going to defer to Councillor Knack on this one.
Sure. Do you want to put the motion on the floor, though?
But yes, I'll put the motion on the floor.
Represent West End. Okay, so that the motion's on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll go to Councillor McKean.
Thank you, and I was going to do that for Andrew. I'm glad it got done. Doesn't matter who did it, but I know Andrew's been on this particular file for a long time, and having had the experience of visiting Laurier House many times and running into Roger a couple of times, he's a hell of a doorman. I can tell you, and was very adamant about his petition, and the number of signatures it got is a real testament, I think, to his enthusiasm and his work ethic. It's possible, or perhaps advisable, that we get Roger out, perched by the contractors, and speaking to them, and we'll maybe get this project done even quicker if he was there. But this was the clearest example to me of how important accessibility can be to a large population. There are a lot of seniors facilities around there, and it was clear that they were essentially being cut off from activities and enjoyment at West Edmonton Mall. So for Roger's sake and in honor of my mom, I am happy to support this.
Well, thank you, Councillor McKean. I'm sorry I snookered it away from you, Councillor Hamilton, but I think we're all on the same page here, not to prejudice the outcome of the vote, but Councillor Knack speaking to it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I appreciate that maybe it's not needed, I did just want to take a few moments first, and I actually want to thank Roger again directly. He was a very strong advocate when this all happened. We could talk all day about how that came to be and how the bridge came down, and it was not great. But all in all, I'm glad we got everyone to the table. We worked through the items, and we're going to have something here, and that wouldn't have happened without Roger. So I want to thank you, Roger, for your excellent work, for your advocacy, and making sure people realize. I mean, I've seen just a handful of criticisms, but there were a few that were expressing a little concern about this. And the thing is, this is as Councillor McKean just talked about, a massive issue related to accessibility. The residents who live in Laurier House, many of the residents who live in a lot of the different properties in and around West Meadowlark and a little further to the east, this is a very important piece to safely access a mall that many people need to use to access daily services or weekly services. And then for myself, I mean, I've talked about this. I used to have a business in West Edmonton Mall, and for 6 years, that was my way to and from work. I used that as my safe way to access my place at work, it made far more sense than trying to drive and find a parking stall in the mall on a Saturday afternoon when you have a 1:30 start time. That's a terrible idea. But it also shows how important it was for a lot of employees of the mall. And I think that got lost a little bit when it first came down and there was some conversation about whether it needed to be replaced or not. So I just really want to say thank you to again, Roger, to the team who worked together with our folks from West Edmonton Mall and the team here from AHS. This is actually critical for all three parties, and it's really good to see that this can be brought forward. It's going to be more accessible. It's going to be safer. Yeah, it's going to look nice. It's not going to be the fanciest bridge in the world. That's not what we're going for. We're not trying to create the second Walterdale in the West End, but we are going to have a nice looking bridge. And if you saw the old one, it didn't look so nice. And hopefully we can remove the remains of that sooner rather than later, because that is a bit of an eyesore for all of us in the West End to see this broken bridge at the edge. But I appreciate everyone coming together, working together on this, and then more broadly on a lot of the issues happening in the areas. So thanks everyone. I'm guessing since nobody else is ready to speak, I hope everyone supports this. I won't bother selecting a council because hopefully it'll just get selected and we can get this project built and in place so that people will have an accessible option to start using very, very soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Knack, for your perseverance on this one and your patience, and to all the partners for figuring it out. Subject to the vote, which comes now. Unless Councillor Hamilton, did you want to close?
I just want to thank Mr. Rio for coming out and speaking. I think that was very delightful to hear. I've been riding shotgun on this with Councillor Knack, who's driven this through, and I appreciate that. And hopefully this helps connect two communities. Really, that's what it's about. So thank you.
Can I ask a question or
I'm
not?
I'm afraid not, but you can certainly,
Okay,
you know where to
fine.
find us. Send it to us by email,
No
and we'll
problem.
make sure to
No,
get
it's
back to
okay.
you, Roger.
It's all right.
Thank you.
I want to say thanks.
Well,
everybody.
let me call the vote first, then we'll see where we're at. Please vote.
Apologies, just waiting for Councillor Walters' vote to come
Yes,
through.
yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's carried. I've been toying with the idea that my book might be called Bridging Divides, or Building Lasting Bridge. I don't know. I'm still working on the title, but anyway, this will go in there. So, or building great bridges takes time. Little ode to some of our bridge foibles. Anyway, this is a good one. Thank you all for your efforts on this one. Nice to see you folks from the panel there. Now, without further ado, we still have lots to cover and not enough time. So next up would be the LRT network expansion and renewal update. If there aren't a lot of questions on it, that's the other thing. I mean, if there are further questions, it could go up to council. It could be requisitioned, or we could get the motion on the floor and get a couple questions out of the way if there are any. It's up to committee. I'll go to Councillor Walters since he had selected it. Let me check. Are there opening comments, Mr. Laughlin?
On the LRT network expansion, no comments. It's a status update on the program. Report speaks for itself. Obviously, there's some information that if committee would like to discuss, we'd need to go in private.
Sure. Is there any challenge with cross-referencing 616 and 617?
Prefer not to, Mayor
Oh, okay.
Anderson.
Just in case some of the questions arise separately.
The capital line is a budget consideration, so I think it's better to keep them separate.
Well, let me just test right now then. Are there any questions on 616? It's a good report.
I could put that on the floor.
Sure, Councillor Walters, thank you. So the recommendation to receive 616 for information is before us. I'm not seeing any questions. So unless anyone wishes to speak to it, I think we could decide on receipt of information for that one. Please vote.
Just waiting on Councillor Hamilton's vote.
It should be coming, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. And 617 is now the budget item. I don't have notes on a presentation, but have you got intro remarks on that, Mr. Laughlin?
We do, Mr. Mayor. Our branch manager of the LRT Expansion and Renewal Group, Bruce Ferguson, has some opening comments. If
okay.
The committee is open to those.
Yeah, let's hear those.
Great. Good afternoon, councillors and committee members. City Administration is bringing forward Report IIS 00553 to provide an update on the Capital Line extension south of Century Park, including partner funding committed to the project, and is seeking council approval for the municipal funding share to complete the construction from Century Park to Ellerslie Station. In June 2020, City Council approved the Capital Line South as the next LRT network expansion priority. Council's decision to prioritize the Capital Line South allowed us to actively engage with our funding partners, develop a business case to move the project forward, and be ready for a rapid construction start. The City of Edmonton has recently received a $300 million funding commitment from the Government of Alberta for the Capital Line extension. This is part of the $1.47 billion previously committed to the City of Edmonton by both the federal and provincial governments for LRT expansion. The application is currently with the federal government for review, and approval of their $394 million share is expected this fall. Approval of the municipal funding share is the normal course of business that allows administration to execute the memorandum of agreement immediately upon receiving federal approval, as well as commence early works such as procurement, land acquisition, and utility relocations. This will allow us to commence construction in 2022. While the COVID pandemic has posed significant challenges for the city that require us to be prudent and careful with our finances, we want to seize the opportunity to leverage the $694 million, or 68% of the total project cost that is being committed by other levels of government. Extending the Capital Line South will provide an effective and efficient mass transit connection to the Heritage Valley Park and Ride and will support the goals contained in City Plan. The project will provide opportunities for businesses and citizens to continue to work and to contribute to our recovery from COVID. It is expected to create 7,200 jobs during construction over the next 6 years, an additional 2,330 jobs for operation and maintenance over the next 30 years, with the majority of these being located in Alberta. We will continue our city building efforts with thoughtfulness, intention, and rigor. By continuing with city's maintenance and growth as best we can ensure that we're building Edmonton for today and for the future. Thank you. We'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Walters had selected this. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So the money, you said, this is great to know, the money from the province is confirmed. I didn't know it was announced, but it's confirmed as per this report.
Councillor Walters, essentially that they approved our business case for submission to the feds, which is
okay,
their method of administratively approving.
And then it bounces back to the province.
That's correct.
And the funding was actually announced many years ago.
Right.
At the same time as the West Line funding was announced, all of it was committed to in a batch. So the announcement's actually 2.5 years ago, and it's been in the budget ever since. So
it's been there.
Yeah,
now it's
held.
Once the feds go through their process, then we're good to go. Okay,
correct.
And And then what's just so the construction would start with Century Park digging under 23rd Ave. That would begin 2022?
Mr. Ferguson can answer that.
Yes, thank you.
We would start design in late 2021. So in 2022, we would start advanced work like utility relocations that are necessary to go under 23rd Avenue, as well as continue with our land acquisition south of Anthony Henday.
Okay. Okay, well, fantastic.
Do you want to move it?
I can move it. It is, yeah, I'll move it. I know Councillor Cartmell's on the board and has questions, but I'm happy to put it on the floor.
Sure. So the recommendation's on the floor, which is up to council. Councillor Cartmell, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for crystal clarity, we're going to have grade separations at 23rd Avenue and over the Henday and at Ellerslie Road. That's correct?
That's correct, Councillor Cartmell.
Now we're essentially extending the line south from Century Park to the Park and Ride in Heritage Valley. Will we actually go over Ellerslie Road as part of this phase, or will we stop short of it?
We would stop just short of it.
Okay, and there's an elevated station at Heritage Valley Park and Ride, and is there another station in between Century Park and Heritage Valley?
That is correct. There's one at-grade station at Twin Brooks.
Right, okay. So I think my final question is this. Before COVID, the line from Century Park, at least as far as the university and sometimes to downtown, was at capacity to the point where some riders were waiting for 2 or 3 trains in order to get onto the system. Is there any plans to de-bottleneck that system and increase capacity, either longer trains or more frequent trains? Has that been thought about at all?
It has been thought about, and we're working with our colleagues at Edmonton Transit on that. We will be adding 24 more LRVs as a part of this project, so that will help with some, but not all of the capacity issues. We also hope to add additional LRVs at some point in the future, but we don't have any funding for that right now.
Well, is the capacity, go ahead, Mr. Block.
Councillor Cartmell, some of the challenges that we were experiencing is because of the modified operations that we had to take as part of the Metro line.
Right.
And some of the signaling systems that we had. As we continue to optimize the operations of the Metro line, we can get to a point where we can resume either the 4 or 5 car trains south, whereas previously it would have been every 3rd or 4th train would be a 3-car train, which made it challenging from a capacity perspective.
So we should be able to get to 5-car trains at 5-minute headways almost all the time, at least at the high demand times.
Provided we have the appropriate number of LRVs and we can confirm the operations with the Metro line, because we're still trying to optimize that using the new signaling system, but things are going well. That's my understanding.
I'm sorry. Do we have any power capacity in terms of having that many LRVs along the alignment?
Sorry, we got a little background noise there from somewhere. Carry on, Councillor Cartmell. Sorry about that.
Oh, maybe he's going to answer my question.
No, Councillor Cartmell, we're not aware of any electrification issues along the alignment at all.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Maybe just a couple of questions building on that. The traction power was upgraded about 10 years ago along most of the line to go to the 5-car new trains, which take a little more juice because of the AC, by which I mean the air conditioning. Is there DC trains that have AC, or I can't remember what it was, but there were some things that required upgrading the traction power, and that's going to carry us through?
That's my understanding, Mr. Mayor, unless we know Ms. Houghton McDonald is on board. She may be able to speak to that from the operations perspective, but that is my understanding that they've all been upgraded.
And this is reaching back a little bit to some information that was in the other report that we didn't debate, but the availability of, since you mentioned that our capacity to run 5-minute separations with full 5-car trains buys us a lot more capacity. There's also some relief when Southeast opens up for some riders who transit over to the South line currently. So we are going to pick up capacity in the coming years as we recover from COVID and trains start to get full again. Fair?
That's fair. There's also bus network redesign, which supports that as well.
Right, yeah, so with the sort of penetrator, rapid transit routes and the upgrades on Terwilliger, that's gonna make a huge difference as well.
Correct.
With
Part
the
of those
transit
upgrades
ways
on
there.
Terwilliger provide transit, improved transit service as well.
Okay, so, but this will still strengthen the network considerably, both for park and ride users to eliminate the transfer at Century Park particularly, but ultimately, once we're over the Henday, that's the hard part, going further south with the future permanent transit money from the feds and hopefully matching from the province. Like tacking on to this is relatively straightforward in terms of there aren't a lot of bridges once you're past Ellerslie, or maybe there are further grade separations, but we're not talking about something like getting over the Blackmud Creek or getting over the Henday. That and the maintenance facility is why this few kilometers is $1 billion, right?
That's correct. Significant investment at 23rd, Blackmud Creek Crossing, Anthony Henday Crossing, and the maintenance facility. We'll say as well that the maintenance facility actually does provide capacity to support the system that forgoes a maintenance facility that's currently planned on the Metro line. Again, we can't fully commit to that until we confirm all orders of government have funded, but this report, if ultimately council supports us, enables us to keep the train rolling, so to speak.
But there's a lot of efficiency in that too, relative to smaller distributed facilities, having a larger facility. There's the existing large facility on the northeast part of the line and the capital line, and then having a large facility to the south. That helps with rollout in the mornings, economies of scale for parts and all of the other pieces of the puzzle for this. So again, it's a step change capacity improvement for the whole system to have that maintenance facility. But that was the other bottleneck too, is we couldn't buy more LRVs to enhance capacity on any part of the high floor system until we had a storage facility. This unbottlenecks that for us, so we can add LRVs as needed around capacity, subject to funding.
That's correct. If I could, Mr. Mayor, there is still a priority discussion that would have to happen with council related to the next extension.
100%.
From a transit perspective. So.
Well, yeah, I'm counting on the $17 billion that I got to help announce in February, meaning that it's not a either or, it's a both and how fast can we get them going conversation. So not to suggest that tacking on further south of Ellerslie Road should be at the expense of the work that council's done to get Northwest shovel ready, and that in due course would be a when would that decision come back to council, out of curiosity? I mean, I assume it'll be after some of us have timed out here, but I guess we're waiting on program funding from announcements from senior orders of government for those new transit long-term dollars.
From a priority perspective, it would be in Q1 when we're bringing back the mass transit update. That would identify next priorities. In terms of program funding rollout, Ms. Pearson may be able to speak to this better than I, but I think that's just, we're currently waiting to see what happens with that.
That is correct, Mr. Laughlin. We are following the federal, the funding programs closely to determine. We would expect we'd come back in Q1, but if there's some opportunity to come back further, if that gets us more dollars, of course we would come back earlier.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak? I'm just gonna say a couple words here in the event that it doesn't get selected at council. My sense is the federal government is keen to try to move. We've been very, very clear with them that the stimulus value of working quickly means we can get shovels in the ground for 2022. That's been motivating for the government of Alberta, which has been very cooperative on moving the business case forward to Ottawa. And so, you know, I think at the highest levels politically in the ministries responsible, the opportunity to send that note of confidence into the construction economy is well understood, and get these dollars, which are actually not the new transit dollars that were announced. Again, these were dollars that were announced many years ago, in the pairing between Edmonton and Calgary of the close to 1.5 billion that was allocated to the Green Line. And we've since gone ahead and used a good chunk of our 1.5 billion to get things going, but there's both at Blatchford and at Valley Line West. But this one's also ready to go too. So I just wanted to note, kind of for institutional memory, that all of that design work and public engagement work that we've been doing for years sets us up to be able to seize an opportunity like this and then build on. So, I do hope that as we procure this, that maintaining some optionality about tacking on additional high floor construction, frankly, in both directions, again, not to pick south against northwest. I think there may be some, as the new federal dollars have greater clarity around them, there may be some opportunities to leverage those. And then I still think that there's, again, further to the previous reports, some artful opportunities around the LRV procurements of this, to look at bundling, to the extent that some of our LRV procurements in the coming years will be replacements. Some of the funding ratios are different for state of good repair than they are for new capital acquisition, and so that may give us some additional leverage as well. At least in the old program, state of good repair was up to 50% for the federal contribution. So, I mean, if we could get down to 10% or even matching 50-50 from the province and someone else capitalizes it for rolling stock, I still think there's a really significant opportunity to look at a different way of handling the rolling stock side of this. But the bottom line is that we'll actually have a place to park everything and pulse trains from that'll be much more operationally efficient for the city and citizens and riders going forward. So this is really exciting, actually. I'm glad that this is coming along, and hopefully we can get commitment from the feds sooner rather than later on the last piece of it, and put another $1 billion to work, which I think would be confidence inspiring for the economy at this point. So I'll stop there. Councillor, anybody else before Councillor Walters closes? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, this is something I had on 2 separate campaign brochures to champion. So glad to be at this stage today and know that we're talking about construction starting next year. And just, in addition to all you've said, Mr. Mayor, and your continued advocacy for LRT in the city, this wouldn't be happening without that. So great, for kudos to you. Thank you for all your efforts and your passion for it. I'm a big supporter. And to Adam all the way down through the entire administration team and to all consultants that worked, particularly on the community engagement process that we did a couple of years ago along the line, which the feedback from the communities there that participated in it was very positive. There's always some controversy with these projects for sure, but by and large, the public engagement on this, which has put us in this position to be as ready as we are to mobilize the funding into an actual rail line soon. That work was all really well done. So I just wanted to say thanks to everybody, Adam and Bruce through your whole shop all the way down, Adonis and gang. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote on recommending this up to council. Capital Line South Extension.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Please stand back from the closing doors.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. We'll see if that's the case next week. Meanwhile, resuming, next up, and I think we've got time to at least get started into it in earnest, is station lands. So there is a presentation for that. I think we should get it. And I'm just going to pass the chair to Councillor McKean while that presentation is happening, because I just have to pop out for just a moment here, but I'll be right back as quick as I can. So Councillor McKean, you drive, and I'll be right back.
Good afternoon, committee. With me today is Jeff Chase, one of our branch managers in the Urban Planning and Economy Department. Our presentation today will describe an opportunity to invest in downtown's continued transformation to support investment and to provide multiple high-quality amenity spaces. The City of Edmonton has had high-level conversations with Qualico beginning in 2019, and recently the developer has applied for the 2021 Edmonton Economic Incentive Construction Grant, which has added some urgency to these conversations. Administration is recommending that the city invest in a number of projects that will spark the redevelopment of a large, prominent downtown site. That will contribute to Edmonton's downtown recovery and vibrancy, that will support new amenity spaces and improve streetscapes, and ultimately support job creation. Qualico is the developer, onto the next slide please, of a large site in downtown Edmonton known as Station Lands. It's located north of City Hall and the Royal Alberta Museum within the boundaries of the Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Area, or the CRL. The Upper Tower office building was completed on the site in 2012, but the remainder of the site has remained undeveloped. Qualico has developed a plan for the site that would ultimately see multiple towers with a mix of uses constructed on site. It would accommodate as many as 5,000 residents and employees. As an initial estimate, as an initial phase, Qualico has an approved development permit for 2 towers, which will include 485 residential units as well as commercial space. Qualico estimates that this initial phase represents a $184 million investment and creates up to 1,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The ultimate build-out could include an additional $657 million investment for a total of $840 million. The development will also enhance connections between downtown and Chinatown and connect to the 105 Avenue bike corridor and provide more publicly accessible open spaces in the core. Next slide. As part of the implementation of the plan, Qualico has approached administration seeking city investments in public realm improvements and connections to public transportation, which would help advance their development. The discussions with Qualico have focused on 2 main areas, and administration is recommending a third component. First, publicly accessible amenity spaces located on the Station Land site, and streetscape and bike lane improvements on 105th Avenue. These improvements will be phased alongside of the development of the site. Second, an extension of the pedway network from Churchill LRT station to the Station Land site with a connection to the Royal Alberta Museum partway. Administration also sees significant opportunities to enhance the above-grade connections and streetscapes between the site and the Civic Precinct by improving 103rd A Avenue to complement the pedway development. I now will turn it over to Mr. Chase to provide additional details with respect to these 2 areas.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. The amenity spaces proposed by Qualico would advance the goals of our Capital City Downtown Plan, Downtown Public Places Plan, and are consistent with the Green and Walkable Downtown Catalyst project included in the Downtown CRL. They will provide a variety of attractive open spaces and improve linkages between downtown and Chinatown. Most of these spaces would be privately owned, but public access would be assured through agreements, and the spaces would be usable by community groups. These spaces would include landscaping, children's play areas, performance stages, and water features. Qualico has estimated that the spaces associated with the current phase of Station Lands would cost $10.6 million. Amenity spaces associated with future phases of the development are estimated to cost $13.7 million, and this includes $6.5 million from improvements to 105th Avenue. The city contribution would be enhanced improvements which are over and above standard requirements and or provide public amenity value. Any payments would occur once the development takes place. The maximum total city contribution would be $24.3 million, which would depend on Qualico proceeding with future phases. Of this amount, up to 17.8 million are for privately owned spaces, would be considered a grant, which would not be eligible for borrowing. Next slide, please. The pedway proposed in this report would run from 99th Street to 103rd A Avenue and would connect Churchill LRT to the station land site. A pedway in this location was previously considered as part of the Galleria project, also known as the Edmonton Downtown Academic and Cultural Center, and the map shown here is taken from that project. At the time, the shell of the pedway was constructed in the area north of 103A Avenue, and this was funded by the city. We know that pedways are controversial and that decisions regarding their construction are not easy. Our plans acknowledge that pedways can detract from vibrancy by creating negative microclimates, by blocking vistas, and by pulling pedestrians away from the street level, leaving sidewalks quieter and less attractive to street front retailers. And administration has considered these trade-offs. This pedway will provide a convenient link from a major mixed-use development and the Royal Alberta Museum to Churchill LRT station. It also provides an opportunity to expand the district's energy system, which is a sustainable solution for building heating and cooling. Qualico is willing to commit to accommodating the system and continuing to explore the possibility to connect their development to the district energy system. The developers indicated the pedway is required to unlock this land and move forward. The project would create short-term construction jobs and facilitate the development of a major downtown site. Qualico estimates that completing the pedway will cost $26.5 million. Currently, this project is not eligible for CRL funding, and it would require an amendment to the CRL plan, which I will explain in a moment. Next slide, please. Administration also sees an opportunity to complement the pedway work by implementing streetscape improvements along 103A Avenue between 97th Street and 101 Street. This could include things like wider sidewalks, more trees, enhanced lighting, and quality street furniture. This was not part of Qualico's proposal, but administration suggests it could further contribute to the success of the area, and it would be eligible for funding through the downtown CRL. Next slide, please. The amenity areas and 103A Avenue streetscapes are eligible for CRL expenses, and they fall within the scope of the Green and Walkable Downtown Catalyst project as described in the Capital City Downtown Revitalization Levy bylaw and associated plan. However, the pedway is not eligible for downtown CRL funding as it is not listed as a catalyst project. In order to fund the pedway with CRL funding, the CRL plan would need to be amended to add the 103A Avenue pedway as a new catalyst project. Administration's recommendation is to prepare an amendment for council's consideration at a public hearing, which would include the pedway and other minor changes to clarify the scope of other catalyst projects. CRL plans require provincial approval. If approved by City Council, the plan would be sent to the province for their approval. The province's response and the timeline for their review is unknown, and it is not within the city's control. In our annual updates on CRL finances, administration pledges to only propose adding CRL spending if there's sufficient financial capacity. In this case, the financial impact to the CRL depends on a number of variables, most notably the pace at which Qualico develops future phases of the site and the timing and amount of city contributions. That said, administration is confident that the CRL has sufficient financial capacity to fund the recommendations in the report. In the report, we share one plausible scenario where Qualico develops their phase 1 development plus one additional building. We project that could generate an estimated $51 million in CRL revenue, and if the total cost to the city is the maximum recommended amount, it results in $78 million in expenses, including borrowing costs. We have also reduced our allowance for future projects to reflect the cost of 103A Avenue and 105th Avenue green and walkable improvements. Therefore, the net change to the CRL at the end of its 20-year period is minimal. And thank you. We would be pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. We do have a couple of speakers on this one. Actually, sorry, just one. We have Mike Saunders from Qualico, who will be up first. Welcome, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can I have a mic check?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. Maybe if you could get a little closer to it, though.
Sure, thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Mayor and council committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding discussions on future investments in the downtown. My name is Mike Saunders and I'm the Senior Vice President of Qualico Properties, where I have oversight of Qualico's income producing assets throughout Canada and the US. Today I'm here to support a timely decision for the city to invest in public infrastructure within the downtown community revitalization area that could kick off our next phase of development this fall. As Stephanie mentioned, a phase that is comprised of 485 residential units in main floor podium space that represents an investment of $184 million that will stimulate economic growth in the downtown and create close to 1,000 jobs. At full build-out, Station Lands will consist of approximately 2.2 million square feet with approximately 5,000 residents and full-time employees that represents a private investment of close to $840 million. The proposed development of city infrastructure falls into three categories, some of which is fundamental to advancing the Station Lands development and is beneficial to renewal or support of existing adjacent development. Firstly, the green and walkable funding that allows for a public amenity area that provides for family park space, an outdoor amphitheater that integrates with the cultural district and facilitates enhanced linkages north of 105th Avenue and east into Chinatown. As a master planned community in downtown, part of the magic in the public amenity space is an opportunity to integrate key design elements. We have solicited feedback from the Citadel, Windspear, The Works, Taste of Edmonton, and Kerry West, and they have all expressed interest in our development. The public amenity space within our development has the potential to act as a feeder for arts and culture within downtown. Secondly, a utility corridor to accommodate a below-grade linkage for both energy lines and pedway access will directly support the expansion of district energy and provide safe, all-weather access to the city's significant investment in LRT. Qualico has been working with the City of Edmonton and EPCOR to expand the downtown district energy program to facilitate an environmentally sustainable utility source for Station Lands to accommodate immediate and long-term development. Designing a utility corridor to extend below grade under 103A Avenue north of City Hall will facilitate the expansion of the utility to include up to 2.2 million square feet of development on Station Lands and does support Edmonton's energy transition strategy. Regarding pedway use of the corridor, we have completed surveys for our existing tenant base within EPCOR Tower, and the #1 response is for the opportunity to have a safe, accessible, and all-weather direct connection to the Churchill LRT station. 103A Avenue has been a physical and psychological barrier for future growth for our development. We are looking for the existing LRT system to be expanded below grade to make the important connection from the civic precinct to our district. We strongly believe that this combined utility pedway option is fundamental to the success of advancing development for Station Land. And thirdly, surface improvements on 103A Avenue, which has emerged as a major corridor, which has frontages of major institutions and tall buildings, can assist in making it more walkable and less of a barrier to north-south pedestrian movement. Qualico does support Edmonton's new city plan, which states that Edmonton's mobility system should provide residents with convenient options and facilitate opportunity, connection, equity, and health while being safe, inclusive, and barrier-free. And lastly, investment in public or private physical infrastructure is often not enough when redeveloping a community. We have engaged with social agencies located close to Station Lands and do appreciate the need to continue to develop strong working relationships, especially during times of change. Qualico is committed to working with the city accordingly, as our intent is to be part of Edmonton's long-term commitment to a strong downtown. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I can't say enough how much I greatly appreciate all the hard work with administration over this last while. It's been a real treat. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Saunders? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you. We've got chirping out of the council chambers again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Saunders, couple things. I talked to you about this. You know how I traditionally feel about pedways, yes?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Thank you. You did surveys though about with people in, I think, the Epcor Tower about their connections to Churchill LRT station. Am I right?
That's correct.
And what did those surveys show?
Well, we put a broad question out to the tenants of our Epcor Tower, and everybody's response was having a safe and warm connection to Churchill. There are, due to its proximity, there are some safety challenges, as there are in much of downtown, but that was the number one response that had come back with our existing tenant base.
And you subscribe to the idea, though, that a lot of people would want to be above ground 6 months of the year, we'll say, for sure, maybe more, and to keep it vibrant. But that 103A Avenue between 97 and 101st Street, it is a barrier, yes?
Yeah, like I mentioned before, both from a physical perspective and a psychological perspective, we heard a lot of comments from previous reports that came to committee today, and accessibility, safety, even through the winter, going across 103A Avenue has been a barrier to many.
Yeah. One more thing, you talk about public amenities on what will be private land. And I know that there's strong Edmonton values around these spaces being open to the diverse range of people that live in our city. So, I would hope that you might be agreeable to an MOU between Qualico and the city that would detail those sorts of the access for the public to those spaces. Your thoughts on that?
Pretty much unfettered. I'm all about inclusion, very familiar with mental health and addictions and wellness, and 100% open to having it open to all of the public. And that will be governed in a way that's agreeable to both Station Lands as the owner, but also to the City of Edmonton as a partner. And all those details would be subject to city manager approval.
Sometimes we hear your comments, but your bona fides are legitimate as far as mental health and addiction. You're on the Mental Health Foundation board, yes?
I do sit as vice chair of the Mental Health Foundation. Yes, that's correct.
Right. I don't think so. And tell me, there will be a timing issue here, because if the province disagrees with opening the CRL, we have a funding problem. So that is you would want to see that to trigger any construction, yes?
Yeah, as I've mentioned with my summary to committee, we do feel that pedway is extremely important for us to further advance our development plan. So, we would work alongside the City of Edmonton in obtaining approval from the province, but our hope is that the province of Alberta sees opportunity both in the City of Edmonton and the City of Calgary in the importance of their downtowns to spur economic growth as we work our way out of COVID.
Just last thought to you, Mr. Saunders. I'm much happier if we call this an extension to the LRT underground pedestrian network. The other word gives me the willies, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I have the same reaction to whatever we call it. And I just wanted two things, though, I want to just explore with you on that, because, you know, one of the things we found out in doing some research around this that came out of the Winter City work was it doesn't surprise me that everybody in the Epcor Tower wants pedways. The commercial space, the office space is who wants it. Who doesn't want it is the retails, because you can't run a retail business on business that only shows up 6 months a year. And I'm assuming, I think from what we're hearing, that a good chunk of what you're talking about in here would be increased retail space. And that worries me, that you're going to have a huge trouble with that retail space if you can't drive people by them. And if that entire tower disappears into a hole in the ground for 6 months of the year. Thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And the bulk of our portfolio consists of retail across Western Canada. And from a planning perspective, I agree with you wholeheartedly. If you look at the corridor in which the proposed subterranean, I'll call it pedway, I can't think that quickly on my feet, subterranean means of moving people. The end goal is the magic. Bringing 5,000 people, the spillover effect that would exist, that would enhance the demand side on the retail. So if 6 months of the year people were just going underneath, I agree with you, but there isn't a lot of existing retail within that corridor that could be adversely affected. But even when those retail opportunities get advanced, having that 5,000 people both working and living there, because the bulk of our future development consists of high-rise residential. So I feel the net benefit would be a stronger, vibrant area of downtown that would further enhance retail opportunities.
Yeah, you know, the build out is, you know, this has been a long time building out. I think it's been a 20-year or 30-year project so far. So banking on that. Anyway, that's not the one other question though linked to that. I am intrigued by the pedway making it possible to link into the district energy. And that makes it, that's the only thing that really makes it attractive to me. And I'm just wondering though what the commitment is to the district energy, because I would be upset if we built the pedway and then you didn't tie into the district energy. So I'm wondering if those two things can be linked.
Well, we have built with geothermal heat and thermal tubes within station lands and our own office when we weren't told that that's what we should do. But we have had active discussions with Epcor and the City of Edmonton on advancing discussions. You know, depending on the asset class, you know, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to provide a competitive utility source. So Epcor being our major tenant in Epcor Tower, of course, Capital Power and the federal government. So we're more than willing to pay a market rate for utilities. But with the fact that the district energy and their more sustainable source, we haven't had those discussions specifically on rates, but that's something that we can actively discuss.
And I guess what I'm saying is whether or not, and I'll ask this question of administration as well, whether or not you would be prepared to consider around the pedway piece, some conditionality around tying into that system. I mean, it's a fair amount of investment that we're being asked to put in. I don't think it's reasonable to expect something back in terms of that conditionality in return. That's one of the selling features.
That's fair, but I also believe that you know, the risk in which we're taking on as a private property developer, given where we're at with COVID and working our way out of it, you know, it has to be a partnership in which we work to have common goals. But I do believe from a people moving perspective, it's equally important. But I also think that there's benefits as well in opening up demand on 2.2 million square feet of future development to scale up the district energy system.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you. Those are the questions we have for Mr. Saunders. Questions for administration, and we're about 15 minutes out from quitting time, so we'll have to, I'm going to suggest we probably want to have this meeting continue Wednesday at 9:30 a.m., given that the item that Councillor who can't be with us mentioned has been dealt with. So that's going to be my default, but you can think about that for a few more minutes while we start questions of admin on this one. Who had selected this? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCabe, I wanted to, so it's clear that this whole funding proposal is reliant on approval of changes by the provincial government to the CRL, to the scope of the CRL.
Not the entire funding proposal. So Green and Walkable does not require provincial approval, but the component of the proposal for the pedway is contingent upon the province approving the CRL amendment.
Does any of the projects that are currently on the CRL list that are yet to be funded, did any of them get bumped by the pedway?
No.
Perfect. So I want to be clear that the Green and Walkable, and I don't see the number, it's probably in the report, and there was a lot in this agenda. It's 20 million for 103A Avenue improvements, yes?
Up to 20 million. Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any sense of whether or not that could make a difference in the psychology of crossing that street?
That is the intention, is to improve the pedestrian environment on 103rd Avenue and look at things like lane reductions to make it a more friendly pedestrian environment to create a better link to the civic precinct at grade.
I wondered about how we can be assured public values and public access to amenities or park spaces, open spaces on private land. You and I have talked about this before. There's nothing in the motion right now. Mr. Saunders indicated a willingness to negotiate that or look into that, and it reflects his values and Qualico's values. Is that something that we could bring to bear on this?
Absolutely, Councillor, and I do know it has been the intention of Qualico and Mr. Saunders to allow public access to the amenities. But if it was the will of committee to make sure that that is absolutely captured as we work through this MOU, I would suggest that you would motion us to include it in attachment 3, the term sheet.
Rumor is there might actually be a motion that has been crafted to do that, and I hope, I don't know where it is, but I'm hoping we can do that. You know, Mr. Mayor, I think those are a lot of my questions, and when Councillor Henderson's done, I'd be happy to move the motion and speak to this.
All right, well, just on agenda management, all we have left, I double checked, is the intergov, which we can push off to 2 weeks from now. Councillor McKean's affordable housing exemptions, which can also be laid over to the next meeting if he's okay with that. And then if that were the case, all we'd have is to finish this item, and I think we're getting close to that. So we might not need to continue if we stay just long enough to finish this item and push the other things off. So ponder that while I go to Councillor Henderson for questions.
Yeah, I just really wanted to ask the same question around, you know, if we're going to do the pedway, which, you know, I mean, I for all the same reasons that Councillor McKean is mentioning, I'm not particularly keen on, but it does seem to me, if it facilitates district energy, that changes things a bit. But to say yes to the pedway, to put all that money in, and then not to get the district energy, I would not make me a happy camper. And I'm wondering, you know, given that it's not going to happen overnight, that there's some work that needs to be done here through the province on the pedway piece. If we can work towards getting to a place where the district energy could be a conditional piece of the puzzle on that pedway.
If that was the will of committee and council, of course we could do that. But what I've heard from the developer is that they're really looking for certainty this year so that they can start construction this year. And they are willing to explore district energy with us in as they develop future phases of the development and make sure that it's future-proof by having the district energy component running through the utilities, running through the pedway. But at this point aren't willing to commit to hooking up to the system. It's not a closed door, but if we were to require it, then they probably would not proceed into construction this year.
What needs to happen from our end in terms of that utility to understand the economics of it, to be able to get ourselves a bit further down that road in terms of understanding the feasibility?
We're working on a feasibility study right now, and I understand Christian Felsky is on the line to answer questions about that feasibility study.
Yeah, hello. Stephanie's correct. We're working together with EPCOR and Qualico on a technical feasibility study. So there are some technical challenges to figure out, but then this would ultimately entertain probably also some of the economic parameters around the connection of station lands to the district energy system.
So do we have a sense of timeline on that? Because I mean, it strikes me that it helps our business case on that district energy as well. I mean, there's huge benefits to us in making sure we get full utility out of an investment we've already made.
So this is mainly in EPCOR's core. I can't speak on behalf of them. I would think we probably would have something in the next, probably in Q4, something attainable.
But that's the challenge, Councillor Henderson, is if it's in Q4, then Qualico can't start development this year on the tower that they were hoping to break ground on this year.
Do we think we're going to hear from the province that quickly?
We don't know. That's going to be up to the province and up to the, and so we will be able to get to a public hearing in relatively short order for the CRL amendments, but then it'll be up to the province on how quickly they can make those changes.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a little bit disappointing, but I understand the timing issue. And I would hope that we can move as quickly as we can, because I would hate to lose that opportunity and spend, that to me, putting that much money in the ground on that headway and not getting the district energy piece out of it is, is not serving our larger piece, and it's not helping our district energy system, into which we've invested a fair amount of money already. Great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Councillor McKean, do you have a motion ready?
Well, we'll move the recommendation, and then there's a 0.5. Ms. Gibson, have you seen that?
I have. We'll get it up shortly, Councillor McKean.
Thank you. The 0.5 would talk about an agreement around public access. The Minister's Parent Amendment. Oh, I can barely read that.
The administration prepare an amendment to the Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Plan? That one?
No.
It's actually 0.1, Councillor McKean.
Oh, so things have changed. Okay. So that administration had a 24/7 public access easement for the public amenity spaces to the agreement term sheet as outlined in attachment 3 of the June 14th, 2021 urban planning and economy report. I can't see those numbers. It's too small. Sorry. And that any further negotiations with station lands requires the developer to agree to a public access easement. So that is the additional clause to what the agreement that was in our report. And I'm moving all of that.
Gotcha. Debate on that, or do you want to introduce it?
Introduce or close. Yeah, I'll introduce it. I think this is this has been a bit of a challenge for me. And it's the caliber and reputation of the developer, first of all, that has helped me. I did a lot of thinking about pedways. And I remember when I first wrote about my dislike of pedways in my previous role, it was from a public spaces advocacy group in New York who'd written a piece about Edmonton and Calgary and their plus 15s. And the criticism there was taking people off the sidewalks, which I totally agreed with, that we lose vibrancy because of that. So is there a difference between that and an underground LRT corridor that we're extending here? I think there is. I don't think people want to be underground. I think they'll use it for utility when it's really raining or when it's really cold. But otherwise, I think they'll be above ground. The other thing that sort of ameliorates this for me is the fact that we're going to look at that barrier, 103rd A Avenue between City Hall, the Civic Precinct, and this huge development project. And you want those to be permeable or accessible. You want people to see what's going on. And so I think, yeah, the LRT extension will be used, but I don't think it'll be overused. And I think, I think Councillor Henderson's points are well taken. I think the city needs to continue to push perhaps EPCOR, but also Qualico to get a deal done on this district energy, because this is a large investment for the community to do this. But, and, we were discussing earlier today the really neat sounding project in the Northeast, the recreation project, and it was trying to find a source of funding. Well, as Michael Walters had pointed out to me a while ago, the CRL is a blessing for the ward because it is a source of funding where we don't have to go to borrowing or reserves or to tax levy, general tax levy. So this will not go ahead, or at least the Pedway will not go ahead unless the Kenney government agrees to expand the CRL. I'm tempted to let them know that Brian Mason didn't when he was the Minister of Infrastructure, and we're looking for a different attitude in this government. But it's an investment. It's a big investment in the downtown, and I'm not calling it a pedway because I'm not. But I think this is worthy, more than worthy of council support, and I hope others will do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. I see no one else on the board, so that may have been both the open and the close. Please vote. Though strictly speaking, I should have offered you another 5 minutes, but.
A little disappointed in that, Mr. Mayor. My screen has a frowny face on it, but I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor McKean, and we're just missing Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, it's spiraling on me again, but I'm a yes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. All right, Councillor McKean, are you content to lay over 8.1 to the next meeting?
Absolutely.
And could I get a motion to postpone 9.1 to the next meeting as well?
I will move that.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to postponing 9.1? Not hearing any. Are there any notices of motion?
Yes, I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
At the next regular council meeting, I will move that administration provide residents of Wolf Willow Crescent in the immediate vicinity of Patricia Ravine, addresses Wolf Willow Crescent number 1 through number 1253, and addresses Wolf Willow Point number 2 through number 22, with the opportunity for a restricted parking program to be distributed to impacted residents through the established restricted residential parking program expression of interest process for decision.
Thank you. Any other notices? Seeing none, somehow miraculously we are done at 5:29. Good show, and we'll see you for picking up the pieces in 2 weeks' time. This executive committee meeting